Hi, Zizaran here, and welcome to another Everything Explained. This is a series I do where in this video, and it's going to be a long video. This is going to be like anywhere from like 5 to 7 hours, and I will try to like do like a TLDR video and stuff like that as well. But obviously, that's very hard, and this is more something of learning like the small things that is hard to remember on the fly. So if you have some time to kill and you're waiting for harvest, this is a great video for that. This is not going to be about the build itself. All of the melee stuff is likely changing with all the like shouts being added and the new slam skills. But I wanted to do melee anyway, just to brush up on it, and then we're gonna cover a lot of like some nice techniques, right, for like crafting weapons. And if you haven't paid attention, like the entire next like 4 days, I think we're just doing loads of like tutorials and crafting guides and stuff like that. So there's a schedule in the PoE University video that we have. So I'm just going to try to over explain everything. I'm sure there's still going to be a lot of things I missed because this is Path of Exile, right? And we are playing on hardcore, but I'm actually just going to continue if I die because I don't have time to make multiple videos. If you missed this one live, there's going to be an American Everything Explained as well, which will be a different build, probably a caster, so that we like show some different things. And then one of the two builds, whichever I prefer, is going to be advancing to maps, and then we're going to do Everything Explained at the start of maps. But they're all going to be very long videos. And then, yeah, we'll have shorter ones too for other people. Anyway, one of the most important things in Path of Exile, if you're new, is an item filter. What an item filter does is it just shows what things look like on the ground differently. So, like, they can do alerts and stuff. And that is, let's see, you know what? I have a timer I can pop up. So we just, like, keep track of where things are. If I can find it, I think it's this. There. All right. Let's go. So I'll be going a little bit slower than normal. I'm still gonna try to hurry just for the sake of keeping it under an insane amount of time.
To challenge me here.
And I think in the new league, it's going to be very berserker focused. But doing berserker right now isn't, you know, it's not gonna be particularly sensical to do a berserker right now because shouts aren't buffed yet. And I will be doing a lot of like league starter guides and stuff like that as well. But we need the patch notes for those. Well, yeah, I always put out a lot of like starter guides on YouTube, High 7, showing like what builds are good and stuff. Now, a lot of this is going to assume some like basic Path of Exile knowledge, like, you know, like transmutes, alterations. I'm not going to explain that basically. Nice. Same with like, you know, right clicking, left clicking. We're not going that. See, it's a bit loud. The minimum goal I want to do for today, but it depends how long it is because I haven't done melee in a while, but we want to do at least, we want to do at the very least 2 blood aqueducts. Like that's a nice place on hardcore to stop because you can over level very, very high there as well. So you just generally like sell everything in the start. Probably gonna need extra wisdoms. We're just gonna grab cleave. We're probably gonna level with frostblades in the start. Right now I'm looking for a red, green. That's because then you can do chance to bleed and onslaught. And there isn't any. And you don't want to use test in the start because that's slow you down. Oh, there is. We can use that in frostblades. We can do that in frostblades. That makes sense. But then we actually need green, red.
Take care.
Okay, it'll be fine. Frostblades is good in the start anyway. It's really good once you get ancestral. Okay, let's just start. So we have nothing. Like this is, or I don't think there's anything in my stash.
Not the most pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do for now.
Is there any truth in the reason that you put out so many starter guides? It's because you usually died 3 to 5 times day 1 of the league. I've never ever died 3 to 5 times on day 1 of the league. That has never ever happened. In fact, I think there's only been 1 league lately where I died on day 1. Right, let's see. Not even in Delirium. Not even in Delirium. I think I died 6 times in Delirium. in like 900 hours? I'm not sure. Not sure. I think the least I ever died was Blight, which was 5 times or 4 times. No, 3 times in 800 hours. I don't know. I lose track. 3 times in 800 hours. No, hardly. It was. You mentioned something about shouts. Yeah, so war cries are changing a lot. They're going to be really strong in the new league. It looks really strong. Also, I run straight to mudflats, and then you do the quest here. And obviously, I don't think delirium mirrors are going to be doing leveling at all, right? I think they're just in maps, what I remember. But yeah, we're going to go straight here. And then we get an additional quest to hand in at the same time. That's just saving a little bit of extra time there. Got the shrine. Was hoping for a haste shrine here. Now, wearing a chain belt on any character is pretty good early on, because if you have energy shield, you have like a huge chance not to get stunned. I think it's something like a 50% increase in chance to not get stunned. Also, a little drunk, don't mind me. Oh, good dude. Hope you're having a good time. No idea how tuggy. Delirium mirrors start appearing in Act 6. Okay, sweet. I thought it was only in maps, but that's great. So, depending a little bit on the league, one example being Delirium. In Delirium, it was incredibly easy to farm a Tabitha early. You could very, very easily, and I've done this a couple of times on stream, farm a Tabitha in, well, coast, mudflats, or a ledge. The earlier you do it, the better. Because Tabitha can always drop. Even from Hillock, a Tabitha can drop. And the reason why it's so good to farm it early is some mechanics, like for example Delirium, will sometimes have guaranteed unique drops. And early on, there are so few unique drops. And what that does is that if you are doing unique drops, like getting unique drops, they have a massive chance to be a Tabula. And because of that, I've been able to farm a Tabula in a lot of races. Just, it is way faster than Blood Aqueduct. Something like 20 to 40 minutes. Which is great. And you don't necessarily need to start using it as early as when you get it. But somewhere like once you're level 18 and get a bit more support gems, that's like really, really strong. Now, the next league seems to be more about crafting and not so much about like hard drops. But it's hard to tell ahead of time, obviously. How do you know which direction to run in Tidal Island? There is something about a branch right there that helps you indicate a little bit. But Tidal Island is actually one of the layouts there I don't know. Whereas a lot of them have a lot of easy tells, and I'll like cover those while leveling. Alright, let's see. There, so now when we turn in the quest, we're gonna get both the oh, we're in the wrong league. We're gonna get the Hail Ray quest and the Mudflats quest. No, there's no D&D this week. Let's see. So we always take a Quicksilver here to run faster, and here we're gonna take Onslaught. This is why we want a red, green at the moment.
Stay sharp out there.
Let's see. Ancestral Protector for a little bit more boss damage, and then Dash for more mobility. Now we're looking for a red, green. Yeah, we can do that, and we can also throw... I'm just gonna vendor the wisdom here. We can also then throw... There's no helmet or anything, right? It would be better to have it on a different piece. But if I get like an early alchemy or an early essence, we can throw that on the boots.
Yes?
Wait, did I just... Oh no, never mind. I thought I bought wrong boots. I didn't. Right, let's see. Any other support gems that I need? Not really. We have Onslaught. We don't need a second chance to bleed. And all of this is not really going to be about the build. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily going to be a build that you should follow. This is just going to be a very, very generic, like, gladiator whatever build. There. So, now we're going to switch. And then we get Onslaught. Go away. Go away, monsters. Crossblades. Chance to bleed. Onslaught. Excellent. And we'll vendor that later. We don't need any of these. We'll keep Ancestral Protector for additional sail tiring damage, and we'll throw that in there. Sweet. We have a Copper Sword for a little bit more damage. Yeah, Warbanner's not a bad idea, actually. Could be nice. Warbanner got nerfed a little bit in the patch that, it changed a little bit that bosses can't be bursted down anymore, which was the main use that I would use Warbanner for. Like, you have to wait a bit with throwing it down. Because you used to, the way like the speed running would be is that a boss would spawn and you would instantly throw it on your war banner. First on the boss, now you have to wait like 4 seconds or whatever. Because the bosses have like a anti-trap immunity basically. Can you explain again about the Tabula Rasa? Okay, sure. So when a league mechanic has something that guarantees a unique drop very early, like for example, the Delirium Mirror can very, very early guarantee a unique dropping. If you're going in early zones, like for example, Ledge or even earlier, like Coast, there are so few uniques that can drop. So if you just spam that zone for like 20 to 40 minutes, you can get a Tabula very, very early. Because there are like 6 or 7 uniques that can drop that. So the main problem is just getting the unique drop to appear. Now obviously like I don't know if that's going to be a thing in the new mechanic, because we don't know what the new mechanic has except for like loads of crafting. Now when you're playing melee, it's very, very different from spells. With spells, your damage is coming from gem levels and spell damage on weapons and skill tree, a lot more so than melee. Melee gets the majority of its damage from weapons. So let's see. I also need to find like a green helmet or glove, which I don't have right now, so I can get dash somewhere else, because I want to switch to the Jade Hatchet. Because even just upgrading into white base types is going to be a noticeable increase in damage. And that's like generally why league starting with melee skills is pretty bad. Also, now we have Art of the Gladiator, which means that we can put on a chest without getting a penalty at all, which is really nice. Gives you a little bit extra defense while leveling. Now, obviously, it's not really a huge thing. It doesn't really matter, especially this early.
I believe in traveling light.
Let's see. So I'm gonna throw that on, get dash in there, and throw Ancestral Protector here. It doesn't really matter either. Picking up crumbs and stuff early on can be pretty good too, especially if you like aren't like sure about your gear and you end up swapping a lot. There. I'm also like overkilling way too much. Generally we're like level 8 in lower prison, so I'm just gonna start running a bit more. But like I'm very, very used to running spells, and running melee is completely different. Spells are like so nice just because anything, like for example, if you get a +1 to lightning gems, +1 cold gems, whatever like spell you're using early on, you can use that pretty much all the way to maps, and that's generally gonna be fine. Oops, there. Then we have a large mana and we have a large life, and then double Iron Ring early. Generally you have more than enough life early as well. We're just gonna go over to the left here. Probably might go all the way up to RT. We'll see. Precision, keeping that at level 1 is generally okay as well for keeping accuracy. But like, this isn't like particularly a build I really planned out or anything, because that's not the important thing. A lot of the thing I want, or a lot of the things I want to explain here is like, particularly when we get a little bit further, when there's choices in items, why I'm picking up certain items, what I'm looking for, and stuff like that. Because early on, it's pretty much like, well, these are the only items I have, so there's not much choice. But later on, a lot of people struggle with itemization and stuff, and that can be pretty hard. Hey, Tai, what's up?
I've been waiting for you.
Now, I quite like doing Navali early. I usually start handing in silver coins. I think level 40, 45. I'm pretty sure that's when you can start getting the 5-link prophecy. And you can already by then get the Tabula Rasa prophecy as well, which is kill an undying evangelist in the Scepter of God. And that's actually very, very common. I think I've actually had that on 2 or 3 separate league starts in the first day. Hey, friendly, what's up? Put on a chest when
It's
we
to be a
find one
cage
as
fight,
well.
then. I can live with that.
So there on that belt, I was hoping for more resists. So normally I wouldn't go back here, but I'm going to just to make it a little bit safer. It's a like if you're not like trying to speedrun, it's a good habit.
Thanks for all you do for the PoE community.
Thank you,
University
Tancho.
is a great idea.
I'm glad you like it, dude. Thank you. I really should have a separate. You know what? Actually, I think I might just use Totem and Ancestral and not have a separate single target skill.
Farewell.
So, you know what? I'm actually gonna buy that and use a chrome on it and
Stay
see if I can
sharp.
get like a red would be nice. Red blue is fine. We just wanted at least a 2-link red. There.
Come to hear your poem.
I feel like support gems is like kind of not used a lot, especially by very new players. Now, early on, getting a lot of transmutes and then also starting to work on your alteration stack is pretty good. There. Let's go kill Brutus. I thought it was for beginners, but not really explaining what all those gems or red, etc. red gems are. Tab de Rasa. Right, so like I said at the start of the video, it's still expecting some like basic knowledge, like what transmutes, alterations, gems and stuff like that. It would take way too long and it would be more like a 15 to 20 hour video if I'm going to start explaining things like left click, right click, color of gems, support gems. We don't have enough time. This is more about explaining things for people that have at least like 10 to 20 hours.
League, I now can't wait for new league finally to start.
Thank you, Xyz.
7 freaking more days.
It's
Come
weird.
on, brah.
It's weird that I clicked disable on the sounds, but it's still showing the text to speech. It's PoE University, not PoE Elementary. Yeah, basically. It is called University. So now we're just gonna do the trial. Now, this is one, unless I like find it at the start, I'm very happy to skip the lower prison until later when you have like more movement abilities. Because this, even though like we're getting additional XP now, you don't really save that much time between doing it an hour later. Because later you do it so quickly with like leap slam anyway. The entire thing is done in like 3 seconds. Yes, Bubble. More like kindergarten. Yeah, no, like I wish I had time to do it that basic, and I think I did a Path of Exile beginner guide that was that basic, where it like explains everything like skill gems and stuff like that. But that is like a 1 hour video just explaining the super basics. Hey, Chrissy. Thank you, Xyz, for the 55 months and Liquor for the 6 months. Alerts are off for this, just to like make it a bit better for YouTube as well. But thanks so much. At what level you start to farm for Tabula Rasa and which levels? So generally the league mechanics have a protection sort of thing against that kind of thing, so you don't do it at a high level. And what that means is normally the league mechanic disappears. Sometimes it depends on the league, but sometimes when you're 5 or 10 levels above the league mechanic. So, like for example, if I really wanted a tabula right now, I would farm that right now in probably coast. Like as soon as I would probably like clear up to ledge, maybe get the ledge waypoint, and then go back to coast. Is there a quick way to run upper pricing? Yeah. So for the layouts and specifics like that, Karavarosco has a shit ton of guides on how to read layouts. They're really good. If you're wondering what other videos and stuff are being made, there is a PoE University video saying exactly like somebody asked, like, am I doing a hardcore survival tips? That is already in the program, so go watch the video instead of asking questions, and then you can see exactly when is scheduled. And we also have a separate slot for questions. So if there's something you feel was missed, you can ask that during question time. So the biggest defense against most bosses in Path of Exile is just running in a circle. Because most bosses, like, they have like very targeted attacks. So as long as you're moving in a consistent circle, there's very little the boss can do against you. I'm lagging like hell, I'm not sure why. Internet's been a bit wonky the past 2 days. Obviously, we don't have so much single target right now, and I also didn't bother getting a single target skill, and we're also using white weapons. Now, normally on a spell build, if you've seen races and stuff, Brutus is already dead. And you just have like so much more early game advantage on a spell build a lot of the time. There we go, Wanderlust. Not exactly ethical, but we are going to use them. Actually, we can't use them because it's my links. We'll use them later. We're just gonna vendor all of this, and two-handers versus one-handers is probably something that some people are already wondering about. And we're gonna grab both leap time and precision here. Now, let's see. Getting early boarding access, they're not worth using transmutes on, but getting early boarding access is great. Definitely something you want. Red, green, gloves. If they were green, red, I probably would have bought them.
Yes.
And that's probably changing in Harvest. Two-handers is seeing a lot of love. Right now, one-handers is used a lot more. Let's see, let's grab precision. Let's grab war banner as well.
While we live,
there.
We are blessed.
Terraria later? No, I am done playing Terraria. Not touching it again. Is there a reason for Axis versus Swords right now? No. Just the fact that Jade Hatchet is slightly better than the current best sword we can get. We're about to be able to get a Corsair's, no, not Corsair's sword. What's Saber? I think it's just called Saber at this level. Hey, Nasroth. Good to see you. What main skill is he planning for leveling? So this is not about the character or build at all. This is just going to be like Sunder. But the entire like melee, everything is being changed in Harvest. So this is more going to be about like basic tips and tricks. A lot of this is going to apply regardless if you want to play melee or caster. It is just going to be like generic like things to look out for while leveling. Like really choppy. Alright, I'm gonna set my ISP a text real quick. Where's my phone? I'm not sure where my phone is. Damn. One sec.
I almost feel sorry for these doomed sea dogs.
So is this like a guide kind of thing? So this is everything explained. And it's basically me trying to over-explain most of the things I'm doing, especially with like items and stuff once we start having a choice. Right now, it's pretty much, you know, mostly whites and we don't have much. So my phone was like, hey, no, I don't know why. It's been like pretty bad like both yesterday and today. You find it? Thank you. Now something I quite like doing is putting a portal scroll outside Ship Graveyard Cave. Saves you a few seconds. Thank you for the 4 months border. Saves you a few seconds. Let me just text my ISP here. There. Send him a text. There. So we can go back here. Now we start getting things like Sunder, which we can use at level 12. Now we will have to stay Axis and can't use swords unless we want to stay Frostblades. That's like more preference. Both like Frostblades and Sunder are currently very good. But Sunder is getting like reworked and stuff, so that's just going to be interesting. And I think there's like a new thing about slam skills just released that I haven't actually read over yet. Will all the changes to skills and uniques released sometime before start of the day or on launch day? So everything that's being announced and stuff, that's stuff like that's on launch day unless otherwise specified.
Explained Lily Hub.
Jamset, thank you for the 40 months, dude. Really like early stages of the game before everything starts getting on-shot. Yeah, it's a very different experience. Early game versus running around one-shotting everything. Also, this thing, you don't actually need to kill that guy.
As Zizaran, my dude loving that fucking beard, bro.
Thank you, Poker. Right, and now we do Fairgraves, and then we're also going to go back and do Submerged Passage. Let's see. There we go, Master of the Arena uses enough strength to use the Leap Slam. Now, a nice thing about every movement skill now that has been changed is if you're spamming it, but this is on same on like Flame Dash as well. If you're spamming it, then it has a cast or attack time, but if you're using it say every 0.3 or 0.4 seconds, then it's instant. You'll see that it has no animation. Whereas if I'm like, you see that it's a lot slower when I'm holding it down. That's why you'll see most people using it like this. And they won't be like spamming it. Once you get really, really high attack speed, then you can spam it. Hey, ISP replied already. There, and here we got a boarding axe, and it's blue, and here's a boarding axe that's white. Normally, it's really, really good to have a filter that like shows, for example, if you're playing melee, shows like base types. Also, like, logging out is very, very popular to like save portal scrolls early on. Like, there's no real reason to use portal scrolls. It's fine, like, it's better than a white one, not particularly high roll. Losing the red though.
Farewell.
I don't get Sunder as a gem, so we're gonna have to buy that, which is 1 transmute.
Take care.
And like worst case scenario, we could just keep using. Damn, I don't have a transmute for that. I mean, that's not bad to buy anyway. So we have red, green there if we want to continue with Frostblades. It's fine to continue with Frostblades. And then we have Sunder for whenever we get a red, green as well. There, let's do Ancestral Protector.
Still alive, are we?
As another Wisdom Scroll. Let's throw in War Banner, throw in Precision. There. And then now I'm just going to go for some more damage. So we'll go Dervish. We're going to stay dual wield now. And then hopefully one of the main things that I want to do as one of the League starters is going to be some sort of Warcry Berserker. I had a lot of fun in Delirium with my boss killer Warcry Berserker. On hardcore, I actually did a aspect of Carnage Warcry Berserker, which I never thought I would take aspect of Carnage on a boss killer on hardcore. But yeah, it never died, so pretty cool. And then for like fully deciding what I'm going to do for League start and stuff, we obviously need patch notes, which is out. I think it's like EU Tuesday or Wednesday. I can't remember what they posted in the schedule. Low Crane, thank you for the tier 1 sub. But so many other new Warcries look cool, and well, generally we don't know everything yet in terms of what's going to be strong. It is a like indication of what they want to make strong. Obviously, we predicted Bow League one time, and it wasn't really much of a Bow League, was it? So it doesn't always go like that. Cowlord, thanks for the 11 months. Another thing worth mentioning as well is even if something else gets buffed, you do have to try to like think like if, for example, Essence Drain doesn't get nerfed, or if like, you know, sometimes like bow skills are really strong. If they don't get nerfed, then sometimes that's just going to be faster even than other things that do get buffed. Obviously things like bows, spells are always going to have an advantage over melee unless melee gets crazy buffs. Wait, it like really feels like it can't be to the left. I'm sure that's a dead end. But it must be. There's nowhere else. Anyway, let's check this for uniques. No. That's always like, whenever I was doing Delirium, it's like main thing I want to look for early on is uniques. Weapons as well, obviously very strong when I'm actually running melee. So you can start getting rare weapons. Coral Amulet. Not particularly stat we really need this early. many rips you planning to do first regularly? Normally it's like 1 or 2 the first week. Lately. Generally, most leagues lately I've had between like 3 and 5 deaths. I think most deaths I've ever had was Metamorph with 8. 8 deaths in 1,200 hours. Let's see. Now we have Dervish. We're way over leveled. And that's actually a really good survival tip for hardcore. Especially if you're struggling with staying alive. I really do wish I had a red, but doesn't matter. Now, like you see, like War Banner, not really the same as before. Like with the new like boss HPs, just so much tankier than they used to be. I have completely forgotten Ancestral, which is like the #1 thing that I actually want. You can tell that I haven't played melee for a while. We should go get that after this. I was gonna switch to Thunder really early, but if we're sticking with this, then I definitely want Ancestral. It's really choppy. There, and like if you want for increased single target, you can have a specialized single target as well. But getting a lot of like 3 links early on can be a pain. But normally I end up having a clearing ability and a single target ability, especially around level like 18 before Val. Depends how many like links you find and stuff as well.
We stand at death's door. Ladies first.
There, and then picking up a full inventory worth of blues.
I believe in
Pretty important. You want to get a lot of transmutes early on. Just get the new +1 strike target node. Yeah, but again, not helpful when we don't have that at the moment. Actually, I need to go back to normal town anyway, so I can just log out here because that was the last town. You think totems need a rework? Yes, especially in survival. There, 5 to 9 fist damage. We can throw a chrome and then hope we get one of the links. Red's great for us because we can use that as a additional single target, and then we need to care less about our current single target issues as well. We'll just throw a protector in there and get probably a chance to bleed for now, and we're probably gonna drop that from our thing when we pop Ancestral in. There. We'll just keep that. We will maybe use 2 of them later anyway. So now our current links are Frostblade, Ancestral, Coal, Onslaught. That's nice for clearing. And then you could have a separate single target. We could actually do that here. Nah, fuck it. Hey, bless you, what's up? How do you practice certain bosses for hardcore? Play softcore and reset areas and you're about to kill them. Yeah, that's one way for sure. Generally, over leveling and using a decoy decoy totem should make most bosses incredibly safe. The problem is, I feel like something a lot of people struggle on is like thresholds and gearing, like how much HP they should have for certain acts, and that's one of the things I want to explain the most. Now that I got Ancestral, you can see like the massive difference in clear. So for example, early on, you don't have much choice in items, right? It's just going to be anything with life and resist on them. Later on, there's going to be a lot more choice, and also when to pick up items and when I don't bother picking up items. That is actually better. 16 to 29. Now, early on as well, I can't remember exactly when, but we do get a craft in not too long that is basically flat fizz or percentage fizz, and then means that finding early regal orbs is super strong. So early on, switching in pieces like this, just getting resist is huge. Like any resist while leveling will make a big difference because they're not expecting you to have much. That's why whenever you find a gold rim and stuff early on, it makes such a big impact. I think I'm just going to head over to Marauder. I really planned out too much in the way of skill tree. Normally, you'll see most racers as well will find the den and then put a portal outside it instead of going straight down. Doing the den skill, not skill. Oh, actually, and I forgot the crab, didn't I? I did. Let's go back and do that as well. Well, now that we've forgotten it this far, we can go back and do it by around the same time as the way forward. What's better, resist or gem length? It's really not too much to ask for both. Like, for example, we recently did a the China race, and in that race, even though it was it, I think is it minus 30 or minus 60 resist we had in the China race? Sai, do you remember? So that you actually start with like minus 30 or 50. Something like that. We were still resist cap, minus 40, that's it. Minus 40 resist, right? So you start with minus 40 and I was still resist capped by the end of Act 2. Like 75, 75, 75. So getting resist capped early is not a struggle and while maintaining links. Now, normally I don't try that hard. I don't normally try that hard, but obviously when in that race was super rippy and you needed to or you will die. You know, I kind of think that I should maybe skip doing a lot of the delirium while leveling because, well, I mean, we are going to have a league mechanic, which is probably going to give quite a bit of reward. I doubt that it's going to be as rewarding as delirium, so I'll probably skip it and do it a lot less than I normally would. I'll still do it a bit because, you know, it's obviously going to give us some nice things. Oh, I didn't even have War Banner on. And then generally, good habit to like pick up blues. If you're trying to get faster at the game, what a lot of people will do is going back to town way too much and vendoring way too much. You see, if you see so far, like we haven't really vendored a lot, and we already have like quite a lot in the way of scrolls and stuff and everything. Well, not scrolls. Whoops, sorry. I actually forgot to get it. Why do you kill the white beast? Yes, that's to get a second Quicksilver, which we're about to get now. That makes you a lot faster while leveling. Now, this is actually a popular thing. It depends how you play. This is a very popular thing to skip for a lot of racers on a melee build because you can very early get enough attack speed that it's faster to leap slam, even with the attack time. Why do you not wear body armor? Normally because of the movement speed penalty, but right now we don't have that, so we're just waiting to find a rare one or anything to put on. Yeah, white beast gives Quicksilver.
A place of soiled
You know, I could actually go straight down to ambidexterity. I might do that. Just to get damage early. So we don't really need Marauder survival this early. Let's go straight down first. Just end the delirium there. Getting a Topaz ring before Fidelitas, especially if you're new to hardcore, huge. Ruby, that's not what we want. Because Fidelitas, however you pronounce his name, can do a lot of burst lightning damage. And something I would really like to, like, obviously this is not going to be what I'll be playing in Harvest. I would quite like to play Earthquake. I think that would be really, really fun. Well, I guess maybe I would do early Frostblades or Sunder. Just depends. Like, if spell builds aren't nerfed a lot, they're like extremely good SSF starters just because they scale so much from gems. I'd say it's a lot more fun having something that scales of weapons though. Like crafting weapons and stuff. It's incredibly fun. Now that the beast is so low, I think this... Is this Jewelers or Chromes? Maybe it's Fusings. Beasts early can be really good, especially if you like remember... Shit, I'm just gonna go D&D. I'm gonna tell that guy I can't sell it and then go D&D. One sec. There, and there we have a rare chest. We're gonna put that on. One of them at least. So yeah, you can see what beasts do here if you're not familiar with them. Oh, that's stack of 8 chromatic orbs. That's actually pretty nice. And then we have a unique axe, which I think is from a previous playthrough, because I don't remember killing that. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be axe crafting. I think it's tomorrow at 10 or 11 is axe crafting. I can't remember what I put in the video. Cold Dot is usually very strong, yeah, especially SSF. And like, spells is just so nice. So we'll see. Like, one of my favorite league starters is Essence Drain. It's something I'm like very comfortable with and enjoy playing. There. So now he's dead. You're just gonna log out. And a big predicament, especially for early players early on, is when you find like rare items, but you'd have to replace your colors. Can be a bit of a problem. Ideally, I would want Herald of Ash and Purity at this point. Let's see. And remember that you can sell armor scraps and whetstones for wisdom scrolls. Let's see. We actually don't care about IDing boots to get speed boots at the moment, because once we get different links somewhere else. Actually, we can do that already. We can switch it over to my gloves and use the Wanderlust we found. See, well, we can't even use that one, so I'd rather use that just because it has resist. I have a logout macro, exclamation mark macro. There, we'll switch that over. Gives us 20% speed boost. We'll just keep the iron rings for now. There's like no resist we really need. Yeah, selling Piranda's coins is actually really incredibly good for I should have bought the other herald too. Oh, oh no, we are not out. Almost out. Keep the auras, sorry, in the chest, because we're not going to be switching those out. And we'll buy a Herald of Purity in a sec. And we're gonna go straight for we'll do our skill point quest now. Superior Mirage Archer. Picking up gems to sell for gem cutter prisms is really good as well. Anything in the game with quality on it will vendor for like the parent thing. So for example, if you sell superior weapons for up to 40%, which you're obviously never gonna do this, but if superior weapons for 40% quality, they'll sell for 1 blacksmith whetstone. But if you sell gems for 40% quality, they'll sell for a gem cutter prism, and that's very useful in SSF. When I Herald of Ice with Frostbite, we don't really care about the ice damage, and like I said, we want to switch to Sunder pretty soon anyway. Generally, with melee, I always use Herald of Ash and Purity for physical and physical base damage. So that's where all our damage is coming from. Ice is like nice for spells, because then flat added to spells is very strong in the way spells get scaled. Now, quite a lot of the time on day one, regardless if you need a Lyra or not, I do end up helping her just to get resist cap that much sooner, and that's generally how you can get resist cap very early. We're just gonna kill a Lyra on this because I'm not worried about getting resist cap. And that gives us 2 more skill points early on. Now, again, like a little just layout comment. Whenever you see the waypoint, the road is here. So Alira is on the same side of the road, and the spider forest is on the opposite side of the road. When do you use quality currency for gems and flask? So generally what I do for flasks is I'm very lazy with them on flasks actually, and remember that you can 8 blacksmith whetstones equals 1 glass bar bubble, so they're actually very easy to get as well. A lot of people like feel like they're hard to get. Let's see, let's go. Oh, we'll do the crab quest too. But I generally do them as soon as I start getting chemist's flask. If I ever identify or like accidentally roll those while leveling, like anything of chemist, so like bleed removal with chemist, that's the 23% reduced. The reason I say 23% is because on basalt and silver, if it's 22% or less, then it doesn't have 2 charges. So you do actually want 23% on especially those flasks. What else was it? What was I saying? And I lost my train of thought. My 700 hours legit mean nothing? Yeah, so Path of Exile can like take a while to learn. And a lot of small things Like the reason why this is very hard to put in like a TLDR video is because a lot of it is hard to remember that you even know, sort of. A lot of it sort of has to be explained, like, oh yeah, this is like good for new players. And I've had a lot of people say that a lot of the things in the video, even though it's not explained, they've seen things I've done that I might not have thought is a important thing, that they've just noticed and be like, oh cool, I didn't know about that. So there's like there's multiple reasons why we do these. Oh yeah, flask. So yeah, chemist, and then if you use like 4 baubles while the flask is white, then you get 20%. Like you don't need to use 10 on a blue flask. I only do that if it's like chemist and well rolled.
Soon enough.
Or adrenaline. I would totally do it on an adrenaline. That's the 30% movement speed flask. So now I'm just gonna go down here through the life nodes, and then we'll go for wait. Oh, it's over there now. Oh, they changed it. Jesus. So long ago. And then when we switch to axes, we can go for Bellerophos as well, probably. And Hatchet Master.
Fate.
Or when we stay
Stay
axes.
sharp out there.
Now, generally, just as like regardless of any guide, especially if you're SSF, there can be a lot of value, depending on what you do, in not going for like axe specific nodes, and just going for like dual wielding or damage. Like there is a lot of value in that. The Glassboro bubble vendor recipe. 8 blacksmith whetstones from a melee vendor, but I don't think you get it until Act 3, Act 4. What tools do you use when playing now? Like trade macro? None. Just log out macro. Let's see, let's go get Weaver, and let's get the Herald of Purity too. What's the difference between two-handed and one-handed? So what dual wielding gets like
doing this, Ziz.
Remember.
dual wielding it likes a attack speed multiplier and stuff like that. And there's like different nodes on the tree. Then two-hander is getting a huge buff nextly, most likely. Let's see, where's Purity? There. Herald of Purity is really, really strong. It also like helps your tank surprisingly.
The end of learning.
No problem, Suspi. Thank you for the 1 year, dude. Thanks so much. And yeah, any quality thing, if you sell for like up to 40% quality, it'll sell for the parent thing. So if you pick up superior flasks and sell them for 40%, now I wouldn't recommend this with anything else than gems, but like superior gems with up to 40% quality will sell for 1 gem could prism. So first to the league, how do you account for not being able to log out? So as much as we love like beating up Path of Exile and giving them shit for the servers, like having a long queue and stuff on the start, the long queue is over insanely quick. I feel like most leagues lately, by the time I'm at Val or even Weaver, people will say there's no queue. So it's only in the start. If you're about to almost die in Mudflats and you're on hardcore, it's better to die and make a new character. I think Steel Mage last patch almost died in Mudflats, logged out, and he lost like 20-30 minutes instead of just dying and losing 3 or 5 minutes. And the queue is generally very fast too. But yeah, dying is very good. Flask quality recipe not worth doing in SSF? No, like I said, just pick up blacksmith whetstones and sell for bubbles. So like normally, where's the war banner? We'll use that on the way down. Red, red, and green there wouldn't be bad. Then I could actually do a single target. Kind of out of sockets though. That's like a struggle, especially for new players early on. A lot of it is like maybe not picking it up. I used to be like pretty bad for like just leaving socks on the ground and not realizing, especially if it's a white item. But a lot of new players also just struggle with like getting enough links early on. And that's just, you just have to start developing the habit of picking it up more. Yeah, SSD loads faster and everything.
What troubles you bring now?
There, let's get some more alterations. Tempted to change that chest just for the links. See an additional green. I'll just stash it for later. Having a few links in your chest early on is really nice. Let's see. Maybe I should just go non-generic. There's so many like really nice nodes or axes early on. Could just go non-generic as well. Ambidexterity is really nice, but it's like so far away now. It used to be here. Then it was much nicer. Let's just take that. And attack speed nodes are really nice as well. Fuck it, let's just move over there. With you over-explained gearing aimed at transitioning between low, mid, and higher tier maps. So this is just going to be Act 1 to 10. There will be a separate everything explained for starting maps and stuff. And this is staying dual wield, yes. Right, let's go kill Kraton. What's up, DFH? What do you mean? Everything except legendary history? Oh, the Diablo mentality. Right. Yeah, so that's probably one of the hardest things, especially coming from Diablo. Because in Diablo, like you say, it's all about set items and unique items, right? And a like amusing story on that, I had one guy come into my channel one day and he was like, Zizaran, your guides are dog shit. I don't know how anybody watches them. I can't kill anything. I followed your axe guide to the letter and everything is shit. I hate the game. I hate you. And I was like, okay, calm down. Like, I'm sure we can fix this. Are you still here? And he was like, yeah, I am. I am still here. Fix this. And he linked me his guide. Or sorry, his build. And he was following my guide to the letter, like he said. In this video, I was using a rare axe. I was using a rare axe called Havoc Splitter or something like that. He was also using a rare axe called Havoc Splitter. However, mine had like 510 physical DPS. His had like 80. It had like whatever. Like, it didn't even have a fizz damage roll on it. So it just had the same name. And like, well, that's easy to make fun of for Path of Exile players. I think that's like definitely a Diablo like problem. Because we're so like the people who play that are so used to like unique, legendary set items that you can like get a little bit hung up on that.
Your mind wasn't as swift as your blades, bridge rat.
Exactly. So that's like the probably biggest thing about Path of Exile, where all the best items are rare. I would say there's very few best in slot items that are unique. There are some that are like build enabling, and there are some that are like overpowered. Obviously, there are exceptions, but especially with like the new influence bases and stuff when you get to endgame, like so many insane rare items. And like there are some like there's some that can't be replaced. Like somebody in chat said Shavs as an example. Obviously, if you want to go low life, there's not really much like exceptions there, especially for hardcore. I'm so lazy with using Warbanner, but it really does help if you use it for getting a little bit of burst damage. The way it works is when you place it, you get adrenaline and stuff for a few seconds. A buddy of mine started playing, and after 2 or 3 weeks, he asked if he could stop picking wisdom scrolls since his currency tab was full.
My spirit
Yeah.
is spent.
So, a lot of people pick up way too much stuff. That's definitely... Oh my god. I like spam my mana pot while looking at chat. That's definitely another thing to take note of as well.
A shame we have only the trees
Changing...
for audience.
Maybe I should remove the in-game dialogue. It's kind of annoying. But it's also so important for boss fights. Anyway. What was I saying? I can't remember. My brain stopped. It's too early in the morning. What was I talking about? Yes, sorry. People picking up too much stuff. Changing loot filters is incredibly important. And people always ask, like, when do I change loot filters? So I make my own, right? It's just because I prefer slightly different sounds. And I also want my sounds to be, like, different than what people use themselves. I also try to keep my filter very, very quiet so people don't confuse my filter for theirs. But something that's very important is when to change the loot filters. So I have very similar to like the never saying early, strict, whatever. And I would say having like one for leveling and then changing to like a medium filter in like early leveling stages is really good. Now, obviously, if you already are experienced with the game, you might, maybe there's something like, you know, that is only on your early filter that you need to look out for, and you don't have a problem with not picking up wisdoms and stuff. But very quickly stopping picking up wisdoms and portals is important, especially in SSF. You'll see that even like players like racing very deep, like me, Steel, etc., like very, very deep into the race, will be picking up transmutes. That's because you need portals and stuff, right? You're going to run out of portals and wisdoms. But in Trade League especially, like, stop picking up like wisdoms and portals incredibly early, and then transmutes you can leave on for a bit longer.
Ziz love.
Thank you for the 6 months, dude. Any tips for getting life items while leveling? It seems like everyone always has twice the health in Act 3. I'm an intermediate player too. So generally, like, actually getting life items while leveling is kind of RNG. I feel like a lot of the time, I get incredibly lucky, get like a 40 life ring, 40 life belt. Whereas other times I'm like, great, I have no life on any of my items. And that's why it's important to have a solid skill tree. And sometimes you'll end up having a variable skill tree. Okay, I'm actually turning it off. I'm sorry, Duelist. You're just too loud and annoying in my guide. So one of the main reasons that when I make a guide, right, that's very, very generic. And that's why I try to be a little bit like over defensive in the guides, because most of the time when I'm playing something that's similar to my guides, I'll get the question, is this different from your guide? Why aren't you doing exactly like the guide? And that's because I know what I'm doing, and that it's going to be more of a variable depending on what I find and what I need exactly then, right? Whereas if you're a new player, you're not going to know that. You're not going to know, like, well, I found this item. Does this warrant a change in my skill tree? So for example, if I found, say I'm in like Act 5 or 6, right? And all of my gear has like 40 to 60 life on it, and I'm just like a super baller, right? Like, that's awesome. Then I can take less life nodes. I might not feel like rushing Constitution. Also, doing some Vol areas early on can be really, really strong. There's a couple of things for melee that are super good. Particularly Vol Molten Shell is insane. Once you get a granite fast, it's insane for anything actually. Once you get a granite and a Vol Molten Shell, there should be no boss you can die to. Then you can also start focusing a little bit more on damage, because then for a 8 to 10 second period, you are immortal. Because once you have a granite fast with Vol Molten Shell will give you 3, maybe 4k life, and that is insane while leveling. So we didn't get anything nice here. We just got random Vol skills. So we were hoping for Vol Double Strike or Vol Molten Shell. Arlothea, thanks for the Twitch Prime, dude. And just let me sub, thank you for the 6 months. Do you have a link to some of the basic vendor recipes? So the wiki actually has a really, really good comprehensive list of all the basic vendor recipes. And that's something we're going to show here in a second on this axe. We're going to start showing the first one, which is used a lot while melee leveling. Even though it is generally getting easier and easier to craft your own weapon. Trying to remember exactly when we get the first fist damage recipe. This is pretty early. Oh, Kakashi. Hey, Chancellor, nice. After opening the anus in sewers. Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right. That sounds about right. Beasts while leveling can be really good too. So always like, look out for the red beasts. Okay, that's what it done. And using Valors early on as well on something that's a good skill can be really good. Now, for example, say I was using Double Strike, right? Say that was one of the skills I was using. Now, I don't recommend volleying the one you're using, because what can happen is that it can go up a level, and more important on spells, but it can go up a level and then you might not have a skill and you have to buy a lower level one from the vendor. So what I usually do is I'll buy a lower level one from the vendor. If it turns into the Val skill I want, then I level that up until it's high enough to use. See, oh, essences, this is nice. First, increased fizz and flat fizz is sewers, awesome. And that gives you a massive burst in what you can use, especially if you find a rare with a for example, either a percentage fizz craft and then an open one for flat fizz, or it gives you one with flat fizz and open for percentage fizz. Also makes regal orbs insanely powerful while crafting. And this is a big power spike for melee. Right now we're just like grabbing a couple of essences. Now, things like Contempt, really good to use on weapons, and the other ones are really good to use on belts. We're going to show that now. Got no Contempt, and we got a Rustic Sash that is rare, and we're going to use that in a vendor recipe that I'm about to show you. It's going to go at the next waypoint. We'll go back to town, then we'll have good weapons for a while. There are like vendors for spells as well, and all the recipes are on the wiki. Summoner recipes as well for +1. What do those shards actually do? Like the blue essence thing. That's an essence monster is sort of like a chest, but instead of having just straight up rewards, it has a monster inside it. Once you kill the main monster, it'll give you an essence, which is sort of like an alchemy orb, but targeted. They'll say on the alchemy orb what it does. So for example, a Contempt essence on a weapon will always guarantee flat physical damage on that weapon. Yeah, Harvest looks like a pretty good melee league in general, but I mean just everything league. Like so for example, the physical assault only, that's particularly going to be used on Crusader items to get, for example, Crusader chest has like the physical explosion, and there's very few other mods they can get. This format is awesome, thank you. No problem, dude. And this is like the reason why I feel like I'm sure there are people that watched the last one that are going to be learning very different things in this one, because a lot of it is sort of like things I think of on the time, right? It's not like it's very hard for me to prepare this content, sort of. I don't know how else to explain it. That was like worth keeping just in case I'm traveling by a jewel slot with one. Now, Rustic Sash recipe is very important, and this is why you want to keep blacksmith whetstones and actually not vendor them on either like anything using physical damage bows or physical damage weapons. You don't want to vendor these because you're gonna need a couple while leveling. TMK, thank you for the 10 months. No, past notes, I'm not today. So, quick showing here. Now, obviously, I would prefer having more sockets on a broad axe. And we can like quickly see if there's like a nice socket broad axe with links here. There's nothing with links, but I mean, I need some more reds. We can buy that and then chrome it actually. Just so we at least have a red because we're using a red here for. Oh, but we don't actually need red. Then we can just get this. Let's just get this so we have that. And we have loads of transmutes right now. So, it's probably very tempting for a lot of people to just, for example, do this, right? And this, a lot of the time, is not going to give you what you want, right? You're going to get cold damage, very low fist damage, or no fist damage at all, right? And this is most likely, a lot of the time, not going to be a great item. However, what you can do is you can use an essence or an alchemy on a rustic sash, or just be lucky lol and find one. But obviously we can just, we're going to be alchemying that anyway. And then the recipe, wait, hold on. Needs to be blue. There. Wait, there. What am I doing? Oh, it's an alteration. No, wait, what's the recipe? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Hold on. It is a whetstone. This is terrible. PoE recipes. Did I put the wrong sash in? I did put the wrong sash in. Woo! Right, okay. It needs to be either blue or rare. And then there's a difference. Lecture falling apart. I know, I thought I clicked the rare one. Been a while. I haven't played Melee in so long. So, the roll that you get depends on the whether it's blue or rare. And as we demonstrated, white doesn't work. It's going to show all the differences, but I thought I misclicked. Anyway. So, if you use a blue, it'll be less. I don't know if we have another sash we can explain with. There, we can just throw in there here, just for an example, because I have like so much currency. So if we use a blue one, you can see that it's between 40 to 49. And then with a rare, 50 to 64. better edit this out. Nah, like we're not able to edit this. So even when I take breaks and stuff, I think for this one they're going to be in. We have a new editor, and we're also a bit cramped on time. And re-rendering, it's going to be like a 5 to 7 hour video. So rendering an entire 7-hour video would take a lot of time. So sadly there won't be any edits on this. But, you know, the entire video is pretty educational, fails and all. But yeah, we're going to do this. And then we need another whetstone. Which we can just get like this. This is just the melee vendor. And then we'll alch that. I would rather have one with more sockets on it. I'd rather use a because I'm feeling a little socket starve already. Whoops, wrong item. There, and this is 57. So we have 2 weapons here now with 59 and 57. Now, obviously, early on, this isn't something we need to regal. You can definitely augment them. Like, if you only have very few augments and you need to craft movement speed, now that we're at the caverns, you actually do get the movement speed crafting recipe here. So if you don't have movement speed yet, that can be very worth to get as well. But yeah, we'll switch to these now. Let me see if we can get 3 red, and we don't actually need to. We'll do this. We don't actually need to use fusings on anything. There, and that's just like the chance to bleed we don't actually need to hit in worst case scenario. Wait, whoops. All good. And then we're just gonna vendor our old ones for alterations. I'm gonna take a quick toilet break as well. Does that combination work for both? Yes, it works for everything. Wands as well, but obviously most likely not gonna be leveling fist ones. I have no idea what you just did. So like I said, that was a blacksmith whetstone, a blue or rare rustic sash, and any weapon. And that will give it up to 64% quality physical damage, which is what we want. And yeah, you can do 20% quality. You can do 20% quality. So now we're at 218 PDPS. I'm going to be right back, then we're going to continue.
Hoi hoi.
Captain, thanks for the 21 months. Yeah, so this is definitely explained for people who have like basic understanding of Path of Exile, because it would, like, something like this. Maybe I'll try it one time. I think it's very, very hard for me to do like this super basic stuff, like talking about like color skill gems and stuff while playing and everything like that. But it would be interesting to do one time. Damn, man, haven't seen you in a while. You look like shit. Thank you. Let's see. Appreciate that. Hipster Santa, thanks. So now we're gonna go to Val, and now you'll notice a huge spike in my damage. And we didn't really, we haven't like found any like crazy weapon or anything like that, right? We've only found like vendor recipe weapons. And whenever you do find like, you know, a rare axe with both physical damage and flat damage, that's when like you'll really feel a big power spike while leveling. K508, thank you for the Twitch Prime, dude. Appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content. Damn, man, I haven't seen you in a while. They're fucking great, like always. Thanks. But yeah, and if you've never, like, maybe you've only played spells before, maybe you've never played melee. The way melee scales, well, okay, one way of scaling melee is doing physical damage weapons. So, for example, if this had flat physical on it as well, that also gets increased by the percentage fist damage, and that's why having both is so strong. So like an ideal weapon would have percentage fist, flat fist, and then also attack speed, and that's like, that's what you really want. Something we'll be crafting tomorrow and covering in the crafting episode is I want to particularly show some examples of how to craft your like your first weapon. Like, what are you looking for when you're like, what are you looking for when you're actually crafting like a mid-level weapon, like maybe pre-blood aqueducts and stuff like that. And I want to show what are you crafting when you're hitting maps, and when in maps do you start looking for a new one. So I want to do like a lot of like showing like the differences between each, because it's very, very limited how much crafting resources you have, and that can be very hard for people. Thanks, Wesley. Like for like a quick example is like obviously early on when you're first starting your crafting, you might have like fucking 12 transmutes and alterations, and it can be hard. Like, shit, do I have to stop here? Can I keep going? What am I likely going to get here? So for your like first early craft, you're pretty much looking for any percentage fizz or any flat fizz roll, right? And then regaling and just hoping that you have a regal. Like, obviously, you're not going to be at the stage where you can do regal recipe when you're at that stage, so. Would you AUG slam early? What, with exalts? No. No, early you'd be keeping your exalts for a multi-mod recipe, and even getting multi-mod on on SSF should be pretty easy. Thanks, Albino. Thanks for the 19 months. Regal recipe is exactly the same as the Chaos recipe, but everything needs to be item level 75. So you sell one full set of items. I really want to swap to Sunder. I usually do prefer that. There, throwing down our war banner. Like Singletary, it's always like a bit lame when you don't have a Singletary skill. Where Thunder doesn't really need one. As you can see, like, it's not exactly high damage right now. Oh, nice, Romero. How's the Thorian? Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Yeah, this league mechanic looks like it's gonna be pretty spicy while leveling. So I'm actually gonna use the hatred on this ring and hope for fist damage. Because we also need to, like, when we want to start like thinking about getting resists, we have too much fire already, so I'd rather get a second 2-stone instead of, well, we can see if there's a 2-stone for sale here. Hold and lightning would be ideal. You can check if they have fist damage on them, that's worth buying too. We can throw that on the second one there. Now we already have decent resists. Not something I really cared about, like resist capping this early here, because we're not doing that like crazy rippy league like we did in the China race. But if you really want to, you could like farm the league mechanic and get resist cap very early, plus Illyra. Illyra is like the biggest step in getting resist cap early if you want that. Most of the time, don't need to be risk cap this early. I normally try to be risk cap like end of Act 3 or somewhere during Act 4. Yeah, I'll be doing a Everything Explained caster as well. There's I'm gonna be doing an American time slot Everything Explained. I can't remember what day I said for anything because my memory's shit. Saturday, I think. No, that was a Realm Shaper or whatever it's called. There, nothing good on the belt. So all I want now is life and resist on the pieces that I'm picking up. We'll just go over here. I might just stay with axes and actually take axe nodes. Like there's so many, the reason I like going axes for leveling is there's so many like high damage nodes in areas while leveling. Like they're all like close together, so you have like very, very little pathing. It's Sunday? Okay, sweet. Thank you. Hey peep. No, I mean now I'll swap once I find like a proper rustic or a proper leather belt. But like I said, like the having some energy shield helps you with like not getting stunned as long as you have energy shield. So particularly the like while running past mobs and stuff, you're very, very unlikely to get stunned while you have energy shield. Do you normally start checking the
Clarissa explains it all Ziz H1, Ziz H2, Ziz H3.
I don't know how to disable that. Like I've clicked mute and it's still doing the TTS. I don't know what else I can do. I can't even remove the entire thing. I hate Streamlabs sometimes, dude. Banner isn't up? Yeah, I'm not really bothering with the banner most of the time. Youngster, thank you for the 18 months, dude. Let's see. Train has that same problem. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, I'm gonna message them later and tell them to change it. Because it's really weird that when you click mute, it doesn't mute. It seems to sort of defeat the purpose. Oh yeah, 4 links of vendor question. Normally I don't bother. If you're trying to be safe, then yeah, that's definitely, especially if you're new and stuff, trying to be safe. Yeah, oh actually, let's do the trial while we're here. I was gonna skip it, but let's do it. Yeah, no, it is worth it. Like, you do see a big power spike for a lot of skills with getting an additional support gem. And here's a good time to explain something that is extremely confusing in Path of Exile. And that is the difference between less and more. And I think I'm actually gonna log out of this character and show it with the example of Fortify, because I feel like Fortify is particularly confusing for a lot of new players early on. So let me kill Piety here. But basically, more multipliers are multiplicative with themselves, whereas increased is additive. Now, it doesn't work exactly like this, but best way to think about it is just, yeah, more is multiplicative and add, it's like just adding something, or sorry, increase is just adding something. And TLDR, more is always better than increased. Basically. It's like that, but it's not. Yeah, like it's just like, if you're really curious about how it works, look it up. But more is magnitudes better than increased. Thank you, Mango. Thank you, dude. I think they're trying very hard to not make Cyclone super strong this thing. Let me go on a different character and give a quick example. It's less and more, and increased and reduced are the same. Okay, so let's look at melee physical and fortify, because I think this is like something like really worth giving an example of. It's very confusing early on, and I want to try to not confuse people more. But I've had sometimes people ask me, oh, they changed fortify. It doesn't do it used to be my example. They're not the same. No, but it is supported heal steal 20% more now. It used to be 45% increased damage on fortify, and then it was used to even less. I guess that got changed either this league or the last. But anyway, fortify used to be the best example of this. Ink AoE versus conk effect. Does Ink AoE even have any damage on it now? No. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was a year ago or more. Okay. Legion. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, so for example, right? If you have nothing on your skill tree or damage wise and you get 50% increase or 50% more, then that's the same, right? So like that's why, like, for example, a lot of witches, like early on without having any increased stuff, getting elemental overload isn't that great, right? Like elemental overload plus 40% damage is the same thing. But it's more when you start getting multiple sources that more multipliers start really taking off. Because they're multiplicative with themselves. So the reason why there was so much confusion on this back in the day was that fortify would be like very similar to melee physical. Say it was like at level 1 they were both like melee physical would be 30% more melee physical damage, but fortify would be like 35% increased melee damage, but also like the fortify buff. And that led to a lot of confusion because players were like, well, why wouldn't I just use fortify? It has like the same numbers as. Because a lot of people wouldn't realize how big the difference with more and increased is. So that is like very important. And there are some like even more confusing cases in Path of Exile. A quick example that should be fairly easy to explain is that enemies take, so for example, say you have something that says enemies take 15% increased damage. That's the same as you deal 15% more damage as long as you don't have multiple of that source. Like it's additive with itself, but it's multiplicative with your other sources. And there's so many extremely confusing things in Path of Exile that are really hard to explain and might take some time to understand. I'm lagging. Why? Might as well just throw that on. It's got some res on it, and I'm not losing any stats or anything that I need. Find leech. I don't even want to start on leech. It's just confusing. Let's see. So we could like very easily get a nice like 4-link here. And here's where bestiary comes in. So I actually have to go talk to Einar. So one of the beasts I found earlier was 8 chromes, right? And you'll very easily, if you bother killing the red beasts in the zones you see them, you'll find beasts that are useful. No, like, I mean, increased damage is still good, but like, if you ever have the choice between increased or more is always better. And you always want to check if you've had. I'm gonna go on the Streamlabs website and see if I have a way to turn it off at all. Thank you, Necrotel, for the 2 years. It's like, it's so shitty. Sometimes you could have like from a previous character like a level 80 beast. That's actually killed me twice. Unique axe, yeah, but I think that's from a previous playthrough. Yeah, it is. So I'm not gonna use that now. Alert box. Doesn't say anything. Oh, there. It should be disabled now. I think. Hard to tell with Streamlabs. But yeah, especially if you're over leveled a bit. Even fighting in like a small arena like this, it's not very dangerous as long as they're lower level than you. There, now we have the 8 chromes, and then we can very easily get like a nice 4-link here. So now I can switch to Sunder, which I wanted to do for a while. And then we're going to keep using axes too. Now, while you're using Frostblades, you can be swords, you can be axes. It doesn't really matter. But with Thunder, we need to stay axes. Or axes? Hi, Moraxis. Then we also don't need to use Ancestral Call. This is just preference. It doesn't matter. Like, follow whatever guide you're following or whatever you're doing. You Leap Slam, Dash. Now, we can also do faster attacks with Leap Slam. Because pretty sure pretty soon we have enough attack speed that it's faster to Leap Slam the movement. And we also start getting these. And they also have 7. Awesome. Excellent. And then I have... There, Metaphysical. I think I could just use Chance to Bleed. I'm pretty sure Maim is better, even if I don't need to actually use it to Maim. Where's my Maim right now? Then I'll just throw in a melee physical here. There, by a second one. So now it's like Onslaught, Sunder, Melee Fist, Maim. Something I like doing around level 18 or 24 potions on Hardcore is to transmute potions early and try to like be a little bit more anal about picking up transmutes and getting transmutes early, because getting a bubbling or seething early on makes you extremely tanky and pretty much immortal, whereas you're just not going to be in danger of dying. We can level on other faster attacks too. There, now we're gonna go get the key. Now we have a 4-link. And especially combining this with our... Oh my god. I forgot to talk to Clarissa. Classic. Opera, thank you for the 37 months. Somebody try... If someone has a resub notification ready, could you try resubbing with a text message and see if I managed to remove it? You know what? Something I could do as well is grab Blood Rage. That is also really, really nice. Although a lot of people don't like that. God damn it. I hate everything, dude. I've literally disabled and saved text-to-speech. Thank you so much. Riddleney, thank you for the 11 months. I don't know. I give up on Streamlabs, dude. I'm just going to change the stream elements at this point. Sorry, and it's not your fault. Could you explain why the two one-handed axes for Sunder? I use 200 on Mace. I'm wondering what's the difference. It's just like the nodes and the dual wielding bonus. And the problem with problem with one-handers is you have to find 2 of them. That's why in most of my, like, especially beginner guides, I will usually recommend 200s, because it's a lot easier to tell a new player to, hey, get 1 axe with fist damage than to try to make them get 2, especially having to worry about links and shit. So generally, I recommend 200s, and especially guides for the new league is also going to be 200s, since it looks like that's getting a lot of love. But this entire playthrough is not about the build. It's more about me trying to give generic tips, generic melee tips, and stuff like that. And I'd rather do the... Oh my god, there's something wrong with me today, boys. Yeah. Fresna, thank you for the Twitch Prime. How are you doing, Brittle? There, we got the keys. Hopefully you're entertained. Entertained and enriched with knowledge. It looks like your divination card might turn out huge if Slam is OP. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, every single divination card is made by players. And you have to, I think it's like, depending on when you bought it, it's like $800 to $1,000 or around there. Let's see. And I'll explain what I just did in a second there as well once I finish the story. But yeah, every single divination card, none of them are made by GGG themselves. They're all made by supporters of the game. And you can do that too. You can email support and be like, hey, I want to purchase a divination card creation package. And they'll tell you how much you have to pay. And yeah, I think it's around like 800, 900. And that means that every single card, like even like the life armor, all the like really, really shitty, or like the 40 wisdom card, somebody paid like close to $1,000 for that. The divination card that I made was the Undisputed, which drops from Chayula. You don't get to choose where it drops, the drop rate, how rare it is, anything like that. You just get to choose the name of the card, and they will fight you on that. I wanted mine to be called the Undisputed, and they were like, no, we'll call it Undisputed. No, wait, was it the other way around? I can't even remember which one went into the game. But I remember, like, I wanted different from what they wanted. And sometimes you can get input over the art if you have a really good idea. Most of the time, they just do their own art. But it's cool. Like, you can do that. Do you get anything else for it? You do get the points as well, if I remember right. So you get the same, like... So... I think the reason I bought mine was that I needed points for creating private leagues. I'm pretty sure you get the points. Maybe that was only sometimes. They do change it. Like, for example, you used to be able to create unique items for $1,000. Then they changed it to $2,000 and now you can't do it at all. You do? Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Is that I needed... so for those of you who are new to my channel stuff, I run a lot of Path of Exile events. And some of them in the past I've fully funded myself, which is around... it's $1,300 to fully fund a league. And since I needed more points to do that myself, but I didn't want to just keep buying supporter packs, I was like, well, I can just buy a divination card. And that's what I did. So I actually have 2 divination cards. I just haven't made the second one yet. And the thing that I almost skipped over and still want to explain, which I probably should have explained earlier, is always attack without moving. This is like incredibly good to have on a lot of skills. And it just means that your character isn't going to move. So I'm pretty sure it works on Sunder if I turn it off. If you see here, now I'm moving towards that spot before Sundering, right? So that's obviously very, very different. So it's very, very nice, and I couldn't play with it off. Before, we used to actually have auto hotkey macros that permanently held shift down, sort of. Well, actually, it wasn't auto hotkey macros. It was just a Windows thing with numlock. I still call it a macro, though, because it feels like one. But yeah. Oh, and I keep forgetting about Blood Rage. And we need a last set under cards. Just from Shirula, that's very hard to get. What the fuck? It is pretty much impossible to get in Soul Self-On. It is a trade league only card, I would say. It is very rare. They made it a bit too rare. But my divination card, if you don't know what it does, it gives you a Vol Axe that has Elder, item level 100, and Merciless. So it's a great one. It's a really, really good one. There, let's throw Blood Rage in here instead. I like having Blood Rage on mouse button 3. And pretty much everything should have always attack. There's some things that shouldn't. It'll say on the wiki. Sometimes, like, people can, like, say. So it'll say on the wiki who made some cards. Your card's going to be very expensive next league. Yeah, it'll be very, very good. It's an extremely good card for next league. I hope. I think. I usually don't bother with Hatred. Depends a bit on your build. Frostbites, you'd probably do Hatred. Just put Blood Rage on mouse button 1. Well, you don't always want it on. On softcore, that's like things on mouse button 1, like Brand Recall in the current patch. I guess that's being changed. But Brand Recall and Warcry and stuff. Warcry is really good on mouse button 1 on hardcore. But they have changed it, so instant skills you can now have on mouse button 1. But here it would drain my mana, and I don't always want it on. So you do want to cast it yourself. Whirling chest, grab the waypoint here. Actually, I just realized there's something I feel like I can explain a little bit more. That's why I like doing repeats of this, because I feel like each one is a bit of a different journey and things I remember differently, and yeah. They're good to do a lot of. I'm sure a lot of people have been asking this, like, why am I not doing the side quest? So, there's a couple of side quests right now that I haven't done. Namely, for example, Fetid Pool. I haven't done the Golden Hand Job. I don't think there's a quest in there, but that side area. And as you see, like, there's very, very few side quests I have done. Only the skill point ones. And yeah, like, most of them aren't worth doing. So I will try to, like, be a little bit more vocal about why I'm doing them and when you should do them. But, like, yeah, the Den, good to do for a second Quicksilver. Like you see, like, I can just leap some now faster. And I could do a second mana potion instead. That's like what I would do while racing. But I don't know. I feel like this is a nicer pace for explaining than like the sleep slamming around. And I don't want to have like, this is like a racing format, even though I do want to try to be as quick as possible. The main goal of these is to get to Blood Aqueduct, because not that much changes. Maybe that is the best format for the Everything Explained to get to Kitava, because I'm going to have a separate one for the starter map. So maybe it's better to have like killing Kitava and the starter maps in the second one. Your fat ass head is covering one of the skills. Oh, that sounds horrible. Right, let's see. Now, another thing worth mentioning as well is levels and what level you should be and stuff. So normally, especially if you're new to speedrunning, I'd say one of the hardest things is you'll see other players play and you'll start running incredibly fast because you start like picking up some things on like how you can play faster. And I'd say this is like the hardest thing for like somebody trying to just play faster is being underleveled. So for example, entering, you'll very quickly notice that you'll maybe enter docks at level 22 or 23, and then that will start compounding, the right word to use. It'll just become like a massively increasing problem that suddenly you'll be like level 26 for piety, then you'll not even be 28 for dominus, stuff like that, right? And that's a massive problem. So you want to like figure out what zones to like be the certain level in. So like for example, like most racers will have some rule of thumb like, well, I want to be level 24 or at least 23.5 before entering docks. And I just want to like do a quick like explanation of how levels work in Path of Exile. So starting at level 1, or rather level 4 as an example, you can get full XP from anything 3 levels above or 3 levels below your zone, right? So if you're a level 4, you can get full XP in a level 1 or a level 7 zone. And that changes every 16 levels. That counter becomes +1. So at level 16, you can get full XP from level 20 or from level 12. Then at level 32, you can get it from like, you can get full XP from 37, etc. Right? So it's specifically every 16 levels that you get a +1 in your full XP penalty. Now, say you're like 1 level below, you're only taking like 10% penalty. That's not a big deal, right? But that's very worth like, it's a huge thing in speedrunning because you might be able to like start playing faster by like watching like Tai Killer and stuff play and picking up a lot of those things, but balancing going fast enough while getting enough XP, I'd say, is the hardest thing with an intro to speedrunning. Or one of the hardest. Can I use these classes as a credit in my degree? Yeah, I'll move my camera, sorry. Marcus, thank you for the host, dude. It's doing everything explained at the moment. And again, like I said, like picking up giant, this is especially good if you are very new to hardcore and you really want to survive. Transmuting some fast early on is great to try to get bubbling or seething. I had to like, that's where the position was for Terraria, I think. There, that should be much better. The guy who made House of Mirrors doesn't play PoE anymore. More interestingly, the guy who made the Humility card is permanently banned from Path of Exile. I think it's the like most interesting divination card trivia. That has to be like the most farmed and used divination card. It doesn't say why, it just says permanently banned on this account. You can check on the wiki. But it's funny! Thanks for the card, loser! Probably real money trading, I would assume. And like I have had a couple of times, because like there's a common misconception that they don't ban for real money trading, right? And that it's easy to get away with. And I see people talking about that on Reddit. But I've actually had DMs from people being like, hey, you know, I got banned, I didn't do anything wrong. And I was like, did you really not do anything wrong then? And he was like, well, I bought some items for real money, and they'll be like asking me if I can get them unbanned. And I'm like, I don't work for GGG. I don't have like a secret Chris hotline to get people unbanned. Like, But people will still message me and be like, hey, got banned. And there was one guy who started begging and being like, dude, I spent like $2,000 on this game in supporter packs. And I looked up his account. Yeah, had around $2,000 in supporter packs. Pretty stupid to like do something that's against the terms of service if you're genuinely worried about getting banned with that. In my opinion. Just don't cheat, lol. Let's see. I'm gonna pick up that because I don't really have any good gloves right now. Although I also don't really wanna... I mean... Actually, it's not that hard to switch. Yeah, I guess I could switch. Wait, I didn't even pick them up. Alright, there, Amber, we don't really need any, whenever I don't need any particular stat, normally you're probably going to be short on int more than anything, but whenever you don't need any particular stat, I always go for Amber, unless you like think that you're going to be short of something in the future. It's not better than mine, because Amber gives you life as well. And no, there was no D&D this week. There's some sites that sell real currency for money, so there are actually some sites that there are some sites. Hold on, let me use one jeweler on that. Oh, I just wanted one more green gem actually. There are some sites that, oh, I don't need dash anymore actually, so this is fine. Let's switch that around just to like get a better glove and get some resist. There's some sites that give you build guides, and they have intentionally bad guides. Like, I don't think there's any website, unless the streamer has a website that I'm not aware of. There's no website that actually makes proper guides that are good. There are several sites, like websites, that make you build guides. They are intentionally bad. And why are they doing this, you ask? Well, they're intentionally bad so that once you follow their guide and then start complaining about, you know, oh yeah, I have low damage or anything like that, they're like, well, you could buy some items off us to make your build stronger. That's like the main purpose, and that's why they make bad guides on purpose. And build forums as well is very worth mentioning. There are shit tons of really, really good guides. Really, yeah, the Vault website, that's like the worst one. There are really, really good guides on the forums. However, there are way more bad ones. There are a shit ton of really, really bad guides. There was actually one guide recently that was flaming me for my guide being bad. He did actually apologize, but he was yeah, it was pretty forehead. And then I checked out one of his guides that was up to date, and like his 1x version that he was recommending was the cheapest possible on hardcore was 24x or something, and on softcore the cheapest was 8x, and that was this like 1x version. So like, yeah, forum guides are pretty problematic a lot of the time. Another problem is, even though there are genuinely good guides on the forum, if you're a new player, they're incredibly hard to find and see, because most people will just steal the layout of another person. So it'll like maybe look really nice and great, but could be a bad guide. Well, you can easily make 24x in the first day. If you think that somebody that is following a beginner guide and is completely new to the game can make 24x in the first day, you're living on a different planet. I think your guides and not simple for new players, or it's just me. I never understand your build guides, but well, now I've been making my own builds and I love it. I would say out of all the guides I've seen, and also, while obviously I'm never going to be objective on this, but I would say like by far they are the easiest to follow for new players. And I specifically try to like show it off to new players that have never played before, because unless you've been looking at some old guides, all my guides in like the last year or two have like a step-by-step process showing you exactly when you're putting skill points in which point, which no one else does yet, unless people have started doing it. But yeah, that's a large problem for new players, is that most guides will just show you like a huge skill tree with 120 points and go like, here you go, dude. Go to town. Throw down some skill points. Explosive arrow. Yeah, so generally like some of my guides will have a warning that's experimental. So for example, the explosive arrow, we weren't sure if that was going to be good or not, and I did say that in the title. And it didn't end up being good. Explosive arrow, like a lot of streamers tried league starting with it as well, and they all struggled with it. If you're wondering, I want to put all the blame for this to Psy TV. He was the guy who like made that. Obviously, we collaborate with other people. That's mostly so I can throw other people under the bus when the guide is terrible. It's for those of you who don't know, I'm a Dota player, and the important thing to like realize in life is if something's bad, it's never your fault. Always blame somebody else. And in this case, I would like to blame Psy TV. No, it was actually heartbreaking because I obviously like I do try, and we did in that video as well say that it's experimental. However, it was heartbreaking because somebody posted, I league started with this, and it's the worst build I have ever played. I couldn't kill any boss, and it ruined my league. I think that was in Metamorph, and it was heartbreaking because generally we have very, very positive comments on our guides, right? And for the majority, like it was still like, you know, an experienced player like Sai and stuff could like get around the issues, but it even like, I don't know if anyone saw, I think Rise QT that league as well was playing, and obviously he's a very, very experienced player, and he was struggling with explosive arrow, right? So it wasn't like we predicted it, basically. Also, I just found a very early 6 socket here. So say, for example, that was an armor chest. It's not a terrible idea if you have like 10 fusings from like a league mechanic thing. It's not a terrible idea to like 20 quality it and throw like 6 of them into the armor. You're not going to like need that many fusings, I feel, while leveling. It's very greedy, but it's not terrible. I'm so lazy with War Banner because I'm mostly like trying to explain things. What else? I think there was something else I did that was experimental guide-wise, but I can't remember now. Let's see. Also, I found a Val Orb, so what we're gonna do with that is we're gonna buy a Val double strike. Oh no. Also, a quick tip here actually, if you're ever worried about Piety killing you, jumping between the platforms makes you incredibly safe while she's in the red form. And then when she's in the blue form, like this, just like run behind something. She's not gonna move around and one-shot you. Like you're immune here. She doesn't move while in blue form. So Piety is not as scary, even though it can be hard. There. Obviously, it's different while racing because you don't have time to move around so much. And now we also already have the physical craft because I forgot we should have done that already. But we got that after doing the opening the sewer. What's happening? Well, I have a lot of ED guides. I doubt that ED is gonna change. Maybe, like it's one of my favorite things. So I might make a new one. Well, I'm banned. Do you have average increased damage values you aim for on the tree? No, especially I can't log in. Our website's loading on my PC? How's PoE uni going? Are you excited to go back to PoE? I don't know. Is it going well? Has anyone learned anything in chat? I've DC2, servers are down. Okay. Oh, nice lifter. Well, we'll log in when the servers come up. No, okay, cool. Awesome. Must mean patch notes? No. We're far away from patch notes. Commercial break. Actually, this is a good time to take a commercial break. Great idea. I'll be right back. Be right back. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. And remember, remember that the next 4 days. 1 second. Let me. Calendar. Yeah. So for example, tomorrow is all about crafting, and this is my first time like doing anything like this. This is my first time like trying to have a schedule, and we're gonna do this every league start if this is something you guys like. That we're gonna have like a PoE university to help prepare people for every league start, and we're gonna have different guides and like try to help, and the next one will be better. However, like tomorrow 10 a.m. is gonna be axe crafting, 11 a.m. is gonna be jewelry crafting plus like jewelry tips. 12, so noon is going to be survival tricks / hardcore, and then 2 p.m. is going to be mapping and map tricks. It's maybe gonna like push. I don't know how long each thing is gonna take, right? But these are the 4 topics we're gonna cover tomorrow. I wanted to try like setting like a schedule, and then yeah, we'll make it like better production quality and stuff for next time. Oh, nice, Georgie. I want the Windrunner one. Yeah, everything will be on YouTube. And then on Sunday, I'm doing an American Everything Explained. That's going to be at 10 p.m. And then, let's see. On Monday, it's going to be a Q&A with chat. That's probably, I think that's at 4 p.m. Q&A with chat. That means that we're going to do like 2, 3, or 4 hours or something with you guys asking questions. And then, yeah, literally, I will just pick a question I like and answer it. Stop the timer. Timer doesn't matter that much. Quap Arcana is probably not even safe for stream. Didn't know you were doing an American one. Well, there's probably going to be different things, because this isn't when you're doing something like a 6 or 7 hour video. It's very, very hard to plan out your content, and it ends up being pretty worth probably watching both of them too, because you're going to be explaining things differently or thinking about things differently. So and it's also going to be a caster. And then on Tuesday the 16th, we're going to continue, not sure which one, but we're continuing one of them and doing everything explained in maps. So that's going to be just like how to cope with like resists from Katava, how to get items early on, everything like that. And then I think Tuesday is my last stream. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm probably not streaming. It's actually really scary, because as a streamer, you shouldn't take any days off. But I'm taking Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday off just to make videos. Until league start, basically. Well, not Friday, you know what I mean. I'm taking Wednesday and Thursday off to yeah, make YouTube videos. So that's all. I basically, so a lot of people are like, hey, are you excited for Friday and starting your no sleep stuff? My no sleep stuff actually starts on Wednesday. So as soon as the patch notes come out, I start making like league starter guides. So I've usually done like some 20 to 30 hour sessions before league start even starts, because it's obviously a lot of time. What's your timelines is? Well, as soon as patch notes come out, I just stay awake. Thank you for the 6 months, and thank you for the 17 months, Holy Cashew. And then we're going hard on Friday. Hey, Amy, what's up? Right. Is this really not coming up? Okay, I'm gonna go bathroom. You quitting? No, I was just explaining. How is there any... Well, I'm confused. I'm just saying that I won't be streaming on Wednesday and Thursday, because I'll be preparing league start guides for you guys. No D&D? I'm not sure. I'll be right back. Oh. I love Area League. I'm banned? Couldn't you stream how you do those videos? I don't have time. Like for the league start stuff, like I don't have time. It's anything I do on stream, like the upcoming like new stuff, it takes so much longer to do anything like that on stream. And I have so little time. And we try to do so much. Because for those of you who have never seen my my league starter videos and stuff, I generally do the do I have a quick example that I can show? Everything essence train. I do everything like this. So here's your first 10 points, here's your next 20 points, here's your next 32 points, and then we usually have like between 2 to 6 item gear sets, loads of notes. Maliki writes these. There's like a lot of us working on these and like different like socket groups and stuff, to make it a lot easier for new players to not get stuck and like to figure things out easier. And this is actually inspired by Lyric, because Lyric said he wished that guides would be like more beginner friendly and literally tell him where the gems were that you needed to buy. So we put that in there. Let's see. Still no bubbling. Transmutes. Never saw a guide better than yours. Thanks. And like we're pretty lucky now because like they're the most watched. We get the most watch time on League launch out of like all the guides and stuff, which is awesome. You know what? I'm feeling the axe notes. I'm actually just gonna go for all the axe notes. I can't be bothered doing impale while leveling. Guess I'll just go down here. Doesn't matter. Chris GGG donated $5. I told you what would happen if you didn't send those photos I wanted. Enjoy your ban, kid. Scamphil, thank you for the 6 months in a row. Ludin, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Let's see. What was I doing? Throw one more. Gotta hope. Panicked isn't bad. I don't like it because it can be in one-shot range then, but yeah. Ice shot build. I have done ice shot as a league starter, or not as a league starter, but as like a SSF thing once. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's just not. I hate starting with bows, dude. I always will try to do bows as the second character or something I transition into. I don't think I've ever had a more miserable experience than like starting with bows. Just curious, do you get money for those 5-hour videos on YouTube? Yeah, so that's what I was talking about a little bit at the start. I was very, very like proud and surprised. The last Everything Explained is a 6-hour video and it has 200,000 views on it. And obviously we do put ads in it as well. And I think it makes something like $200 or something. It's pretty great. Like, it has a crazy high watch time. Hey, $200 is great from YouTube. It's a lot harder to monetize YouTube than it is to monetize Twitch. Because on Twitch, well, I think there is something like Twitch, like Twitch subs on YouTube too, but I haven't turned it on. I don't even know how to turn it on. But I just monetize my YouTube through ads, and then yeah, like the editor gets the majority of the money at the moment, and then I monetize better through Twitch. Why bows do bad league starts? Well, so first of all, they're weapons, but on top of that, it's incredibly hard on bows to get enough life and damage while leveling. I feel like even on softcore, because like nobody enjoys like dying over and over again on softcore, right? So I feel like on bows, you just need to sacrifice so much life to get enough damage. And then you're like, cool, I'm a glass cannon with the little damage now. I honestly feel like that's a lot of the story. And like, you can do it, but it doesn't feel good in my opinion. Hey Baker, what's up? Transition into cycloning, so should I do that? Well, I think Earthquake's going to be incredibly popular this league. Hey, Sinal. So a glass pistol? More like a glass water cannon. You have no tank and you're shooting water. Let's see, we can also switch to Ancestral War Tube now because we're level 28. I should have rubbed the waypoint. Yeah, my filter is always available on exclamation mark filter. I was thinking for like next time, maybe even this time, but I was, oh, I'm in there. I was thinking for next time, I could get like guest speakers for the university stuff. It's actually a carve that inspired me. Bladestorm is really nice as well. I kind of prefer Bladestorm actually. I think we're going to switch to that just for this. Bladestorm's great because it just really, really, and I probably should have had Blood and Sand thing. It's probably the most hybrid skill. I wonder what they're going to do with that to not make it a Bloodstorm or a Bladestorm league. I just feel like it's so, what's the word I'm looking for? Versatile? Like it does really good clear and really good single target. Bladestorm is cheating, too good? Yeah, but for this we just want to like go through fast. This isn't like a particular build guide anyway, it's more about the ideas and stuff. Did I get the skill point? Yes, I did. I always forget. Also remember that you can do this /passives. Now, this won't show you what you're missing properly unless you know what you're looking for until you kill Kitava. Once you've killed Kitava and you write /passives, then it'll like show you, for example, Dweller of the Deep, 0. No, my league starter guides are going to be 200, but this isn't like a build guide. Volkowski. Yeah, so somebody mentioned I want the Z DPS league again. We do a you know what? Maybe I just drop Warbanner completely. I'm too lazy, especially while doing a video like this and explaining. I do private leagues every single league, and we're gonna do one this league as well for sure. And I'm actually working on trying to get more events and stuff. I've approached a few companies, seeing if they want to sponsor events. So I'm trying to work on that at the moment. And that would be really cool because I'm trying to get more, like one of my goals for Path of Exile is to try to get the prize pools at least like regularly in like the 15 to 30,000 bracket. And then within 2 years I want to see like $100,000 tournaments for Path of Exile. That's like one of my goals. That's what I'm like trying. So I'm talking to 2 different companies at the moment about getting like more support. And obviously Method has done a lot as well with like casting. Like casting events is like fairly expensive, and then price pools. But that's like things I'm working on at the moment off stream. So whenever you're using Bladestorm and you want to like do the bosses part, then you switch to feels so weird without fancy charges. You're just so slow. You switch to the blood mode if you've never used Bladestorm before. Then it does a lot more single target damage. Which league will you play next season? Solo, self-fun, hardcore. And I'm gonna try really hard to stay SSF hardcore the entire league. It's something I've never done before. Wait, did I forget the war chief? Oh, I did. That would have been nice. And I forgot to give all double strength. Forgetting a lot of things. But yeah, I'm gonna try to stay SSF hardcore the whole league because I regretted a bit moving off SSF hardcore in Delirium. So we're gonna see. It like gives you some like natural goals and stuff, which is really nice, and that I quite like. Holy Grail challenge. Yeah, maybe stuff like that. Like there's a lot of like fun things you can do that are harder to do on Trade League and set goals around. Alright, let's see. Just need some more damage. I've taken way too much life. I usually have 800 life for Malachi. Poor Dominus. Now, especially if you're like scared, generally if you move like this, he doesn't actually hit you. Like I told you when we were doing Brutus, like moving clockwise or counterclockwise, just in a consistent circle, makes you very safe against a lot of the bosses in Path of Exile. There, get some more alts, and then we're gonna go grab War Chief. Yeah, we can replace that. Don't be bothered even transmuting that. There we go, that's what we want. Might as well aug it. There, now I have a panicked and a bubbling. That makes us incredibly safe for boss fights. Really, really strong. Is there a particular reason, besides preference, that you don't do Team League start racing anymore? So especially in Trade League, there's a lot of issues with it. A lot of people don't have teams. So what ended up happening more and more is that it would be 2 or 3 teams versus each other, and when they die, they would stop. So the last like 20% of the race would just be like one team bashing others, right? So I think we won like the last 3 or 4 team races. And the beauty of like SSF Hardcore is that you're your own team. And another reason why it was so hard to get teams together is that in Trade League you would need a trader. You would need somebody to buy and sell things for you to compete. Now, if everyone had like an agreement not to do that, that would be a lot easier to set up teams. I remember one that you didn't win. Which one? Oh, the main method team race? Yeah. Yeah, I think we lost that. But like league starts, we won most of them. Right, what was I gonna do? I wanted War Chief when you died to Herald. I remember that. That was embarrassing. War Chief, and I'm gonna get, well, Double Strike too. Well, Ancestral War Chief isn't bad as well. You know, I don't really have links for Val Double Strike, so I'm actually gonna do that. If I had a nice 3 link to put Val Double Strike in, that is insanely nice single target. Since I don't, I'm actually gonna use the Val Orb on this, trying to get Val Ancestral War Chief. I didn't get it, but at least then I wouldn't have to like change my socket groups around at all. Oh, and the fist crafting. Let's do that now too. Now, that is harder right now because I don't have a Regal Orb. Now, in Delirium, it was very easy to get Regal Orbs, especially if you were doing Delirium in every single league mechanic. In every area. However, we don't have any Regals. I don't know how likely it's going to be to get Regals in the new league mechanic either. So, we got to be a little bit more creative. First of all, we got to get some nice spaces. I'm trying to think what's the current best ag space. 29 is not terrible. I'd rather do like slightly higher, and it doesn't have that high attack speed. I think I'm gonna wait because we're getting, I think there's a 31 or 32. So let's see. I'm just gonna look up PoE Axis. I do this a lot, especially early on. And then you just look next base Spectral Axe 33. So we're gonna wait until we find Spectral Axes. How do you think they will buff 200s? Well, they've already talked a lot about the buffs they're doing to 200s. So like turning them into slam skills, 200 specific skills that they've been doing and stuff, like they all look very, very nice. And the fact that they're like making it more about per hit, so it seems very, very anti-Cyclone. So people who like love Cyclone are probably gonna be like, oh, okay, thanks. But you know, I think it's healthy for the game if we have a league where Cyclone isn't like the #1 spam thing. I think that's gonna be really cool. And Earthquake definitely, like Earthquake, Ice Crush, stuff like that definitely deserves some love. And those differences could make it so like you don't spam dual wield as much as you used to on most skills, if the slam skills are like super strong. So I could see myself league starting on Earthquake. Let's see, so we get a guaranteed unique here. Podgesh. Alright, let's see. And we got some essences, which is nice. Did I get any contempts? No, we have no contempts. Normally, I would have a contempt by now, even just from like the normal game. Facebreaker Earthquake? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of really... Yeah, Facebreaker's going to be really good. Let's see. So the axe I'm looking for can already drop, and the vendor can sell it. I think? No, vendor is 1 level above, so they can sell it yet. Remember that vendors change what they're selling every time you level. Probably going to be a cyclone thing, though maybe. It might still be one. Why are Facebreaker good? There's just so many sources in the game now of flat physical. So it's so strong. Ideally, like boarding axe, and then I can't remember what the nightmare boarding axe is called. But they're really good. Because they have 1.5 attack speed. Okay, so we're identifying this, hoping for life and resist. You know what? I'm just gonna vendor those. I don't want to switch off those. I think that's not an improvement. Now, at this point, we're getting to the point where you want to start looking for suffixes and stuff on your items. So then you go to user interface and turn on advanced mod descriptions. And what that does is it lets you see if something is suffixes or prefixes. So this one is actually better than the ring we're currently using because it has an open suffix. So I can... Like, this one doesn't have that, and I don't need the dex. So now I can go craft fire resist on this for a transmute. And we can throw an alchemy on my helmet too. It's a 4-link, we're definitely going to use it. We didn't get an open suffix or resist, so that's garbage. Not what we wanted at all. We can keep that. Definitely want a new amulet at some point. We're going to throw that. We don't want to waste alchemies right now, because we should be fine just doing this. But you can get a lot of resist this way, and that's why you want a lot of transmutes early. And then, if you were very worried about resist, you would take a Lyra, then you would be like 50 already, and you can fairly easily be resist kept soon. To have, like, you just gotta, because you, as long as you find open suffix on things, you can just craft what you want. So, I can use 1 alchemy here to craft cold res. And it's also interesting and important to note, especially if this is your 2nd or 3rd character in the league and you're crafting things for a low level character, this is the new level requirement of the item. So, for example, if I got a little bit sloppy and maybe like forgot and put this on it, 48, then I wouldn't be able to use it until level 48. Chaos Res is not relevant while leveling. It level 7 and 8 starts having some chaos damage in it, but it's so little, and the game doesn't really expect you to have a lot of chaos resist, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yeah, I'll build my own hideout at some point for Harvest. I'll do something like Farm Will League kind of thing. As far as sending, I'm sure people are already starting to think like, when is he gonna ascend? Cause I'm already level 31. I normally ascend when I get to Crystal Veins is when I normally ascend. That like gives you like a nice pace through the lab and you don't lose much time. You'll also notice a lot of racers will skip a lot of skill points. Oh, scary music. We'll skip a lot of skill points while racing. Tai, are you still here? But you'll notice a lot of racers will skip skill points while racing, even on League Start and early on, even though they will have to do those later. And don't know if most racers would agree to this, but I would say that most times that people skip skill points early on in a League Start is just to stay in the lights longer. It's not necessarily because it's better to go back and do the skill point faster. There are like some exceptions, like for example, like the prison trial can be faster to go back for when you have leap slam. But the fact that you're getting both XP and you're already like fairly fast, you're not realistically saving much time. And the skill points are going to give you speed anyway. So there's no like crazy... Unless it's a limited time race, obviously, but at League Start, then most of the time, people are just skipping it to keep their name in the lights. That's what I do too. Like, if I'm skipping it at a League Start, it's usually because I'm rank 1. Or want to be rank 1, because it looks cool. Hey, we got a rare spectral axe. This is great. Because we were going to alch one of these anyway. So what we're hoping for now is flat fist damage, percentage fist damage, and then an open prefix. We got none of those, and it's garbage. I do have Chaos Orbs, and we can be a little bit greedy during this run, just to give some examples. I would normally never recommend, I would not recommend, like, rolling with Chaos while leveling. That's only if you're, like, super desperate. You should not do that. Let's get one level before we leave so the vendors reset. One Chaos, one hurt, yeah. It's a very, very quick hole to get dragged into, and you generally don't need it. But what I want to do is show the quick power spike that getting the percentage flat fist gives you, because it's huge. What means prefix and what does suffix? So Path of Exile items have 6 affixes. Affixes just means stats. So if you look at this blue item, right, that has 1 prefix. It has serrated broad axe. Serrated means that it has the fist damage, and then yeah, you have like 3 stats that are prefixes and 3 stats that are suffixes. So it's like the before and after the name. No, I literally mean like skipping, as in not doing it until you're in like Itenkitava. Right, let's see. Let's just ID those for alts. Actually, I need transmutes more, honestly. Now we're checking for axis. Right, so we got... Oh, and I really don't have transmutes. We can buy this for an alt, even though I shouldn't. And well, I'll just scour them, and then I'll throw some essences on them. So I'm going to use a suffix essence. That gives us a bigger chance that... So accuracy is the suffix, and all the weapon damage fist things that I want are prefixes. And if you have a lot of whetstones at this point, it's not terrible to throw inequality of them if you have like 12 or something. So I'll throw that on. I didn't get any of the things I wanted. Again, I'll throw a fair on, even though that is a prefix. I don't have a suffix essence. And this is pretty much jackpot of what you want for during leveling. And like you can get better than this, but this is great because it has percentage fizz, and it also has an open prefix. And I want to show you why that's so strong. I can't remember if it's transmutes or alts we need for this, so we might need to like sell some more blues and stuff to get it. This is hybrid, which is, I guess I might as well explain it now. So a lot of people are like, why can you craft physical damage when you already have physical damage on your weapon? Well, the reason for that is that on fist damage rolls, there's something called hybrid, pure, and flat. So the hybrid roll, let's see, I can open... I don't have the mod website here. I can open and show you real quick. Let's see. So if you look here, you have the pure rolls, right? This starts at heavy being the lowest with 40 to 49. Here's the item level needed for the item to be able to roll this. So seeing as we're like 35 almost. We actually can't roll this. We're like 1 level below rolling this, I think. But the highest you could get close to my level is 85 to 109 as a pure roll. And the highest you can get in the game is up to 179 currently. Then you have the hybrid roll. This goes only up to 75 to 79, with the lowest being as little as 15 to 19. But you could have Squire at the same time as you have heavy. And the reason why you don't necessarily want to do the rustic sash recipe right now is because now I can get both flat physical and the other one at the same time. Oh, the flat fizz one is actually from level 16. And this gives a very, very big damage boost. So what I want to do now is I want to get 4 transmutes. And then on this, I would want to get like... I'm just gonna... This is why you never chaos craft. So like this is another example. So like this is like something that would be way better than what you need for leveling. Even if all they had was like 60% fizz or using the rustic sash recipe, that's completely fine for most of the leveling. You want to start looking at something like this once you're at level like maybe before Kitava or maybe Night 6 or 7. But yeah, like it is a massive boost once you can get something with 2. So both of these, we are gonna like now try to like pick up a lot of blues because we need 8 transmutes. That's why you do want to be a little bit more like you want so many. I ID'd way too many things and got way too many else. Like I don't need this many alterations. You want way more transmutes. Debating new players into playing melee again. So I'm doing a caster everything explained on Sunday as well. And this isn't like necessarily just about the builds. It's gonna be loads of generic tips for like melee, for playing the game, for survival in general. As far as resistance stuff goes now, I have 36, 64, 38. And you definitely do want to start like trying to get at least items that have open suffixes so you can craft resist on your items, because now you want to start getting resist cap even without like crazy league mods. And it's like it's starting to matter. And like there might be loads of useful things in Harvest, both in the form of crafts. Also, we might as well do this. I'm missing a lot of all skills right now. Leveling melee on first day and SSF. So it's actually not that bad leveling melee compared to ranged. A lot of racers do it and have been doing it. Like for example, Al Kaiser is a really good player known for playing melee in Star League. Obviously, something like this is more challenging than playing a spellcaster build, because like I mentioned earlier, that the spellcasters will scale a lot easier and better, and they will scale like even if say you're a completely new player and you don't realize like what to get on a weapon, the spellcasters will get so much more from over leveling than a melee player will, because your power as a melee player isn't really going to increase at all unless you actually get a weapon. Very little. Toxic Rain? Yeah, Toxic Rain is a great league starter. And Caustic Arrow. Toxic and Caustic is definitely the best bow starters, but even on those, you end up being very low in life. So I feel like bow is just generally a horrible starter at the moment. So hard to get life. Yeah, they bring their own added damage with levels. And they have started doing this with melee as well, but they don't do a shit ton of it. I guess they want them to have their own separate identities where weapons are scaled off. You know, weapons. Or like melee skills to scale off weapons. Also, as far as like doing like league mechanics, like for example, we passed by a Delve Soulfight thing. I don't usually bother doing this until like Act 8 or 9. Then it's worth doing. Can you explain how to evaluate prices? No, that's a fucking nightmare. I wouldn't know where to start. No, Winter Orb's in a bad spot. Winter Orb right now is one of the best skills in the game if you have 100 plus X. Sometimes 200. But on a budget, like 80X or below, which isn't even budget, like that's an insane amount of currency. It's very hard to get working. And most things are better with the same budget. But once you get like a headhunter and some crazy stuff, then it can be hard to beat Winter Orb again. But it is not in a good spot for cheaper builds. Artisan Shrines, really good while leveling. And do remember, especially when you get into maps, you can roll strongboxes. A lot of players don't realize that you can roll them with currency. But a white strongbox, you can transmute it and you can use alterations on it. So for example, on Diviner strongboxes, Arcanist strongboxes, or Cartographer strongboxes, these are the ones that it's worth it on. Yeah, like if you want to play melee, like the reason I'm doing and everything explained, right? It's not necessarily because melee is amazing and great for leveling. It's because melee is getting a lot of buffs right now, and there are a lot of players that are going to want to play melee. So if they really want to play melee, then I want to try to make sure that they're as prepared as they can be. So yeah, just to make it easier. Yeah, I would use a 4-link body armor right now with the 4 reds. That would be a nice single target increase for my war chief. And like, we probably want to replace our... It's actually a bit annoying to use these boots. I would say it's a lot easier to resist cap without them, because at the end of the day, right? Like, the freeze immune dude doesn't matter that much for most things. All that does is like peace of mind when opening chests, which is great. However, like they don't give life or resist, so like replacing my boots early on would probably be nice. Even though like for like speed running sake, like they're pretty unbeatable. Melee Senpai. Yeah, and we'll be doing a caster one soon too. I mean, yeah, let's do that. So I switched that back out with an iron. Oh, never mind. It has so much fizz already. I thought it had. It's slightly more resist, but so much less fizz. And I want a lot of fizz while leveling. And I need to stop identifying things. That's what I need to do right now. Is to just. I just need to get transmutes. That's what we're missing. Yeah, I don't have anything. I don't know if the league mechanic is going to be giving that. We can try ascending now without good weapons. Is it true that the first 4 watchstones are the hardest to get? No. That is not true. First 4 watchstones are incredibly easy to get. SSF hardcore. That's what I'm doing. First level 100. Whenever Steel Mage and Noogie are both like planning on moving to Belfast for a bit to try living here and see what it's like and get away from home a little bit, stuff like that. Try it out. And when Steel lives closer and stuff, like maybe we'll do like a bunch of us, like me, Noogie, Steel, and do a Greed League. Whoever's up for it basically. And in Greed League, what that means is, well, I've done it a few times before, and it's similar to what Empyrean does and stuff, if you're familiar with him. And like I've done it a few times solo, but I've never done it in a group. So for example, one league where I just try to make currency, right? And I've done that before. Like I had one league where I made 5 mirrors in 8 days, and then I just went on a crazy crafting spree. And then another league where I made, what was my goal? 5,000 exalts or something, and that took like a week and a half. Also remember to always pick up like recipes, you see. Dab Dog, thank you for the 19 months, dude. Oh, and Baker, thanks so much for the raid. I missed that. Sorry, and thank you. Alerts are off at the moment. What does the respect the streamer and disrespect the streamer do? They waste 50,000 points. Can someone explain to me what is the fun of having a lot of exalts? Nothing. That's why you'll generally see, you'll see a lot of people comment like, Zizaran, you're so broke. Because most of the currency I keep lately will be in items, unless I have like a goal of making exalts, right? And most leagues, I will have like 300 to 1,000 exalts worth of gear on my character lying around. Preferably, like I probably have like 1.2k exalts in all my gear just lying around on Delirium Hardcore right now. Whereas I think I only have like 30 or 50 exalts. Because there's not a massive reason to have like liquid currency other than to flex. Unless you're saving up for something. Yeah, XGC. XGC, yeah, it works. And like, it's definitely fun having goals like that. How did you make 5 mirrors? That sounds crazy. So that's one of the big benefits to playing on hardcore. So that was a league called Legacy League. And in Legacy League, Ubrid series was incredibly rippy. So rippy, in fact, that I was the only person in the first, I think in the first month, I was the only person that had Ubrid series on farm. So one Azerius Disfavor was selling for 800 chaos. And on hardcore, the economy is very different because there's no bots and stuff. So mirrors, exalts and stuff are a lot cheaper. Part of that is because a lot of the bots are throwing out... also, I'm gonna like just AFK a little bit here while explaining. A lot of the bots are churning out chaos recipe and stuff like that. So the softcore economy is incredibly different to softcore. So basically every 2 disfavors I farmed on hardcore was 1 mirror. And one of the nicest things about hardcore is any boss farming is always profitable. Even when you get like the worst drop, it's pretty much always profitable. Except like murderous boots from Shaper. Anyway, the reason I stopped attacking is I wanted to show like how to survive a little bit more against Zizaran. So something you'll sometimes notice what I do on League Start with particularly Uber Lab is I will ask, is he hammer today? Because during when he's a hammer, you cannot die. Once you start getting a bit comfortable with him. The scariest thing when he's hammer would probably be gargoyles or the charges that speed him up, right? Because when he's slow like this and there's nothing speeding him up, then it's incredibly easy to dodge. And you see the slam, it's incredibly slow. So again, same as Brutus. Like for all his like actual dangerous mechanics, then you can just like hit once and move around, right? And then you're only gonna get hit by some like default auto attacks, but aren't gonna one-shot you. And you're not gonna get hit by any of like the crazy big mechanics, like the burst that generally get hit by when people get a bit cocky and start attacking multiple times in a row. But if you really want to take it safe, I will very happily do like even Uberlab with like 3.5, 4k life. I've done a few times. Depends how like high damage my build feels too. But it feels really, really good when he is the hammer stage. And then another quick tip as well is that lab traps are usually more dangerous the slower you go. The reason for that is because they only have like that big surface area, right? So if you're going super fast through them, you have enough HP, like their percentage-based damage, they can't kill you in time. So a lot of the time, if you're ever watching like YouTube compilations of people dying and stuff like that, it's a lot of the time they're like panicking and they're moving back and forth in traps and like ending up trailing the trap. Whereas you, especially with a Quicksilver, run straight through them, 90% of the time you're safe. There are 2 trap sequences that can be really dangerous, even if you're blasting through them. Yeah, I look at PoE lab sometimes, but not right now. Like, every lab is like incredibly like self-explanatory. And River Deep, thank you for the 28-month resub. But that's why, and it looks very impressive when you're new to running lab and stuff, right? I remember my first times in lab and I was going super slow. I was so scared. And it does look like crazy when you see an experienced player just running through it. If you're yourself or like running through like, oh, there's the trap. Oh. Right? Then it looks crazy. But it is actually a lot safer. Yeah, it's always top right pretty much. And somebody asked, what build was I farming Uber's area with? So I was using an amulet called Gluttony of Elements. And I was using Animate Weapon. And I was basically immortal. As long as you don't fuck up. It's like, you have to... I call it well-executed immortality. And what that means is Gluttony of Elements makes that all elemental damage heals you instead of doing damage to you while you have that up. However, Anime Weapon only lasted like 70 or 80 seconds with that build. So I would actually have to log out, and I would, during that league, you could force breaches to appear inside Aziri. So what I would do is I would literally force 2 or 3 breaches to appear inside Aziri. I would go to Aziri and I would do stage 1, and then I would log out, fill up my Val Souls again, and go back in and finish her. So I would like have to log out at least once. And like people were buying the challenges that league, so people were paying like 30 to 40 C for the challenge, and I was the only one doing it. Val Breach doesn't give souls. But yeah, it was incredible. And then I remember there was a few other people that tried to farm it that late. I think Dan was doing uni or something then. And then I had Shinra was like my main competition for a while, and Shinra died on like the 1st or 2nd kill, and I was like, yeah, because that just like made me have a lot more of a monopoly on it, right? Which is like crazy money. Now for the first enchant, I don't give a shit. I don't bother putting it on anything. It doesn't matter, right? Like if I put this on now, I'm probably not going to give something that's worth it. This is a great endgame enchant for like CI builds. So it doesn't matter. I like most of the time I'll skip the first enchant. But ascending, I take arena challenger as gladiator. It's so you'll see a huge power spike now from me going faster. You know what? I can just take this. Is chance to bleed too? No, they removed that, right? They've changed so much in melee. Why CI only? Well, it just gives you consecrated ground. I think Word of Light is still consecrated ground, and it doesn't really matter for anything else. It's like very rarely I ever care about that. It doesn't matter at all. Why did I just like... I'm terrible at getting transmutes. You see this shit? Now, seeing as we're only 1 transmute off, if you're good with picking up a lot of other stuff, you can buy transmutes for portal scrolls as well. This is W split. Yeah, Molten Strike should be pretty interesting next thing. So we're gonna look at which one here I want to use. That one is Cold Rest. That's higher fizz. So we're also gonna like chrome it a little bit to at least get 2 reds. And then we'll replace that one. Here. Not sure what you mean, Mindflay. It feels so aimless, PoE? What do you mean? Let's see. Right, so we're going to craft physical. So like I said, this already has percentage fizz, so we're going to craft the flat fizz. And you'll see the current damage on my axe that I'm using is 30 to 53, right? This is 43 to 72, which is already an upgrade, and they already have like pretty much the same attack speed. So no matter what I'm doing, this is already an upgrade. I was playing it and it just feels aimless. Nothing is explained. That's why I try to do so many guides and stuff. It's just an ARPG. Yep. That is what it is. That is what it is. And it is like, you do make a good point. It depends a little bit on what kind of games you want. I'd say PoE is a little bit more sandboxy. Like, there is a help menu. I don't know if you've read through... Did you read through all of this? Like, it does help quite a lot. Play league. What's the aim of the league? So you make your own goals, right? It's a bit of a sandboxy thing. I don't know if you like games like Kenshi or stuff like that. But it's all your own league goals, right? Like, some people will want to get to level 100. And some people will want to kill certain bosses. So it's a bit more of a sandboxy game. And not everybody likes that. Some people want killing Awakener 8 is a goal. It's not for a lot of people. Like, there's shit ton of people in chat right now who don't give a fuck about killing Awakener 8. There's no certain goal in this game. There's no like finishing Path of Exile. That's completely independent. For some people, that's killing Cirrus. For some people, it's getting level 100. For most people, 90%, 98% of the game, fucking around, having fun, and making some builds. The entire point of the game is just grinding, making a character, and grinding. That's all it is. Like, are you one of the people that like playing Minecraft and just digging at a wall? You're probably gonna like Path of Exile, right? But it's not the same kind of like goal-oriented as a lot of other games, for sure. Right, so now you see that it gets a very, very big damage increase and is now 54 to 91. Now, obviously, this is going to be even bigger. Swiper, thank you for the 19 months. Choose what to craft on the highest level melee weapon you can use at the moment. No. I generally prefer the higher attack speed bases. They're normally better. Ban this dude? Well, he's probably just used to a lot of different communities, right? Like, he did say in chat he's a League of Legends player. And the communities there are a lot more toxic. It's not Discon. Oh, and Louvely, thanks so much for the $30 donation. Really appreciate that. Sorry, alerts are off right now because I'm trying to make it better for YouTube. But thanks so much. Really appreciate that. Flat Fizz and Percentage Fizz be on that axe. So just on their own, Flat Fizz and Percentage Fizz can be like almost the same. No, I actually think this, like, before it was levels, but I think right now it's always an upgrade. So I'm going to switch to this too now, because I am level 33. Yeah, I'm 34. But ideally, we want to get Flat Fizz on this one too, so I need more transmutes, basically. There, so these are just straight up upgrades. What is this toxic dude in chat? Well, most people like that just want attention. And you are all giving it to him. But it's okay. I mean, I generally reply to everyone in my chat. But like, the number one thing about both Dota and League of Legends have in common is no Dota or League of Legends player is ever going to recommend that you should play Dota or League of Legends. Every single player is going to say, no, stay the fuck away, right? Because nobody that plays that game enjoys it. Like, I'm a Dota player. The only reason I play Dota, it's like we're atoning for our sins, right? We have done some terrible fucking things and we deserve punishment. It is modern day self-flagellation, right? Everyone who plays those games fucking hate themselves. Me included, right? Like, I don't play Dota because I enjoy it. I'll get some fucking, I'll get 2 or 3 fucking people that won't even speak to me because they don't speak English. And that's frustrating, right? Because then you have a language barrier. I'll get some fucking like Scandinavian dude who's just having like, he's just had 3 tilters in a row. So he's just screaming down the microphone. And then like you have some French guy who's like tilted for no reason. And just like, yeah, nobody is enjoying it, right? But we have to do it. Aren't you a Scandinavian dude? Yes? The higher up the ladder you get, the worst type of people you get into. Yep! Oh, I'm lagging again. Do you think Azirius' favor will be the best weapon? Or is it going to be Starforge? No. The best weapons are always going to be rares. I can't think of any weapon that has ever been actual best in slot. I mean, with the exception of like cost sprays and stuff like that, like PoE is not? Yeah, no, it's PoE does not explain itself. It is definitely more of an open-ended sandbox game. It's actually very confusing for most people, and like I know a lot of people are flaming him and think he's wrong, but he's actually right on a lot of points. He's just not he's maybe not like saying it in a nice way or what people want to hear, but PoE is like very bad at explaining what it should do, and that's what prompted me to make, for example, the what do you do when you get to maps video, which was very popular. Yeah, I'm using Vulcan, I think. Yeah, Tarkida I do. It's just that type of game. Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, every MOBA is always going to be more toxic than any other game. And the reason for that is because if something bad happens in Path of Exile, right? And it's your fault, you're not going to blame yourself, but you also aren't going to blame any teammates because it's too laggy to play with other people. So you're going to blame grinding your games and you're going to blame the game itself, right? Oh, I lagged, or oh no, the game bugged out and deleted my item that I sold to the vendor, right? Whereas in a MOBA, you are going to say, oh, I didn't see that there were 3 enemies on the mid and I ran it down mid and died. Well, that guy that like wouldn't let me like pick the hero I wanted, that's that guy's fault. Fuck that guy. That's why we're losing, right? And that's why those games are so toxic, because you're going to blame other people. Whereas in Path of Exile, there's no reason for you to blame other people. You're going to blame the game. And like, as gamers, we're never going to blame ourselves. Right? Hello, Losomo. Especially a competitive game? Yeah. Right. So, I'm lagging really bad. I'm not sure why. Hold on, just texting my ISP. Oh, hello, Cal. Right, so, a little bit here on like what to do, and this is a very like classical point of where you would get underleveled. So a lot of people, especially if you go Grand Arena and then all the way to the resto, you can very, very quickly get underleveled there. So what most people will do is they'll get to Grand Arena and then go straight to Come Stronghold, because then you're getting more XP in the other zones. And then once you're done with that, then I do come first. Thanks, Zizaran. Let's see. What did I want? I'll just take these for now. Why not? They used to be so much better. I'm like this. This isn't like a build I would like follow, especially not in Harvest, Everything is going to be changed. I don't even know. So at the moment, Gladiator is like the #1 thing, and like look how fast I am, right? At this point, I definitely don't want to change to 2 mana flask, but look how fast it is because of the charges. Like it's incredibly nice feeling. Oh my god, so laggy. Let's see, one sec. Several spikes now. But yeah, Gladiator's so strong right now, both because of the bleed explosion later and because of the Gladiator charges. However, with the shouts, I think a Warcry Berserker is going to be insane. Is this texting his ISP? Yeah, they usually like open up my stream and see what's wrong. Gladiator charges give you a shit ton of speed. I'll show them in a sec. Nice music. Yeah, this is Path of Exile music. You can text your ISP. Yeah. I have like a private business ISP and they'll like open up my stream and check. They are going to be going, can't remember what the company is. It's like a smaller company. And they're going to be making like a public, like for like a personal internet thing too. But right now it's like mostly like a business line. And then they're like changing. But yeah, they're really good. No, I haven't linked to my PC setup yet. I need to do that. Do you have 2 connections for guaranteed uptime? No, but I should. But I don't. Let's see. With his own health test? Yeah, it's great. I mean, I had a really good... Like, so the worst ISP I've ever had has been Virgin Media. And then the best until now, like the one I had before this, was BT. And BT was great. You want me to add it to your list, lol? What list? No problem, Elky. Alright, I think I'm just gonna ban this guy. Oh, I just banned Elky by accident. Alright, that guy was getting annoying. Of stuff you need to do? Wait, what do I need to do? Sorry, Elky, you got banned. You might have to refresh stream. Instead of Virgin Media, have you tried Chad Media? No. What build are you playing now? It doesn't matter. It's just a Bladestorm build. The build doesn't matter at all. That's not the point of this. Right, let's see. Let's get some more damage. Now, normally I would aim for having 800 life. Why is your Ancestral Warchief corrupted? Like I said earlier, when I did it, I tried to get it to be Vault Ancestral Warchief. But yeah, sorry. So my good experience with BT, I was having like, I had so many bad experiences with Virgin. Like their customer support's the worst I've ever experienced. But then when I switched to BT, I was getting DDoSed one time. Because somebody had found my address through Skype, my IP, and started DDoSing me. And BT were great. And then when I told them that I was streaming, they were like, do you stream on Twitch or YouTube? And I was like, I just thought, oh, the most beautiful words I've ever heard customer support say to me, dude. Sorry, Elky. We'll pick up those clubs. They're not like great socket wise, but they've ruled out Mixer by support. Well, I mean, there's 13 people streaming there, so the chance that I would be like one of those. Let's see. Shackle boots, strap boots. We're gonna pick up all the boots because I do want to replace mine. So yeah, the goal of today is to at least get to like either Blood Aqueduct or Kitava. It doesn't really matter which one we stop at. Because the Blood Aqueduct part is like literally just gonna be Depends on the league, but either farming Blood Aqueduct or Harbor Bridge. Depends a little bit on the league mechanic. Sometimes Harbor Bridge has been better, other times Blood Aqueduct for Tabitha. Harbor Bridge is generally better to farm, but Blood Aqueduct has the humility card. But the drop rate's been nerfed quite a lot now, so it's not that great. The crit stuff would be a great, I think it's on Monday or, I think it's Monday or Tuesday. I have a Q&A session. So I would say like, ask the crit question then, because that's something I would need to elaborate on quite a lot. So I'm gonna go P. One sec. What else don't I need? There, pick that up, see if we can get a second instant. How can one get better at knowing what trash to pick up and what to vendor? Some items use more shards. Well, we never care about what's giving most shards. Right now, like I said, I'm gonna ID these three because I'm trying to get better gloves, and I'm trying to get better... if that had an open suffix, I would switch to them. I'm not going to bother doing anything with the colors and stuff when it's like that little of an upgrade. And here I was hoping for like movement speed and open suffix, which these do have. So I'm actually going to switch to those because they can give me more resist. Even though I lose the freeze immunity, I'd rather have that than the... yeah. And then the others, I'm going to vendor for transmutes because I need more transmutes to get on that. I need 4. And maybe no, it's like it's too hard to get by transmutes for TPs. Right, let's see. And I can ID this. That was a great upgrade, and this is a great example of like that's perfect, right? It's got an open suffix, so I can get resist on it, and it's got 54 life. This will take me all the way to maps pretty much, unless I find something better. But this is like, that's enough like not to care that much about another amulet. I'm gonna throw lightning rest on that. This is definitely worth putting an alchemy on. And then we have a decent amount of resist there. And then on my boots, I'm gonna throw fire res. I'm not gonna use an alchemy here because they're not that good, right? It's just 30 life, 20 movement speed, and a 4 link that I don't care about. So I'm throwing there. Now we're already at 50, 68, 57. This is pretty much fine, especially if you're in softcore. Do you maintain damage while leveling with only the rustic slash recipe? Until like 5 or 6, sure. Past then, you definitely want to hope that you get a regal or like something like this where you have like hybrid and fizz. Also, be right back. I've always wanted that. Sorry, I got excited. I'm verified on Twitter. Cool. What happened? I got verified on Twitter. That's so awesome for me for trying to arrange Path of Exile events. It makes it so much easier to contact sponsors and shit. That's taken fucking 4 years to try to get that. Ah, awesome. Makes it way easier. Thanks, Bertini. Logie, thank you for the Twitch Prime. And Maggle, thank you for gifting Elkie with a sub, and again, sorry for banning you. We're gonna switch to this. Ideally, I would want like just for a little extra damage, and we have energy steal from other sources. Ideally, if that had like an open suffix, that'd be great. Would pretty much be resist cap. Renault, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Right. Feels like so long ago that I've done melee. That's also part of why I wanted to do this, you know, because it's like so long ago. It's nice to get a little refresher. And I feel like doing it like this is sort of a nice way to organically do it without like preparing too much. And that like also like, I think it's really useful to make some mistakes while leveling. I think that's great. Retired Casual, thank you for the Twitch Prime. And Sammy Trailer, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Why aren't you playing Harvests? I don't know if there's anything on Alpha. And I'm not going to play... like I did mention like last time I played some on Alpha. I do that sometimes to like bug test and stuff like that and help out and give feedback. I'm probably not gonna do that this time. I'm just gonna go in blind. I'm probably gonna log on and try to like get some info to try to make guides better and stuff if I can, but we'll see. I'll ask them. Arena Challenger, 2% more attack and movement speed per Challenger charge. 25% chance to gain a Challenger charge when you hit a rare or unique enemy while in blood chance. Yeah, so like the reason it's so good, right? You get 10 Challenger charges, and they give you 2% more attacking cast speed. That's why it's so fast. That's why it's so incredibly fast. Because they multiply all your other attack speeds. Especially once you start getting weapons with actual attack speed. Zoom, zoom, dude. Zoom, zoom. I'm like permanently out of transmutes. So like, people joke a lot about the GGD testers, but like, there's so many people that work for GGD that have thousands of hours in the game. And like, it's especially comical in my opinion when people on Reddit bitch about like, people working for GGD not playing the game and stuff. Like, there's so many people from GGD. Like, they have several people that have like literally level 100 hardcore characters. I think Neon has like what, 7? Oh, actually, let's go get Mod Strike. I think Neon has like what, 7 level 100s or something like that. He used to like compete with Etup, right? And like play with him. So like they do have a lot of talented people working. But yeah, there's a lot of like things that like that aren't perfect and should be improved. But let's also think about how fast their cycles are. They should be slower. That'll make them less money though. So I can see why they wouldn't do that. But they probably should be slower. But yeah. We are going to continue. Cosme, thank you for the 6 months, dude. Let's see. I like using Lightning Golem, but I also never end up using it. This is something that can be nice. I'll just show it off. On Hardcore, especially if you're new, I would advise against using Golems. There's some particular cases, actually quite a lot of cases, where a Golem can get you killed. Softcore, don't worry about it. It's great, right? But Hardcore, I want to explain some things that can kill you with using a Lightning Golem, or any Golem. Incursions, if you go into an incursion in Act 7, you like appear in the room, and then everything in the room will start attacking your Golem. A lot of players, what happens is they will panic and then start moving, thinking, oh my god, I'm being killed. Do I not have invulnerability? You do have invulnerability, but your Golem doesn't. So everything attacks your Golem. Why ends up happening a lot is you're standing there, everything's attacking you, and you panic move, and you get hit by everything. Other things that can get you killed. Chain. That's like a problem with summoners in general. Chain on maps and stuff can get you killed. And then a lot of bosses can target your Golem instead of targeting you. So that's like a couple of things. I died exactly like this in the past. Yeah, I almost died to that. In Incursion League. That was like... Because I'm... Okay, so generally... this isn't like, I haven't always done this, but like, I'd say the last 2 years maybe, I've tried really, really hard to keep doing the league mechanic while competing on the ladder. Now, generally, this is a bad idea. And you'll see a lot of comments about races where people will be like, Omega lol, racers don't do the league mechanic. They skip everything and do white maps. And there is some truth to that, because league mechanics, especially in like, I'd say like 75, 77 maps, can scale really insanely. And when you don't always know what it does, especially early league, they can just end up one-shotting you. That's what cost me the Blight race, was doing the Blight mechanic. Part of me doing the Blight mechanic was also I was so fucking poor that I needed to. But yeah. So there's definitely some truth to it where it can be very, very beneficial to skip the league mechanic. Particularly in higher maps. Now obviously like Legion, I think pretty much everyone racing skipped Legion in like 79 plus maps, right? Because that was like a 73 Legion was the same as an 83 map. So if you were doing 83 Legions, that's some fucking next level content that the game had never seen before. I gotta be more careful with tests now that I don't have the freeze immunity. Bit of a problem with changing between freeze immunity and not as well. And this is the best base here, right? So Tomahawk, this is like 1.5 attacks per second as a base. And that will like make everything you have like Flat Fizz on rings and other things just scale better. And generally most people will go for high attack speed weapons. This is also going to be something that changes a little bit, especially with like slow two-handers. They're going to be really, really nice, I believe, in Harvest. Seems to be what they're trying to accomplish. Hopefully they manage that, because I think that would be cool, where slow weapons is going to feel like a good thing instead of a punishment and just a different playstyle. As you see, like everything's going pretty smoothly right now. We don't have any Val skills though, and Val skills definitely do like bring a lot to the table. Now here, there's a friend of mine from New Zealand that struggles a bit with this part, but literally you just move around very, very close to the boss clockwise and you are completely safe. Attack once and move, attack once and move, and then the things on the ground and stuff like that don't do much, and her beam can't kill you. This is also a bit like killing Moonlord in Terraria. There we go. Dude, I actually can't believe I got verified on Twitter today. That's so awesome. I wasn't expecting that. That wasn't necessary. Well, I think it's really, really important to be a little bit toxic towards your friends to like really show them you care. I think that's important. Did they tell you why you weren't getting verified before now? One time I got told I wasn't, didn't have enough followers, which I was like, what do you mean? And then I like showed them an example of somebody with like 300 followers getting verified, which got ignored. I was like, what do you mean? You're lying to me. How could you? Please give me a real reason. I'm real, I swear. You weren't verified before? Nope. Verified on Twitter is huge. Like, it makes it a lot easier to DM companies and stuff like that. Right, let's see. I also want to like actually like make this a weapon instead, because it's just so much stronger. Love Ash. Let's see. What was it I was doing? Oh, I'm getting these axe notes, and then I want to stay with axes for sure. Right. Do I have any essence? I've agreed. I still can't believe I haven't found a single contempt. You know what? I'm just going to use that alk, because these are prefixed essences, so it'll take up one of the salts and guarantee that that isn't fizz. One more. I'm being a little greedy here. One more, but it's such a nice base. Now the problem is you never ever during leveling, unless you have a wriggle, want to use like transmutes and alterations, and I usually save, especially on melee characters, a lot of my alterations. Wait, I should not be IDing this, except the amulets. They could be really nice. But we need more transmutes. But yeah, I try to save a lot of ults for crafting once I get to like around Blood Aqueduct. Yeah, it makes sense, well style. Dante, thank you for the 1 year. Oh, I have a new verified tab on Twitter now. That's so cool. Thanks, Katie. I'm excited. It's exciting for me. Could a VD Spellslinger Necro be a good league starter? So for anything about what's going to be good next league, I don't know yet. And that's why I'm like trying to mention it a lot too. Don't follow this build. It might not be good next league, right? And this isn't something I've planned out as a strong build. This is just a demonstration of I was like, yeah, I guess I'll do this. Oh, sure. Thank you for the 5 months. Because it's more about like teaching people like good habits, what to look for and stuff like that. And like now I have 1,300 life before Malachi. So I'd say I'm very, very tanky. Like if you want to be safe, I would say like 1,200 HP for Malachi is very nice. I usually aim for at least like 800. And then like 1,200 is what I aim for Kitava, but 1.4 is probably like a nice benchmark. Then when you find something like this, right, like a hallowed life flask of dowsing that doesn't have a prefix, and prefix is what makes it either instant or bubbling, and I would like aug that and hope to get it. Next league looks like a really, really good SSF league. Also, something to watch out for. Dodri is like the most dangerous thing, more dangerous than Malachi himself, especially if you have to be in melee range like this. There's actually a big chance of dying here. Now, very important to remember that if you curse Dodri, you are giving her a damage bonus. You're literally buffing her. That's not to say don't curse her, just be careful. SPCH, thank you for the 6 months, dude. There we go. Alright, let's see. It was too late, I missed it. Missed what? Every Dodri gets buffed by curses. 300 HP per act. That's not a bad benchmark, yeah. And then same with that Malachi. Moving around a lot makes you pretty safe. He's like, gotta remember, right? He's there, like, Path of Exile, they don't try to predict where you're going to be. But like totems and golems. So you saw that he didn't slam on me there because he was slamming on my totem. So Herald of Purity, totems, golems can like make bosses like target other things than you. If you're the only thing in the room, then it's a lot easier to predict exactly what the boss is gonna do. You're in for level 100 next league race? Yes. All right, horse wave. But now, even though we don't have like 2 good weapons yet, we have like 1 like scuffed weapon and 1 pretty good weapon. We like the damage is feeling great even without Val skills, and we've got like way more survival than we really need. And again, like melee is not like a powerhouse while leveling, right? In a complete SSF scenario. Yeah. And like I said, with the instant, we're so safe. There's very little that can kill us. We can just log out here, go back in. Let's see. I usually, if I find a 6 socket really early, it's very, very hard for me to not throw some fusings into it. I'm talking like 10. But no, I would never actually use the majority of my fusings, unironically trying to 5 or 6 something. No, I'm not playing Terraria anymore. I'm pretty much done. So all the next content is going to be Path of Exile tutorials. Do you have an SSD and the game on an SSD, Shadowfax? They've posted a schedule when all the content is coming out. No problem, dude. Is this the verified Zizaran? It is. Thank you for the 9 months. Bladestorm, no rage support. Rage can be nice too. I'm not using that right now. And like I said, the build doesn't matter here, Samurai. We're just talking about other stuff and League Start stuff. Especially in Harvest. I can see myself doing Rage, Warcry, Berserker for leveling as like day 1. How far into maps can you go without keeping up all your flasks unless on a boss? Okay, so flasks in Path of Exile are probably the #1 underrated things by new players. Flasks and jewels. A lot of the time, people will be following a build by a popular streamer and they'll be watching the streamer just running around shitting all over the map. And they'll be like, I have the same stuff, what am I missing? And they might have no jewels on their skill tree. And if the streamer then has like 4 stat jewels, that's like the difference like between like shitting on the map or not, basically. Because there's like jewels are so strong and flasks are so strong. So like so many times when I do like build help for people, a lot of the things I'll see is people either having like jewels with like sometimes 0 stats that are good for their build, right? Like they'll have like nothing beneficial on the jewels. And then they'll like be not using flasks, and if they have the right flasks, they're probably not using them a lot. So like the biggest example here was, for example, my Essence Strain Trickster guides. I had a lot of people complaining about the survival of the Essence Strain Trickster, and I looked through all of their profiles, and none of them had a Jade flask, which is mandatory when you're a Trickster, right? Because of the way you're getting energy shield back every time you're hit based on your evasion. And then I was like, okay, throw in a Jade flask and don't let it expire. And they were like, oh my god, dude, I can't die! I'm like, yeah, that's Path of Exile. So it's like such a big difference. And the same with like just getting like triple stat damage jewels. It's like, it's so insane. It's like getting a notable but for 2 points. So it's very, very big power boost, and I try to like make it very, very clear in my guides. Will you keep doing more Sunday roasts? No, probably not. Because they're generally like, they're a lot of work. I hate roasting people, and they're less popular than me just streaming and clearing maps. So probably not. It's better to buy or craft your own jewels. Entirely depends. Like some things like minion damage are really hard to roll yourself. Whereas other things like weapon things are like incredibly easy to roll yourself. Gave up on Terra? Well, no, I finished it. I gave up on Master Mode Hardcore because I don't have more time. But I finished the game. I did Moonlord on Hardcore. But I don't have more time to play. Yeah, let's go both the longer route. First MTX purchases, like for just looking cool, I would recommend whatever you think look cool yourself. Or if you mean like literally like tabs and stuff, then currency stash tab, 1 quad stash tab. Most of the utility tabs are pretty good. The unique one's pretty pointless. What else is good? I can't remember. Div card, essence, maps is mandatory pretty much. Essence isn't that important. I know, Virgo. I don't know. I don't use PoE overlay. I don't use anything except a logout macro. I don't use anything to help with trading, anything with anything. Just only thing I use is a logout macro. There. Where are you all the way up here? He gets a crazy damage immunity shield when he's channeling. And he dies right after. No game company can ban you for anything you write on AutoHotkey. That is simply false. Dino, thank you for the 41 months, dude. No homework today, please. So something I've been playing around. I won't have time to do anything like this now, but something I've been playing around for the next time. Just assuming that this is something, the content that people want to watch, and like tomorrow we're doing crafting guides all day, and like crafting tutorials and stuff like that on stream, and explaining how to roll things. And assuming that this is content that people want and are want to watch, I'm gonna do this every single league start. So the entire week before league start is going to be prepping for the new league. I'm also going to ask CGD if we can get some like leaks and shit, because I've talked to them about that in the past and they've considered it. So maybe if like this time goes well, I'll do even higher production quality one, and then I will also see if other streamers are interested in being like, you know, teachers for an episode and doing different topics. For example, like one example would be Carvaro's School for Maps, for example, if you would be interested in that. But yeah, like I was also thinking about making some like fun quiz sheets, just with some like, you know, like multiple choice, see, just for fun, if people like it. But we'll see. But yeah, I wanna like, I like helping people. It's a little bit, I was talking about this yesterday, because I started making videos because I started getting loads of questions of people about how to do things. And I was like, I know what'll help. If I make a video explaining all the things people are wondering about, then people won't ask me because it'll be in the video. Well, that backfired, because after I made the video, I started getting more questions just about other things. So it's actually backfired quite a lot, because the reason I have been making videos and wanted to start making videos was to stop people from asking questions. But it's only made it like more and more. But yeah. So now we're just stuck making loads of videos. But like, I am gonna try to be better at like ignoring like repeated questions. Like sometimes I'll get asked something I've just answered, and that gets like frustrating. Which I feel like can like, it can make you a bit like tilted and annoyed, even though you know people aren't like doing it on purpose or to tilt you, right? But it's just like, hey, why are you using minion nodes? 30 seconds later, hey, why are you using minion nodes? 5 seconds later, hey, like, you know, that's like gonna tilt anyone. And it definitely tilts me more when it's clearly explained in the video and it still gets asked. Hey! I think the most annoying question for me is like, why aren't you using Headhunter? Why don't you have a 700 DPS axe? It's like, bitch, I'm poor. League started 30 minutes ago. Calm the fuck down. I'm SSF. Why aren't you using best in slot items? Just don't be poor. So price taking guide is probably the guide I want to make the most, but it's just so incredibly hard. How do you not burn out? I do. And then I start playing other games. So I was just playing like a week and a half of Terraria, and it's probably been one of the most successful variety games, second or third most successful variety game I've ever done. So I'm very, very lucky that I have a community that'll actually watch me on other things. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciated that. I think that I peaked with like 2.5k concurrent viewers on Terraria with no host, which is great. That's fantastic for somebody that normally streams one game. So yeah, big thank you to you guys. I really, really do appreciate that a lot. Because I know like there's other streamers that play one game and they can have like 2 to 5k viewers on their main game. They'll play something else and they'll have like 100. Yeah, one level before. So thank you a lot for that. I'd watch you playing Dota. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. Get too angry. Did you like Terraria? Yeah. Why aren't GGG releasing patch notes a bit earlier? Because they aren't done yet. It's not that they aren't releasing them. They're writing them. They have to make them. When is Apex again? That's a great question. Let's see. Why do you get angry when playing Dota? I don't want to go into it. Right, let's see. So, now we have a silver flask, and we can actually use that here. Why am I IDing things, dude? There's something wrong with my brain. It's just IDing things when I really need transmutes. I'm also just gonna look real quick for the fast axe, which isn't for sale. I think I vendored the one I had. Kinda wanted to throw another out. Experimenter of adrenaline? Yeah. Chemist would be nice. Adrenaline's nice. Let's see. I can throw some. I mean, the thing is I don't really need Quicksilver on this. So I'm mostly gonna jump. I got an actual adrenaline there. Sure, I'll just use that for now. I'd rather have freeze immunity, to be honest. Here, I can maybe... I'll just use the transfer because I have so many. And I have no trans. That doesn't... Okay, I'm just getting good adrenaline fast. Is there any reason why experimenting... Why I experience more stuttering at the end of the league? Maybe there's less servers, I'm not sure. Hey, Dumpin, what's up? I don't know. See, I wasn't gonna bother going over there anymore. Filling that out. Don't really need to go down there then. Something that can be quite nice, especially on SSF, is getting the mana leech node here. So you can get this on a Viridian Jewel. I don't know what I'm drinking. My girlfriend made it. You can get physical damage leech as mana on a Viridian Jewel. But, you know, it's not bad taking this. I think quite a lot of people do that. I still need more transmutes. Alright, let's continue. My noob friends are watching this, learning. That's awesome. Oh, I haven't killed Innocence. Okay, well, you know what? Farming here is actually the best farming spot in Act 5. So every pillar that you go to, and like I need some more transmutes anyway, so it's not bad. Every pillar you go to is going to have a blue pack, which is like incredibly strong. That's like way more XP. And there's just like a crazy amount of monsters here. And then like yeah, it's like this is like if you're gonna level up before Kitava, this is where you want to level up. Brandis coins are really, really good to vendor if you need wisdom scrolls. Especially hard to get enough Brandis coins to actually buy something useful. And I thought it was weird that the Brandis coin stuff in Delirium never seemed to spawn Kadiro. And if it did, it was so rare that it didn't matter because I didn't have it once in the entire league. So that is pointless. So you had to find Kadiro somewhere else. But yeah, starting to feel pretty smooth. The main difference, I'd say, like, even though both bow and melee is like attack and based on your weapon, the big difference, like I mentioned earlier, is that with melee, you're very there's less traveling nodes, so it's like more, you can have more of a dense skill tree. There, we got another level. Not gonna get enough transmutes, I think. Oh, we have enough. Oh, we picked up some raw ones. And I got a level so I can go look at the vendor again. And then probably forget and make another one. No, I'm not using bleed right now. The QA, it's in the university video. I can't remember exactly. After this... After this, I'm gonna tweet the university schedule, which I should have done already. There's the second one, and it's on a better one. We're just gonna vendor all that. I need so many transmutes. So now I have 2 bubblings. That means that it's very safe. Right, Utila, you haven't betrayed us yet. Here we have, there. Let's see. 4-link gloves and boots wouldn't be bad to look for or buy either. Nothing interesting here. No chests. And I can't be bothered making my own. How do you know when to level your gems? I see a lot of guys that say not to, but how do you know? So there's very few gems that you don't need to level. It's mostly trigger gems. Like, for example, cast when damage taken. Or gems that, like, you end up fucking yourself with. Like, sometimes you'll be on a strength character or, like, something that has very little dex. And you have to use the gem that uses dex. And arcane surge. That's like the main reasons to not level a gem. Like cast when damage taken, I usually keep like required level 40 or 42, usually at least below 44, just to make it proc more. And if you start struggling with mana still, you can go to Spirit Void too. But even this will help a bit. Also, being here next to Diamond Skin is really nice because, well, we might as well take that now because we're about to lose a bunch of S for Kitava. That's like such a nice early game anoint as well. Anyway, so we have 2 options here. If we had a Regal, we could consider like making the Tomahawk, like alteration crafting it, or sorry, we could like Rustic Belt craft it and then Regal it, right? That would already be a super usable one all the way until maps. Fare the well. Thank you for the 4 months and Spassy Bite. Thank you for the 15 months. But yeah, so what we're gonna do now, we're just gonna throw... I don't have an Alec, do I? Okay, I'm gonna have to throw that. Okay, so here's another example of a great weapon. We've been very unlucky with actually hitting, like... It's pretty common, like most of the time when leveling a melee character, I will get like something like a higher roll, like 60 to 70% with open fist. No, this isn't a build. That's not what this is about. Isn't your cam slightly too low? Yeah, I'm struggling a bit with my cam placement at the moment. It's very limited what I can do with it. Like I can't really fix it or move it at the moment until I get the new mount. But I kind of ordered the wrong stuff. Let's see. What level is the second one? I always forget what the second one is from. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I can search for that. Physical damage rank 2 is from the Ossuary. You really don't get it all the way until that? That's so crazy. Is there nothing before that? Wait, is that Ossuary here? The one after Innocence? Or is it the one in Act 8? Oh no, I know which one it is. It's the one after Innocence. So we get a new upgrade here. We'll just use this anyway for Innocence. I was thinking Act 9, or sorry, 10, but it is the one in Act 5. So we're gonna throw a jeweler on it just to get one more, and that's perfect. And just like to show like a little damage difference, tooltips aren't exactly a good thing to look at in PoE, but it's a 300 tooltip damage increase. And if you just look, like we have 157 attack speed now, which is a lot higher. And 48 to 88. So it's like better and higher attack speed. So this is a very big upgrade. Right, so let's do Innocence. And Innocence is a boss that a lot of people struggle with. It is actually a pretty hard boss. Again, same advice, really goes so far away, like moving around and attacking. And that's why it's really nice to have, for example, a Double Strike or a War Chief that will attack while you're moving as well. Another tip, remember to switch stances. I haven't been talking about that enough. If you're a gladiator and you're using like stances to get the charges, remember to switch. So now that we're killing the white and blue monsters, you stay in your blood stance. And then when you're going back to the boss, you go blood stance for bosses and sand stance for the other mobs. If you see, I've barely gotten hit by the boss so far, and that's just because one of the main things in Path of Exile is smooth movement and like moving a lot. It's so safe. For most of the boss fights, you like see very, very little like face tanking nowadays. Like you still can, but a lot of the time you see people like evading the fight with movement. Hey, mama that, yeah. I am great with carrying. How are you, Dean? Now, the most scary thing here, and this is why having a portal here is crucial on hardcore. A lot of people die to this. You can either be very, very ready to log out, which is annoying because you have to run back, and it feels like a walk of punishment. But the bullet hell, it doesn't always put the statue down. Sometimes he'll just like, usually in the third phase, but sometimes in the second phase, he'll throw down his like bullet hell thing. And that's very, very hard to survive. Creating a build for SSF or just jump into an ASF, whatever. So normally, if I was going to recommend somebody to go SSF, I would say follow something that's really, really strong, like a spell build, something that scales with gem levels and doesn't need any items as your first build. 100% that. And then, on your second build, decide what to play based on what drops for you. So like, maybe you'll get a disfavor from the void, right? Or something like that. Do you always low with axes? Nearly always I'll low with axes. I feel like it's so like dense and stuff while leveling. Sword's not too bad either, depending on what you're leveling with. If you can level with swords. Not for this skill obviously, but pretty sure Bladestorm isn't swords at least. I can't remember. So many different ones. 89% sure that Bladestorms is like axes and something else. What is it? Oh, sword or axe. Okay, so Sunder is axe and mace. Bladestorm is sword or axe, so you can't use mace for this. Anyway, I can't remember all of them. But I generally always use axes while leveling, I feel. Oh no. So here, that's like why you want to be really careful with opening boxes, because you will have to log out if you open a freeze box. Especially in a dangerous area like that. And that's why, like, you'll see a lot of people, racers just and stuff, be really, really happy if they get a freeze immune too early on, because it lets you just YOLO boxes. You can still do it, but then you're going to have to log out a lot. Sometimes you'll see people risk staying in. That can get you killed with, for example, Detonate Dead, or just all the mobs hitting you at the same time. Both can happen very, very easily. So sometimes what someone would do with something like Bladestorm is before opening a box, drop 3 of these, and then they'll kill everything. But then you can still die to like the Detonate Dead. I wish he saw my question. What's up? I'm trying to like avoid most questions right now because we have a specified Q&A time. You could ID the boxes while playing slower, that's fine. Even while racing, a lot of people do that too. Hey Araki, what's up? Yeah, Clip, that's a lot easier with Flame Dash than... Which classes go together when I'm playing duo with someone? I usually... that's a great question. I don't know what people would play together anymore. Like, I don't know, like a melee build using Hatred and a Doomflesh build? Honestly, I don't know. There's not that much stuff that has crazy synergy right now. Unless you literally want to go an Aura bot, but then you can't play without your friend. Like I used to have a lot of examples of that, like SRS and melee and stuff. But generally, like, aura bot is the strongest if you're gonna play with other people. If not, like, I wouldn't try it too... Like, unless you're gonna play an aura bot, I wouldn't try it too hard to synergize builds. In my opinion. Annulment shards, no div cards that I care about. What build are you starting next league? No idea. Patch notes are not out yet. Benefit from 1 EE? Yeah, I just don't feel like it's super worth regardless. I think just do whatever build you like. The only thing I would say, like, watch out for things that EE the opposite. So if you're a fire build, don't play with somebody that needs to EE fire damage. Doesn't matter what we take here. I usually always take Spreading Rot because there's always people playing Essence Drain. So you can vow those and try to get Corrupting Blood. First level 100. Right. We got the better craft now. So you can see that here. Now we'll go there. So, you see now the new fist damage thing we can craft is 2 alchemies, and it's quite a lot more. It is quite a lot more because like the bottom is almost the same as the max. So, let's see. Do I have any regrets? One thing to remember while leveling is that all your regrets are alchemies. You can buy alchemies for regrets from the vendor, but we can't craft that at the moment, so we're just going to continue, and it doesn't matter that much. Saying I would do elemental damage when my duo plays a chaos build. Well, there's no synergy there, but you're not gonna like fuck each other over either. Alright, rest of this. I thought that sounded fine. Is it too loud when I speak like this? But yeah. Now that we have some like okay stuff, like you can see that everything is like really smooth, even though it's melee. Even though it's melee. Obviously, caster builds are still gonna be superior at this point, IMO, but I don't know if they're ever gonna change that, to be honest. Is it going to be saved to YouTube? Yeah, it will. That is the point. And that's why I was like so surprised, because the last video like this, it's 6 hours and it's got over 200,000 views on it. Just crazy. Yeah, now we're just going for the diamond skin. Especially since I didn't want to help Alira, which is definitely an option. I do that on a lot of league starts, I'll help Alira. Because that's like super extremely easy to rest cap that. And if you really want to, you can be rest cap by Act 2 or 3. With Alira. But since I didn't do weird. Does melee catch up with spells ever? Melee can be at the high end better once you get like crazy shit and savior and stuff. It's just like early game, it's a lot harder to scale. And there's always some downsides to melee, like your melee. It's a pretty bad downside. Let's see, there's nothing we need here. I really wouldn't mind an actual helmet. And I wouldn't mind gloves too, so let's see if they're... Yeah, they're actually usable. Let's just like do some Tetris here. There we go. So a Jasper, oh, it's actually lower, but even if it was slightly higher, I think it would have to be like 2 levels higher. So like if you're looking at the like level requirement of the axis, which is generally a good way to like determine if it's better or not, I would still want like 2 level requirements higher. So like the current one we're using is level required 41 or 39 or something. I would want it to be like at least like 45 or 46 or 7 before we think about an upgrade, because the attack speed on the current one, that's so good. It makes your leap stun wait, does it still make... They change leap stun too often for me to confidently say that it makes your leap stun faster. I feel like that's like every league they change it up back and forth. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a nice thing that melee is more of an endgame thing, honestly. Like, I don't think every playstyle should be the same. Can you play SSF with a friend? No, there's no like group found thing at the moment. That's something I've been like pushing for really, really hard and trying to get TTD to implement. So basically like that you're locked to a party of 6 and you can't change and you can only play with those 6 people and nobody else. That would be a really cool thing, especially for competitions. But no, currently there is no group found. Wow, those are like both huge upgrades as long as we can get sockets. We don't actually, you know, I'm not even going to bother with that. We're going to use that. Now this is a big upgrade and we're just going to instantly wipe that out. And that also has an open... Oh shit, it doesn't. I thought it did. That doesn't matter. Like the 60 life is still worth it. And that doesn't either. But I don't have any resist on mine. Kind of lame that one of them doesn't have open. What I'm going to do then is... I don't have an alchemy to use actually. That's annoying. Yeah, you can do privately with a few people. Yes, but you can't literally play SSF. And there's no competition like that at the moment. Well, we've done one, but it's annoying. It's annoying to do. See, how many jewelers do I have? I really want that 77 life. It's so nice. There we go. And then easy 4-link. There, now I'm 1.6k life already. That's so unlucky. No suffix on both. Yeah, but it's still worth it. They just have so high life values, and I'm fairly close to rest cap anyway. And I can get a new ring fairly soon. We'll try to get that at right after killing Kitava. Doing it before, it's fine too. People don't care too much to remember where stuff drops, like bases and stuff. Well, there's no like bases don't specifically drop during leveling in any specific area. That's just based on the level. The only time there'll be specific base drops would be on the Atlas. Like Viridian rings and stuff like that would only drop in some spots. How does it feel to be verified? Amazing. It feels amazing. Thank you. No idea, Zeus. Waiting on patch notes. Can you explain why you're using onslaught support after getting the fast? I don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. So generally the onslaught support gem is a lot more reliable and sometimes I won't switch to the fast because of that. Oh, that's annoying. At the moment we will. And then just try to clear fast enough to keep it up. But especially if you're clearing slower, it is a lot more reliable. And it also keeps it up on bosses. So currently, it will not be up on bosses because it's only on the fast. So we have to just use it for like a burst of damage when we really need it. Man, these things are annoying. Hey, we got Val double strike. That is what I was hoping for. Anything else? Milk Tea, thank you for the 5 year subs. And Effin Nipples, thank you for the 25 months. Judge Penguin, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Glad you are enjoying the content. Even though I'm not dying. Pog. Let's see. I probably should go for 4 red then. Instead of faster attacks, I'd rather have multi-strike. Although multi-strike also feels kinda... It feels kinda ass sometimes. I really don't like it sometimes on Bladestorm. It's usually better damage always, but it still like feels kinda whack. And like keeps you in place. Verified shitposter, that's it. That's me. Do you do Valerius during the accident star? I usually don't. Depends a little bit what build I'm playing. If I was playing, for example, this, then yeah, I probably would do 1 or 2. Hope for like Valmont Shell, Val, Earthquake. There's a couple other things. Why is most strike good on Bladestorm? It's really high damage. It's a big damage increase, but it feels bad. And right now as well, like Kitava Act 5 is probably, I'd say, a lot harder than Act 10. Because Act 10 does not have a slam like that. And the slam is the only thing that's scary. And then the ads. The ads are the same for both fights. And then like remember to keep moving a lot. It's mostly their Sunder that does a lot of damage. But Act 5 is like the reason why so many people die here. They really should have switched it. This should be the Act 10 fight. It is way harder. Because like he has two different slams. They can be hard to see. And yeah. Act 10 Kitava is so much easier. Everything is easy to dodge. I've only once died on Act 10 Kitava, and I think I had 1.2k life when I died from one of the ads. Innocence 2 is really, really hard for a lot of people. And then Dodri on Act 8. And Arakali. But like, yeah, it's so much harder here. This is it's a very, very hard checkpoint. But Act 10 Kitava is incredibly easy. Innocence is only half the fight. What? How is it 3 hours at Act 5? You forgot to reset? No, we're doing it. Everything explained. It's also almost 4 hours. We are doing it. Everything explained. Why is your chair so big? Bad posture. I'm not racing, Zeus, if that's... I've explained all that already. Right, let's see. Like I'm not racing, not doing any practice. I'm teaching new players to play the game. Apparently by the stats of TTD, hardest boss is Merveil. Well, that's so many people quit there. Why not using War Banner? Laziness. But we're not talking about Innocence in Act 2. In Part 2, kid. Hey, Kirasaki, what's up? Close combat is actually really good. Actually, that is way better than faster attacks. Yes, 100% should be using close combat. 100%, that's a good call. But like, again, like, the build itself doesn't really matter. The entire thing is like super scuffed. I have a spare point here. This is not about the build. It's all about different stuff than the build. Like, there, much better. Build is the least important thing in this video because whatever I'm doing right now is not going to be, it's not going to be important in Harvest. Because most likely for Harvest, we are going to, what do you call it? We're going to be slower skills. Best slam skill? Earthquake is great. Earthquake is really, really good. Yeah, well, normally I would do Act 10 Kitava in around 4, maybe 5 hours. But I want to like take a lot of time. And yeah, Ice Crash too would be great. I've thought about making stuff like that, Zizaran, yeah. When do you graduate from new player? Never. We're always new players in Path of Exile. Yeah, Tectonic Slam might be great too. Ice Crash, Earthquake, Tectonic Slam. There's like a lot of things that could be really cool now that I'm excited about. That's why like I didn't want to level with that now because we don't have any of the things that is actually going to make that feel good. So we're just, I haven't like planned out the skill train thing. I'm just putting whatever because it doesn't matter. It's, yeah, it's all changing. 200 dual wield. 200 EQ for sure. When do I get to sleep with the teacher to better my grade? Nice. Right. Oh, nice nothing. Yeah, I do that. Let's see. We got the resist nodes. I'm just gonna go over here. We can get RT soon too. Something that's really nice as well is putting blood magic on leap stab. Feels really good. And also fortify can feel really good as well. Fortify in your main attack isn't bad. Is that blood? No, it's like beats. It's just beats. Don't know what would be more disgusting to drink than beets. I don't know. I need to chat. For next time somebody asks, what would be the most disgusting thing that would look red that isn't blood? Like what would seem plausible? Beet smoothie does sound pretty disgusting actually. Let's see. I am going to buy a leather belt here. There are no leather belts. Ketchup. Oh, actually that'd be great. Tomato juice. I don't think that's that weird. Durian? Raw beef? No, I think ketchup. Ketchup would be the greatest. Just say I'm drinking ketchup. I'm gonna say that next time someone asks. Right, quick break. I'll be right back. Also, I don't think we're gonna be able to edit these out because we're just gonna render it and put it straight on YouTube. So, I'm sorry, YouTube crowd. Ooh. Right. Let's see. Right, let's continue. It's usually pretty worth doing the side quest here as well. Now I'm a little bit like low on rest, which is a bit scary. Definitely one of the big benefits to helping Illyria is that you're, no matter what you do, even if you fuck up all your gear and stuff, it's so easy. Like, so much res you get from it. What am I missing again? Yeah, just my belt is shit. And there is a, and to be fair, in Delirium, normally I would have been doing a lot more Delirium while leveling. And you get so much from that, right? You get so much gear from that. So it was very, very easy. Now, Harvest seems to be more crafting oriented. So it's gonna be a bit hard to tell like how much we're gonna get in terms of like alks and like things to actually make items rare. That's like hard to tell before it starts. So I'm very, very interested. I know how many of crafts are gonna be like that that'll like just actually alk an item. And how often we'll actually bother doing that. I feel like something I'm worried about with Harvest is that it seems like something that I feel like it's something that looks like it's going to interrupt my content quite a lot. Whereas Delirium is something that I feel it's very, very smooth. I think it's incredibly seamless. Obviously, there's some clunky things, like backtracking and stuff is a pain. But, you know, activating and doing it, for the most part, is very, very seamless and smooth. No, it could have dual rest, but I want at least some life or already dual rest for me to switch off my life gloves. Like, it is so much life, which does make a difference. Yeah, Garrosh, probably, but especially in the start. Like, I feel like Delirium was a very, very easy to figure out thing early on. Harvest looks like something that's going to be not as easy. I think Harvest will be less disruptive than Delve. Yeah, it'll probably be less disruptive than Delve and Synthesis. Probably. So when you're struggling with resist and if you have garbage like belt, rings, amulet, this is a great side quest to do. That's something that a lot of people don't know. You don't actually have to kill the thing guarding it. No, I won't be doing this for every archetype. Like, I definitely won't have time for like summoner and stuff. I'm only going to be doing 2. Everything explained. It's going to be 1 caster and 1 melee. Fuck everybody else. That's all I'm going to have time for. Like, I'm very, very limited on time. I've just tried to min-max like what the max amount of people I can help. Oh, binding. Nice. And then we're going to do one of those playthroughs are going to continue in early maps. That's probably going to be a shorter one. Like 1 to 4 hours of like early maps. Oh yeah, that's the thing you don't need to kill. You just need to like grab this and then you can leave. There's no benefit to killing it. Right, let's see. So I'm just gonna grab a leather belt. Like, there's not bad, like, getting a rustic or, I mean, amulet I definitely don't want to replace. But I want more resist here. So that's got cold rest and, like, nothing else. Poggers, dude. I'm still gonna use it. So little lightning rest, though. I don't really have to worry about lightning rest. Except for, like, the spinning cartwheel, dude. And then also Chevron. Yeah, Beekeeper. Hello, guys. Right, let's see. I really, really want lightning rest. This ring is pretty garbage, so if I find a topaz... Shit. You know what? Maybe I can get a good enough blue one, dude. If I get, like, a suffix, or actually just... Yeah, fuck it, that's enough. I wish it was something else than cold, though. Okay, what I can do, I have a scour, I have a transmute. We don't really have a good chest right now, but this is what we're gonna do to like fix our res a bit. Because now we have way too much cold. We don't need that much cold. But I have a scouring, and the reason I care enough is because I only have 35 fire res, and I'm pretty scared right now. So we're actually gonna throw that one, the 21 to 28 on fire. Just to equal them out a bit. Now we're fine. 61, 51, 51. You definitely want to try to get really quickly back up to resist cap, because being undercapped here is pretty scary. Now, thankfully, we do have such a large amount of life that it's not a huge deal for us right now. But if you were on like 1.2, 1.3k life, that would be a massive issue right now. But since we have so much life, then it's like pretty much okay. Like I'm way more than I normally want to be here. Like 1600 for Brian King is fine. What I'm scared of is this girl here can, if you're not rest capped, like her fire damage is like crazy high. Crazy high. So you wanna be scared of her. She's worthy of respect. Why not Og the Topaz for another free modifier? It's just a prefix. And you can craft Buttfizz. I didn't bother checking right now, but you can craft either guarantee life. A lot of people like Og too fast. There's a lot of things where you, especially if that was like just life, then I could craft the resist I want. Which a lot of people do that while leveling. See, there's a Jasper. These are still worth, like, even though it's a lower base. Oh, sorry. even though it's a lower base than what we're using, if this had like percentage fizz, flat fizz, and attack speed, it would still be like crazy high damage. And you can, if you're ever wondering about, actually I want to show this real quick. If you're ever wondering if something is an upgrade for you, if you have Path of Building installed on your computer, there's a really great way to check this quickly. There's also some like trading apps and stuff that check this for you. I don't use any of those, but I do use Path of Building. So if you hold over the item in-game, Control C, this is now on your copy paste. So if I now go to items here and then on the screen, I don't have to create custom, but you can do that too. But you can just, there, create custom. Now you can see that this is 63p DPS, right? So if I Control C over Eaglebane, and I'm not using any special program for like the Control C part, that's just part of Path of Exile. That's just something cool they've added. You can see that my current Tomahawk is 121p DPS, right? Let's see. There. So even if you don't have like a trade macro or something that can calculate it for you, you can do it like that. There is another way too, right? So if you want to calculate it manually, the way that works is, you see that it has 48 to 88 fist damage, right? That's the damage on it. So we add that together, 48 to 88. Then we divide it by 2. And then the attack speed is 1.57, so we multiply it by that. Oh, so the POB thing I think was adding 20 quality as well. So right now with 0 quality, it's 106 PDPS. Is what our current weapon is. Your play stop is actually feeling like school? Yeah, but I want to help as many people as I can, so I'm not gonna stop. I just wish I had like, you know what? I'm so bad. Well, actually, I would rather have fire and lightning. Ah, whatever. The percentage crit doesn't impact the DPS of a weapon. No, that's base crit. Base crit is a bit complicated in Path of Exile. I did have a question about it earlier as well, and I said I was going to answer it during the Q&A, but I guess I can do it now as well. So particularly with spells, there's a lot of confusion with, for example, say you're using a spell, right? And you'll see a lot of people. Oh, contempt! You'll see a lot of people asking Zizaran, why are you using controlled destruction in a crit build? You are an idiot. You can't crit now, right? That comment comes up a lot when I'm playing the game, and nearly every crit build I have has controlled destruction in it, right? And the reason for the confusion there is that people think that it's similar to, for example, Resolute Techniques, which is never deal critical strikes, or like here, no critical strike multiplier. People think it's similar to that. But all controlled destruction does is that it removes 100% off your crit. Now, most of the time, that's going to be 100%. 100% is 5%. And I'll explain and try to make it a little bit simpler to understand. Now, if you've been playing in crit build, right, and you've ever found, for example, a shield with 100% crit strikes, well, you're not always critting then, are you, right? It's increasing your crit by around 5 or 8%, and it depends a little bit. And what does that depend on? Well, everything has a base crit. Actually, not everything has a base crit. Now I'll get to that too. But most things have a base crit. And how that works is, for example, if I look over Arc right now, I think that has a 6% base crit, right? And that means if I put on Arc and I have no other anything affecting it, then Arc is going to have 6% crit, right? If I then get a shield with 100% increased critical strikes, I'm going to have 12% crit. If I get a dagger with 100% crit, then I'm going to have 18% crit, right? And then you have to like keep increasing it like that. And that's why base crit is so important. So if you then, for example, get the increased critical strikes gem, what that does is it increases your base crit by 2%. So then it puts your base crit from 6 to 8. So then, if we have the 200% crit, then I have 18%. Wait, 16%. Yes, 16. Math is hard. It's a good thing I'm not a mathematician. And then on the third, it would be 24. So 300% crit. Wait, no, it is 24. 200% crit would be, yeah. Anyway, math is hard. Yeah, it is actually 24. But yeah, you get the idea. So it's all about like increasing the base crit. So with weapons, if you look at my weapon right now, that's a base crit chance of 5%. And weapons, like for example, there's no base crit on like Sunder, right? That's all using your weapon. Hey Rice, what's up? That's all using your weapon as an increase. So for example, you can get like 9% crit on a axe, and then that would be your base crit. Part of why like flesh rippers are really good, because that has additional base crit. And then same when you're using, if you have like, say you have a base crit of 6%, right? And you have 36% crit, and all your base crit is just 6%, then putting in Control Destruction takes your crit from 36 to 30. It doesn't like remove your ability to crit. It used to not have a lowest minimum. It used to have like, if you had 5% and you used Control Destruction, you would just have 5% still. But now it can reduce it to 0. So that's a pretty bad thing, in particular for the case of if you want to use Elemental Overload. Alright, let's see. He's checking for a new ring. No open suffix. Amulet, no open suffix. Basically the same as mine, except worse resists. We don't need that. Good amulet though. It's a good find. Just sell those for trans. Right, let's see. Played this game for 800 hours and did not know this about crits. Yeah, that's the point of this series, to try to explain as much. Like, especially things that like come up underway. Like, there's so much that is very, very easy to take for granted. Oh, nice tuber. A lot of stuff that's easy to take for granted. We're still not perfectly resist capped. We really do want like gloves that actually have resist. A better ring. It's not about my helmet. But whatever. I do have a regret. So what I could do, especially on this, I think I'm actually gonna do it on this. So seeing as this is already a pretty good one, I'm going to turn one of my regrets into an alchemy right now. And that means that I can recraft this. Now, the tomahawk on the right that I have, I'm pretty comfortable using that all the way out till map. So I don't want to replace this until I get a siege axe now. So there, now I'm crafting the middle craft, 7 to 11 to 16 to 19 damage. 1.8k. Stuber, thank you for the tier 1 sub, dude. And Cronax, thank you for the 9 months. Sharty, thank you for the Twitch Prime. It's a very hard game to understand. And the thing is, with a game like this, even me who have like 20,000 hours in the game, I'm not sure like most people will experience the same. In fact, I know for a fact most people experience the same, because I was explaining something on stream the other day, and Gucci Prada is just one of the best, I would say probably, in my opinion, the best racer right now, because if he had even ping to everybody, he'd shit on everyone. Gucci was in my chat the other day, and he was like, holy shit, I didn't know that, right? And he's one of the best racers. And SCTR, thank you for the 7-month resub and the 10 gift subs. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. So, Path of Exile, in not just a game that is so hard to learn everything, but everything is changing all the time, right? Like, just think about how many times like leap stam has been changed. Like, you go away from Path of Exile for a year, you don't know how things work anymore. I have a Q&A session, Shmoo. Ask that then. It's announced in the YouTube video. That's the best time for most things like that, especially if it's not, like, especially to the archetype I'm not doing right now. I go away for a day and I feel like I play like shit? Yeah. I don't even go away and I have no idea how anything works? Yeah. So, like, even, like, I think it's, like, very, very easy in Path of Exile to get, not, like, outdated, but just, like, maybe not remember exactly how something works. Like, with like bonuses from certain things, and like if attack speed is enhancing your movement speed with like leap stam and stuff like that, that changes quite a lot. When should I be doing labs while leveling melee? So my thresholds for doing labs, like I don't have any specific gear thresholds I look at, because at the place that I do the labs, I always have what I need, right? Which would be like I'll try to think what the actual like life and stuff would be that I would want to feel comfortable with. But so crystal veins, as soon as I'm in crystal veins, I go into lab, I demolish it. It's never a problem. I've never died to normal lab except when I was like, what was I, level 7 or something? Like normal lab's super easy. Cruel lab, I do it after. Cruel lab varies a little bit. If I feel like super fucking super tanky, I do it after Grust. That's when you get the Ralakesh Pantheon. And part of the reason for that is when you get the Ralakesh Pantheon, that makes you take less damage from traps. Especially like the buffsaw traps and like damage over time traps. And that can be really nice. If you're struggling with traps and trap damage, then it's like 25% less damage from physical damage over time. That helps a lot. And then I do it either right after Grust or right before our Kali, when you have the all the skill points there from, like, there's quite a lot of skill points you can pick up around our Kali. This is also like, but this and the Doder fight is also starting to get a little bit more annoying and have scary damage. But if you're moving in circles, generally pretty safe. You see that he's, for the most part, not hating me. Chopper boots, see if we can get anything nice here. If that had dual rest, I probably would have swapped to it. Physical damage over time reduction works against traps. Against some traps. 2 in particular. The spike traps and something else. I can't remember. Not against all of them. Yeah, just don't get hit is the best strategy. Let's see. I'm gonna take that just because it has good base colors. Oh, that's a good thing to mention. For those of you who don't know how chroming works and stuff like that, if I chrome this right now, the most likely scenario is that it turns 4 red, right? And then it can get like 1 blue or 1 green. That's pretty common. But for example, something like 4 blue or 4 green is very unlikely to happen. And that's based on the strength or dex or int requirement of the item. So if an item has dex and int requirement, it's going to be very likely to get green and blue sockets. That also means that if you ever have an item that has reduced stat requirements, that's supposedly from... I don't know if we've ever had this 100% confirmed by GGG or not, but I still do it. That'll make it easier to roll off colors. Colors can never stay the same. Maybe they can. I'm pretty sure it can roll the same thing again. Pretty sure it can roll the same thing again. I can't remember. That doesn't really matter. But at least, yeah, like, for example, if you're a new player, don't try to get 4 blue items. Oh, they definitely can. Yeah, that's it. You can roll the same colors, but not the same links. That's why going from 0 Zocket to 6 Link is the most likely. I can't remember exactly why. I remember reading a math piece on it. Made my head hurt. Not glowy brained enough. Right, let's see. So I do have a Contempt Essence. I'm gonna try to get like an okay axe. Is there no good bases for sale? I mean, I would want at least a Tomahawk. Let's see if there's anything else that I can get to. I think gloves would probably be my best replacement at this point. Honestly, I'm just gonna buy... Or actually, chest. You know what? Let's buy both chest and gloves. This is easy to get I can throw that in there anyway. We're gonna use both of those. So, rage, I'm gonna throw that on the chest. Man, so unlucky. That's like almost great. I'm not gonna use contempt, and I don't think I have an... Oh, I do have an alchemy. So, we're gonna throw that here. I'm so unlucky when it comes to the very unlucky when it comes to the suffixes being open today. Usually you won't have this problem. And even when I am having the problem, my resists are pretty okay and I don't have a Lyra. So if you are playing hardcore and you're new to it, What happened here? Oh, that's annoying. That's part of why you can D-level gems with one Scar, removes it by 1 level, or a Regret removes it all the way down to level 1. And here's a Blood Rage, just buy a new one. What is the timer most streamers use for the runs? W split. Live split is the best one for practicing. What? What? What the fuck is it you're drinking? Oh, it's ketchup. It's a bit like unconventional, but I really, really enjoy ketchup. So like add some water to it. It's really nice. But yeah, also, so here is where it's like slightly worth explaining a little bit about skill points. Something I frequently do in hardcore is I don't go directly. It depends like how powerful I am and if I have leveling items or not. But I don't go directly for both Aberrath and I don't go directly for the other skill point here. Sometimes I'll wait like 2 or 3 levels. Sometimes all the way till I actually start like power leveling in Blood Aqueducts, because I don't feel like they really make that big of a difference getting those skill points right then. And there are things that can, especially if you're not resist cap, easily kill you. And there's chaos damage on Rislatha, so both the 2 side skill points here I usually go back for later. Val Axe base type will be 104, 107. Wow, that's a huge buff. Do these tips apply to softcore as well, or are you doing this because you can die in hardcore? So on softcore, there's like no reason why you shouldn't just pick up the skill point as you go. That was mainly like something I mentioned for hardcore. And I know there's a lot of people that are wanting to try out hardcore this thing for the first time, because like the softcore economy can be like really rough and a lot of people don't enjoy it. And a lot of people don't enjoy like messaging more than 2 people to try to get an item on softcore. So there's a lot of reasons, but like, yeah, there's different reasons for why you would prefer the hardcore economy over softcore economy. Thanks, Bragg. I appreciate it. Two people? I mean, I don't play softcore. I don't know how bad it is. To be fair, like, okay, so some tips for people who are playing softcore and you aren't really feeling ready for hardcore, and you want to like, especially to make trading better. A really big tip for you is to look for things that are specifically recently listed. Like, look at it this way, right? If somebody has listed something like 30 days ago for 4 chaos, they're not gonna answer you. This is not happening. But if something's been listed, even on like if I'm like buying, for example, a flask on hardcore, I'll do this. So say a jade flask has been listed 16 minutes ago for 1 fusing. That guy is probably selling that jade flask that he just listed 16 minutes ago, right? It would be very unlikely for him not to reply. So then, like, if you're like looking for things that are very recently listed, you actually have a pretty good time. Too much lag and desync to play hardcore? Yeah, you definitely need a stable connection. And a good PC to play hardcore, but at least the game isn't too bad now, and Vulkan obviously helps a lot there as well with stability. But if you have a bad computer, definitely avoid playing hardcore. But at least the game should now be in a good spot, we hope. And like I've seen a lot of people will always like bring game stability into the issue of why people like die as excuses and stuff. That's generally not the case. Like, people always joke that I'm one of the people that die the most, regardless of that being true or not. And I think I have, what, 4 deaths that were out of my control? Like, there's definitely some to just, like, the content being unbalanced, obviously. But, like, to actually, like, game instability, very few for me. That also depends a little bit on your connection and where you live and just luck. Like, for example, I think Karatha and Rise are probably the best examples. They always seem to get like crazy unlucky with what do you call it? Like the disconnect deaths. Both Rise and Garotha. Whereas like Gucci, I don't think I've ever seen Gucci die to that. Gucci can log out, it'll like, you'll see it say 1 HP and he'll still log out in time. Oh, nice, Erika. Yeah, Steel Mage generally doesn't die too much to that. Well, Steel Mage will sometimes have his entire connection cut out. Not just like Rise in particular will sometimes log out and then he'll get packet loss. Which I thankfully haven't had so far. Maybe this thing will be the first. A lot of that is because of the way the cables work in Australia, because of like the anti-gravity stuff. Because they have to like, sometimes like cables will fall down because of the way everything is upside down. So it's a lot harder for internet to be good in Australia. Join us on softcore trade? No, I will never ever be playing softcore trade. The only time I ever make a character on softcore trade is for like the man versus stream stuff when I have to play blindfolded. It's just not like the kind of content that I enjoy playing. I think like everyone should always make sure that they're doing whatever they have the most enjoyment from. Whether that is like beating your head against the wall in hardcore or just like playing around in software. But I don't enjoy it. When is the next man versus stream? I don't know. I actually didn't do one in Delirium, which I should have done. That's actually like Steel Mage can attest to this as well. It's actually like very, very dangerous because you know how like hanging upside down all the time will like make a lot of blow flow to your head, and that's like pretty dangerous. So like whenever Steel is sitting there doing long streams, that's actually like a crazy, crazy health risk that he's like taking for you guys. Like he's braving his life for you guys just to stream, because he has to hang upside down and like very, very scary. Try to buy items on softcore. Explain, please. Okay, so Australia is on the lower part of the planet, so everything is just hanging off. That's why they have to staple everything down. You have to wear special like gravity boots and stuff. Why do you think Mathil is so into climbing? It's so he can get around easier. I thought everybody knew this. Will this be on YouTube? Yeah, the entire video. Anyway, I digress. There's a pretty hot tip coming up here in a second. This is also the most boring part in the game, but especially when we get to the... yeah. When we get to the clicky thing. Come on, Felicity. Do you know, it's always interesting like how many people, especially on YouTube, will like not find it daunting that the video is like 6 or 7 fucking hours. And they'll be like, cool, I'm gonna watch this.
Enjoy. Everyone should do that.
Thank you, I agree. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, there's like so many people that actually watch this far on YouTube, which is like crazy to me. Cause like, I don't know, for me it's different. Also, hold on, before I continue talking. When I click this and this, then I move here, then he instantly spawns, so you don't have to like wait. And then you can just jump down. Saves you 2 or 3 seconds. But yeah, magic, sorcery. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's crazy how many people actually watch that. Because at least for me, it's like different watching like someone's full stream. Because it's like, it's live, you can talk to them and stuff like that. And like, if you're watching on YouTube and you've never dropped by Twitch, make a Twitch account, come say hi. Or actually, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe stay away while you can. No, but we have a pretty great community on Twitch, so definitely come say hi at some point. But like, I'll always get people like commenting in the YouTube video, like, haha, I'm like 4 or 5 hours in and you said X thing or something like that. Just like, huh, people really do watch that far, and the average watch time is like crazy high. Have it on side monitor? Yeah. That makes sense, Juden, yeah. Banned on YouTube because promoting Twitch? Meh. I don't think they do that. I always promote Twitch. Tips for navigating this shitty zone? For like layout tips in particular, I think Karabarusco has like a full website where he has loads of layout tips and stuff. That's like the best knowledge and stuff you can get instead of me giving individual tips per zone. What did I want? What do I want in my life? You know what? What's my accuracy like? Maybe it's time for RT. Then I can drop precision. I could drop precision and I could get hatred instead of one of the heralds. A who? Carvarusco. That's part of what this is, Koresh. That's what I talk about in this video. Right, and another thing for this boss fight, this can be a bit annoying for melee with the shield. While that is up, obviously, like you can take quite a lot of damage, which can be pretty scary. If you panic, you can run out of life fast pretty fast. But especially if you're low on cold and lightning rest and you're worried about this other stage, what you can do is TP out, TP back in, and you can put a new TP down as well while in your grace period. And now you're completely immortal to the lightning and the cold. Now, obviously, like, if you've played Path of Exile a lot, this isn't a particularly, like, hard stage of the game. But if you're not cold rest capped, you can definitely, like, crit you for, like, 1.4, 1.5k damage. So if you're new to hardcore and you really want to, like, do that, it is generally pretty good. Now, part of the reason why that is a nice strat is because it can be a bit annoying to actually see the ground. Like, the walls are so, like, close in. The crab is standing in the middle, and then if you have anything like heralds, it's just really hard to see them. So obviously I didn't take damage from anything there, but you know, like, it especially like, I don't know how hard that would be if you're colorblind or something. That sounds like a nightmare. So just going out is like easier. And it works like on a lot of bosses actually. TPing out. What are good accuracy numbers? How to tell? Well, honestly, you 100%. You 100% all the time. How long has it been since you died in Night 10, 1 to 10, except for the China race? I don't know. It's been a long time since I had a leveling riff, I think. No, I think I might have had one in Delirium. I think Delirium might have... I seem to remember dying in Delirium at least, but I can't remember. I think there was like 3 or 4 leagues in a row where I didn't die on day 1 or 2, and I only died on day 3. So this is physical damage, which is good, and it's so low though. But it doesn't have an open prefix either way. I have no scourings. I do have enough chance orbs to turn it into scouring. But we're not going to do that. I am going to go check the vendor real quick and see if there's another tomahawk. I don't see one. No higher bases either. But we just got a new axe, so we can check that. Sell those for transmutes. Metamorph in BA? Ah, that might have been it. Hey, Delirium's cool. What are you practicing? Nothing. Just helping teach new players. My god. Okay, no good axe base. But to be fair, our damage and weapons are fine. So, that is great. Didn't you die during Piety to Metamorph? I don't know, I don't remember. What's OHS? Also, this, especially in hardcore, is very, very worth mentioning. This is like a very, very nice checkpoint, because once you get this quest, then you can have Granite Flask. Or if you're a Trickster or a Jade Flask. I actually quite like both. One-handed sword? Oh, I generally like prefer axes. Like, they have pretty good, like, base types. I'm also more familiar with them. And, like, all the clusters are so, like, close together. And, like, there's so good nodes here. They have Onslaught on them. There's just so much great stuff. No, slow. It's funny. No, I do not. Let's see. But yeah, I generally prefer axes. I always have, like, my first league that I went hard on Path of Exile as well. I spent the majority of the time like axe crafting. I made like 200-300x just crafting axes. It was great. It's a lot of fun. I love crafting in this game. Oh yeah, I was gonna get the granite flask. Let's do that now. This is just Bladestorm, but it's not a build guide. Wouldn't really care about what build I'm playing right now. It's not important. Now, some people might be wondering why granite over basalt. And basalt is really, really good against big hits. If you don't know how armor works, I actually have a command for this. Yeah, maces are great for stunning and stuff. Let's see, there. There's a command in my chat for this. Armor does not actually grant the percentage reduction to physical damage that the tooltip states. There's a hidden mechanic where armor only grants, at most, 10% of the armor rating as reduction in physical damage. For example, 25,000 armor will only ever mitigate 2,500 HP in physical damage. So if you have 25k armor, and you take like a 20k hit, it's only going to remove 2,500 damage. Whereas this can sometimes say like 90% fist reduction based on your armor, but that's not true. That's not what happens. Oh yeah, and remember to, especially Brine King, you want to get on early. So against big hits, you want to do basalt, endurance charges, and stuff like that. But against small hits, so especially during leveling, a granite flask is going to render you virtually immune to damage while this is up. There's very few things that are going to do a large amount of damage while your granite is up. Now, obviously, it's not going to be up all the time, and there are still things that are going to hurt you. We'll just do that for now. I wonder if I still need the mana potion. Maybe I don't. But armor can be very confusing. Now, armor did get a massive buff lately with the change of Val Molten Shell. So armor is still good, and it is incredibly strong against. Oh, I should get blood magic if I want to do that. Let's recolor, and this is a great thing because the number one thing when playing a build like this, and this is any build like this, that's gonna like tap you out of mana, is going to be your leap slam. So what you can do is you can just get like red, green, and obviously like getting fortify is nice too. But links, you know, can be hard to get sometimes. And now I'll go by blood magic. So armor value kind of useless. No, like I said, it's still incredibly good, especially for Val Molten Shell. But it's important to know how they work and when to use them. Cuff into your elbow? Why? Are you worried I'm going to infect you? There's nobody else here. Yes? I cuffed right into the mic. You got it now, chat. Alright, let's see. Oh, and I did get Wild Double Strike. That's very, very tempting to do something with, honestly. Not funny? It's pretty funny. I don't think anything is contagious through the internet. Murder attempt? I mean, if you don't find that funny, then we have very different kinds of humor, which is completely okay. Yeah, and another thing with Molten Shell as well is you can put it on mouse button 1 to like always trigger. You obviously don't want to do that with Val Molten Shell because it's very limited when you can actually use it. There. So it's feeling really great, really fast right now. And this is just, the build itself doesn't really matter, right? This is just some like random stuff we threw together. And, oh, yeah, that's what we gotta do. Yeah, you're fair. Next time you yawn, ask how many people just yawn. True! That's true. Some things are contagious. That's true. Are Val areas worth it? Yes. It's a great thing you asked that, actually. That brings up a good talking point. Val areas, especially after the Vaal areas are level 50 or higher, are invaluable because you can very, very easily get sixlings from them. Now, a lot of the time, this is going to end up in you getting a sixling bow or a staff or some random shit that you don't want, and you're just going to sell it to the vendor for a divine orb. However, there is a really decent chance that you will get an armor too. Now, the reason for this is that every piece that drops from the chest in a Vaal zone, and also like some of the monsters in there, are corrupted. And the way that works is, I think it's a 1 every 140 6-socketed items, or sorry, 6-socketable items that become Vaal can be sixling, right? So that's why you'll see so many sixlings in Vaal zones. So it's a great way, especially on SSF, to get a sixling early on. Now, a lot of people are probably thinking, but Zizaran, they're corrupted. How am I ever going to get them? Like, how am I ever going to hope that it drops perfectly for the colors that what I need? Well, you got to remember, as long as you have Vaal orbs, you can recolor. Corrupted items. They just cost Vaal orbs on top of the chromes. So if you have like a corrupted sixling, right? Also, something worth noting is that the colors that they drop in are very likely to be the complete opposite of the base type. So it's very common to get, for example, a int chest piece with 6 red or like 4 red, 2 green, right? That's pretty common. And it's very common to get like a strength chest piece with like 4 blue and 2 green. They sort of do the opposite, or can do a lot. And yeah, and then if you want to recolor them, they'll like still obey like the normal laws. So for example, a strength chest piece is still going to be most likely to have red. So say I find a 6-think red one, right? I could do like 1 green or 1 blue, and it's most likely going to do like 5 red and 1 green. And that's going to cost me 4 chromes and 4 Vaal orbs if it's corrupted. So that's really, really important to remember. Like a lot of league starts, my my chest will be corrupted on day 1. Would have been great if I got one there. I think it's 1 every 20 maybe on average that gives the 6th, not necessarily a chest. And something I quite like doing as well, especially if I'm a build that has a lot of room in what gems they can use. Like some builds can use like, you know, I can do 3 blue or 3 green or 3 red. If you have a lot of room, then it's like really nice to pop the Vaal sacrifice fragments into your map device. Because what that does is it actually spawns a Vaal side area, and that also has a great chance for getting 6-things. You have to sell it to a vendor for that to happen? No, just pop it in your crafting bench. Almost good. Okay. Don't care about cluster jewels for this. I think so on PoE trade, okay. Depends how much you play and how much you do betrayal starts in. Do you just use 1 frag or multiple? You can only use 1. So this, I'm not talking about putting in a map with the sack fragment, right? If I put in a map and 3 sack fragments, what that does is it's giving me 15% quantity to the map. That's what sack fragments do. But if you put in 1 on its own, with just, like, it's the only thing in the map device, then it opens a sack fragment. Or sorry, sack area. But not if you put in multiple, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm gonna have like a map episode too. Lost Cry. If I buy your merch, will I be better at racing? No, but you will support the stream. You will support the stream. And yeah, I do have merch. I just don't plug things very much. I try to just focus on content a lot. And then people can sub and support and stuff like that if they enjoy the content and if they feel like it brings value to your lives. What about 4 fragments? That opens at 0, assuming they're all different and in the correct order. Let's see. So, this is another thing that is pretty dangerous and pretty rippy. Particularly because there's like multiple things going on in the fight, and a lot of people don't always notice Maligaro doing his like beam attack thing. Do you always have the recipe? So there's no special recipe for this. You just need to have the normal chroming recipe. Like if you have one red recipe, then you have the one red uncorrupted. It'll just increase that it needs swell herbs. Can we have an examine all of this? I'll think about it. How many on? Is it worth using process during leveling? I usually wait until I'm like somewhere like level 50. Around level 50 is a good one because then you can get 6 links and 5 links. Very rarely use it too much earlier than that, but yeah, I definitely like using them. So that beam can be very, very dangerous. And especially when there's other mobs and stuff, then it can be like easy to lose track on that. And it can be hard to see if it's targeting you or your summons or your totem, and that's like something that can very, very easily kill people. At the moment, I'm not using a mana flask as well, so that 0.4 leech is currently enough. As you can see, I'm struggling a little bit, but it's like mostly fine that I'm like, I can do the fight. So I can put one more point in that and be like 100% fine. And a lot of it is also me like attacking while there's nothing to attack there. So while I pop the granite, you can see that I'm taking very, very little damage. So that's even from the boss. Wraith Axe is a higher base, but as you see, it only is 1.3. Now, I think that is an upgrade. Sadly, like it got a really, really high. Oops, we got a really, really high flat face. But if this didn't have the lightning damage, this would be an insane weapon, because it would have something like this would have been like, I wouldn't have bothered replacing this in maps basically. So if this didn't have the lightning damage here, the hybrid here is physical. The physical here is hybrid, so I could have crafted percentage physical on top of that. Love Flisky. Let's see. Let's see. I find a convenient fasting setup near impossible and really limits many players in hardcore. How do you suggest setting that up? So that's a great question. I think the hardest thing for me, in my opinion, early on was especially switching to CI while using Flask, because then you have to, like, most of the time with CI, you have to play like this, right? You have to use all 5 Flasks. Ooh. But a big struggle on top of that is then like using like something like a movement ability. So using like 1 2 3 4 5 space, 1 2 3 4 5 space, 1 2 3 4 5 space can be like really, really hard. Also, I would do the trial right now. I've already done them on this account, so I am going to skip them, but just to like make it a bit more streamlined and faster. But yeah, I would do the trial right now. So the biggest thing, like the biggest change for me was I used to have movement abilities on Q, and that was pretty annoying. Now I usually have my main movement ability on spacebar, and my second one would be on mouse button 5. So something like Flame Dash, depending on like if I need 2 abilities. Yeah, Fortify is definitely, like I mentioned that earlier. But this isn't a build guide, the Edget. But I did mention Fortify is definitely great for survival. But like, this isn't a build I'm going to be posting or anything like that. Can we have a vote that DDD changes the flask duration? Well, in my opinion, DDD should make flasks not recharge while in use, and then change the game a bit according to that. That allows for a lot of like cool things like, because like my problem with potions is that they're equipment right now. And like you're very, very heavily punished for not using them like equipment. And what I mean by that is right now, when you're clearing maps and stuff, especially, like this is particularly a mapping problem, not so much the storyline content. Your maps are basically equipment in the sense that they're permanently on. Right? You're not thinking about, when am I going to use flasks, right? You're just sitting here like this, right? And that's why so many people, like some people are using flask macros even though it's bannable, and they're taking that risk because they don't want to fuck up their arms, right? But I feel like I just wouldn't, even if they added a fast macro, or let us use fast macros. Like, I just think that's just bad design. I feel like fast should be what they used to be back in the day, which were like really powerful things. They're like, ooh, I need a buff right now, or ooh, I'm about to take a lot of damage. Yeah, that's also bannable for us. Technically. What do you mean, Son of Seven? Do you even age? Yep. They should have a cooldown and not gain from mobs? Yeah. Why is that bannable? Because it's in the terms of service. Yeah, overrun. Five fast might also be a bit too many. Maybe. Hey, Mechos, what's up? The toss says no popsicle stick. Yeah, well, GGG have specifically said popsicle sticks is not okay. Which is a bit strange and weird, but they're really sticking to their guns on that one. This is Vulcan, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Vulcan. Right, let's see. Worth checking. Those are some gloves, dude. I can't really... Well, I guess if I can get my links somewhere else. If I can get my links on this axe, then I can switch to these gloves, because they're nice. They're fire and cold rest and 80 life. That's quite nice. What is my graphics card? RTX 2080. Let's see if I can fix that, because that would be quite nice. And then I'll replace that with that once I'm level 54. Getting good boots would be nice. Nope, no boots for me. Good belt. That is nice. And it has an open suffix. So that's the solution to a lot of our problems right now, getting that belt. That is great. It's more life too, so excellent. Now I'm going to do this. And then I need to get red, red, green on these. And that's worth like using. It should be like very, very easy, no matter what the base colors were. Usually like 1 fusing to 3 Lincoln item. There. We can sell our old stuff. Oh, nice back, Shinobi. I'm glad the series is going well. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Right, let's see. Yeah, sure. Let's expand a little bit more. So this item had 70 life. It had cold rest, and like I explained earlier as well, it had an open suffix, right? So that's like one of the main things I'm always looking for in the items right now. Like, does it have already 1 life and 1 resist, and then on top of that having 1 open suffix so I can craft another? That's like the main thing we've been looking for. So now I can craft lightning res on this belt, and then I'm back again to being resist capped. Boom. There, and then we need level 54 for that, so that's like quite a while until we get that. And it doesn't have that high attack speed, but it's definitely an upgrade over that. It's the same attack speed, it's just like the nightmare version of this base. And I can craft attack speed on this. So, because this is actually pretty good, I don't know, this is a hard choice. Alts aren't too bad. Attack speed's so nice. So I will craft that on that. Now, normally, like, I would wait for sure until you are level 54 to actually do the craft. Because in those 4 levels, you could technically, not a huge likely thing, but you could technically find an upgrade. So definitely wait with doing the craft until you're about to use it. Let's see. Let me go get a War Chief. That'd be like the nicest thing for me now. Yeah, where is this capped? Awesome. So you can buy leveled ones from like the normal ones, or you can buy level 1 from the ones that sell everything. Let's see, Val. Nope, I did not get Val Ancestral War Chief. How do you know whether it is open? So every item has 6 affixes as their max, right? 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. So since this had suffix of the walrus, suffix of iron skin, and then I've crafted the 3rd one. And then it has an open prefix to you. Obviously we can't craft multiple. How many tabs do you recommend to buy of new? Like currency tab and map tab is like the main ones. And then some premium stash tabs. And yeah, like it's kind of shitty because you need more when you're new than when you're experienced. Like I could probably get away. Like I've done level 90 on 4 stash tab very easily, very comfortably. And I've like done, I could probably do level 100 on 4 stash tabs very comfortably. But when you're new, you end up hoarding a lot more. No offense, but I love how often you said you normally don't do this in your showcase. Well, yeah, so like if I was competing on the ladder and stuff, there's a lot of the things that I'm like showing off that I wouldn't do normally. Like I would maybe be a bit more careful with my currency and stuff, but it's really good to give examples of what the goal would be and what I would be looking for, even if you don't always get that goal. This is a very, very rippy fight. That, especially if you're ever in a private league with the multi-projectiles on, then it's even scarier. But Bruce does like a red arrow rain. I'm gonna like not damage him too much so you can see it. So he has like a charge up. Let's see. And he's gonna cast it now. There we go. Oh, okay, so he's not targeting me. Normally what I would do is I would run behind here and then be careful for that red rain. So you don't want to stand too much still in this fight. But as long as you have like, if you're moving a lot, also being bleed immune is pretty good. But if you're moving a lot in circles and then be really, really careful for the rain, like when he is doing like the arrow, hail, rain, whatever you want to call it, definitely move behind something because that can like 2 or 3 shot you. So be very, very careful with that. Now, obviously, the more you've done something, the more comfortable you're going to be just like staying in the fight forever. But that is a fight that can very, very easily kill you. Very, very easily kill you. Alright, let's see. We're using Herald of Purity instead of Herald of, instead of Pride. Because I'm lazy and I'm not like, the build I'm playing right now, it's not a build guide, nothing is optimized. It's just showing generic like melee tips and stuff. But yeah, Pride is great. I should probably switch to Pride. The main thing is you run out of mana way faster. So I would probably either need to... I might be able to pull it off with 1 more points of mana leech. I might need all the way to Spirit Void. But, oh, and I can get rid of Precision now because I finally got that. But you would have a lot more mana issues. So with just Herald of Ash and Herald of Purity, you generally have no mana issues. And I don't know, I don't feel like dropping both for just Pride would ever be worth it. We can see if we still have mana issues with 1 Pride or if the leech is enough. I do have 1 point I could throw into it. Thank you for the 35 months, Buggered. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, let's test that. I'm glad you're still here. Let's see, I don't really want to like get rid of it, so I'm just gonna chrome this for now. Yes, this is all going in YouTube. It is indeed. Right, let's see. So now we can go get... So, not mother spiders. Growthcool, which is in like the side area here. Definitely want to avoid doing on hardcore. That can be like insanely dangerous. And if you don't have a lot of damage. Actually not. Yeah. I haven't actually checked on POB. Anyway. Let's go. Where's the last one there? Like you see now, I have very little mana, and that's generally why I avoid using a 50% aura at all. Might be okay. We'll see against the next boss. It's a bit sketch. mana wise. But yeah, growth coil can be like very, very dangerous, so definitely like avoid that unless you're very, very tanky. I'm gonna go back soon for the other skill points that I ran by. Growth coil is my biggest killer. Any tips on that fight? Over level. Do you normally go here as soon as you get to her? Oh nice, I love the heroic shot. It's like 17 chromes. So nice. Yes? Yeah, don't. Depending on the build, I don't even do that sometimes. Like, Val Molten Shell is huge against Critical. Yeah, Decoy Totem is good against any boss. One of the biggest things for like new players to start surviving hardcore. And then soon we're going to do Crow Lab as well. I wouldn't mind, now that I have an axe upgrade at level 54, I wouldn't mind getting level 54 before doing Crow Lab. Because if you see that you have like a big upgrade that you know is going to be a power spike in your damage, then it's very, very beneficial before anything that's dangerous. Like if there's anything you're ever worried about, like say you're a little bit worried about lab and you want to make it smoother, wait for that power spike. There's no need to like rush into something. And like all the skill points while leveling, if you're a little bit worried about that boss because you know it's dangerous, then do it later. Like that skill point isn't going anywhere. It's not gonna like magically despawn. What's a good skill to start with? Well, so all of that is changing next league. I am hoping that I can recommend Earthquake as a league starter. But that's why I like keep saying like the build I'm doing right now doesn't matter. I wouldn't follow this. Everything is changing now in Harvest anyway. This is more about like the generic tips and tricks that I don't think is going to be changing and stuff. Yeah, I have a long betrayal video. It's really, really good. Like I'm hoping to be able to go Earthquake as a league starter. That'd be great. But we need to wait for patch notes. Yeah, PoE Lab is good. Very spammy with ads and stuff though. I don't think they have anything like you can pay to remove it. I'm not sure. I don't use it that much. But it is a good service. Resetting zones with bosses is the best way to practice boss fights. Yeah, or just going to them on standard and practicing there. Yeah, sure. Would you always skip Alva before mouse? I think you have to do. I can't remember what the current rule of Alva is. Do you have to do one before she appears in your head? Oh, there's something like that. It's really annoying. But yeah, Alva is incredibly dangerous because of the like these spitters. Like everything in Alva is like way tankier than the current zone you're in. So Alva can very quickly make your build feel shit. The zone I'm in right now as well can be like pretty hard to navigate. A lot of people don't like. I don't even know what layout I'm in. I didn't even pay attention. There's a couple of this has happened quite a lot while I'm doing what do you call it? This is the one that's actually pretty short if you go straight left. But there's one, the shortest layout is the one that has like a cliff opening. But yeah, I hate this zone. It's like pretty annoying when you don't pay attention. But there's the easiest zone is the one where there's like a big cliff right as you exit here, and then it's always like straight up here, and that's one of the ones people struggle with a lot. Makos, thank you so much for the 2-year resub. Appreciate that. Right, I'll be right back. Thank you. Yes, it is for sure. That's part of like what should help with the watching the everything explained too. Is for melee you should be able to see like how much I have for what area and for damage and stuff. Yeah, I would love a sandwich. That'd be great. More coke too. Love you. You're the best wife ever. Right, I'll be right back. I have a habit of getting up every hour, stretch and walk, etc. Yeah, that's what I usually do. Usually just stretch every hour. Well, pee every like second or third hour, and then stretch at least once every hour. I didn't used to, but then now I like permanent leg pain, so I sure do. Everyone always told me I was gonna get leg pain if I didn't stretch, and I didn't believe them. You know what? Just to be super comfortable mana-wise, grab Spirit Void. Spell will affect us Chaos Stop builders. The rework? Well, it's a buff, so should be good. Should be good! Right, let's see. Right, let's go back and do both Abrath and this, and then we can ascend. Where's our sandwich? He's making it. What stretches do you do? Mostly leg stretches at the moment and some hand stretches, but I don't have like a video about it. How can you get anointed passives? Are they removing that? No, that's blight oils. That is blight oils. Just remove your knees. Oh, that's not a bad idea. So yeah, today the main thing we want to cover, if you're just watching from now, the main thing we want to cover is at least stuff to like Blood Aqueduct, maybe to Kitava. But the first play with it, because like not really much changes tip wise between like Act 9 and 10, and then we're gonna have a separate everything explained that is like the starter maps, and then maybe we'll do like Kitava plus the starter maps in that one. You heard about the Spellsinger ED Contagion leveling build? No, I haven't actually seen it. I just it feels like something that's really hard to get enough damage because you're wasting one skill gem just for quality of life, and you also don't get auras. So I'm just worrying how you get enough damage for that twink here. Feels really smooth for leveling. Is that without anything though, or? I don't know. I would just imagine it's super low on damage. It dies of red maps you swap to self-cast ED. 4-link Soul Rend ED Contagion. Interesting. Yeah, no, I haven't actually seen it. But, like, is that leveling, like, completely SSF with nothing at all? Like, no +1 Chaos Gems, no Chaos Dot? When can we expect the YouTube's, or episodes on YouTube as soon as we're done? Yeah? Wow! I'm impressed. I honestly would 100, like, if you asked me, I would 100% said it doesn't have enough damage. Cool. Let's see, what was the other one? Let's go do Abrath. Then we want to start getting, Slaughter. Then we could technically get a second flask. We don't have one yet, but we could. Some people are actually going to race with it soon. Well, depends what happens nerfs and buffs wise. Only bad people have fully committed to a build before seeing patch notes. And only do educated guesses. A lot of the time you can end up making a good choice, but there's been several times where I've been like, oh, I really want to do that this thing. Patch notes? Ah, never mind, dude. I'm okay, thanks. Oh, nice, Sudo. Oh, cool. Yeah, maybe I'll look into it too. Sounds pretty spicy. Especially if you somehow have enough damage. That's awesome. That is excellent. Gonna pray they don't get it. Yeah, like there are changes to the chaos skills, so like we've already seen some in the skill tree. So depends what else they change. Do you enjoy playing card games? No, not really. I used to enjoy playing like Magic the Gathering. When I was a child, like I think I started playing when I was 7, and then I stopped when I was like 15, 16. Cool, remember that? Yeah, that sounds cool. I'll have to look into it. Right, let's see. There. More damage. And then I think we just sand. We have all the other skill points, right? Wolf. Right, so we're gonna ascend. Now this is the Pantheon I talked about. This will make a lot of the drops in there do less damage to you. Not all of them, but quite a bit. Oh, I thought I had some of them from before. I don't. I have none of them. Let's go redo all of them, I guess. I keep forgetting that everything gets deleted when you transfer off SSF. Keep forgetting. Right. Fantastic. Here in the top left. There it is. At least they're very fast now. We have so much mobility on this build now. Ah. Depends on the Passionless Elder. I think the worst thing about being a Path of Exile streamer is the week before a league launch and your chat is spam with people asking for league starters and tips when you have no idea and nobody has any idea. And then you have loads of people like lying to people on YouTube and saying like, hey, this is good league starters when they have no idea. It often ends up being not good. Pepe hands, dude. Pepe hands. Let's see. Just troll them? No, I like helping people, not fucking people over. Yeah, item rarity on Contagion is amazing. It's one of the things that makes it my favorite league starter for SSF Hardcore because it just adds like so many extra outs. And it like increases the chance of like getting secondary items for like other builds. There. I mean, it's not like they okay, somebody said, think they'll ever realize how useful it would be to release stuff earlier? It's not like they're sitting there with it just holding everything. I think Wednesday is the perfect time to release it for hype. It's not finished. It's not done yet. They're literally working on this until 2 weeks after release. It's just not finished. It's not like they're sitting there purposefully holding it back from you. I think a lot of people think that they're just deciding that like this is all finished like 3 months ago. Hello, Sephiroth. Wouldn't that be an issue in and of itself? Yeah, but I mean, it's their company and that's how they want to run things. Like, they want to do 4 leagues per year, right? So this is the schedule that they have to stick to and keep if they want to be able to do that. Like, obviously, if they only did 3 leagues per year, they would probably get, it would probably be like smoother and better content. Like, quite likely, right? But that would make them less money. The main purpose of a company is to make money. So they're not going to do that. It's not happening. There, we are ready to ascend. Did I read wrong or can you anoint face echo now? Wait, what? Wait, what now? Say what? I haven't read. I'm missing like one news post that I haven't read. Oh, nice, robot cats. Yes, Dr. Will. No, anointing is not a crafted one. Unless something changed. Hello, Rectify. I mean, voices is probably getting nerfed. A lot of things are getting nerfed. Yeah, I mean, they kind of like... I think they should probably keep the current schedule is pretty good. I mean, obviously I'm biased as a streamer. Like getting content, fresh new content every 3 months, even if it's slightly buggy and stuff, is a lot better than every 4 months. Like if I had to play Terraria for another month, I'd probably go insane as much as I enjoyed Terraria. New league, new hair color? Nope. New league, brown hair. Well done. Trade league? Nope. Still isn't here. Your hair matched Harvest color? Yeah, but I don't have bleach. I'm good, thank you. I also don't want to bleach my own hair. And hair salons aren't open. The corona. Alright, let's see. So again, like I said the first time I'm doing lab, generally if you're just jumping through very quickly, especially with that Pantheon, it's incredibly safe. It's more when you start taking your time and jumping back and forth in the traps, that's when it starts getting like pretty scary. And remember, like PoE lab is great for like finding out what kind of layout it is. Just wear a mask? How does just wearing a mask make them open? What? Hair salon still closed in an eye? Yeah, like everything. Everything's closed. I think there's an O2 store that opened again. Northern Ireland, not Ireland. Very, very excited. It looks like an extremely good SSF league, I think. Ow. Hello? Bump. Ow. Especially with instant fasts, it just like makes you fairly immortal in the lab. There's still like two traps that are kind of scary, but if it's something in the MTX shop, then that's the only way to get that. Notorious, thanks so much for the 7 months, and Bluey, thank you for the 29 months. That's a long time. Thank you, dude. Let's just catch it. Did I have a thing left over? Did I pick up the craft? So it's a hammer here as well, which makes it like pretty impossible to die, because that slam is the main thing that can kill you. And as long as you just run around like this, you know, that's likely not gonna hit you. And his auto attacks can hit you, so you just need to make sure that they can't, like, you know, one-shot you. Then you have a problem. Now, another thing, that lieutenant there that you saw go down, that is very scary, because what that lieutenant does is it casts Reflect. However, it only casts Reflect once it takes damage. So if it takes 0 damage, it doesn't cast it. And then you're like, oh, it must have cast it already. And you go like, and you start killing it. Well, then it'll cast it. So the trick there is you need to, like, for example, it can be very, very problematic for brands and stuff. But what you need to do is you need to like hit it once with something very, very low damaging. Like, for example, a movement skill effect, like Flame Dash on top of it. And then wait for it to go away, and then kill it after it has just expired, and you've seen it with your own eyes that it's expired. That's like the best way to counter that. No, I'm not doing Sunday Roast anymore. What is cast on death support good for? It's mainly like you can make some like meme builds on softcore with it, where you actually like kill things by suiciding and going low life and stuff. But mostly it's useful for softcore players putting cast on death portal. It is the main use of it. See, let's check if it's here, because I haven't checked PoE lab. Oh, it is here. Did he quit Sunday Roast because of the toxic list? No. It's just less popular than my normal PoE content. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Woo! Teleported me in a bad spot. Right, you can also do it with totems. That's generally pretty safe. So you can see the aura is on his feet, and there it's gone. So now we just run in, and then you really want to... Ooh! That's slow, though. Then you really want to kill him right after, because it doesn't have a terribly long cooldown. Not a terribly long cooldown. Yes, you can use the calculator on the exam. Let's see, we'll pick up helmets. It wouldn't be terrible to get a new helmet if I got something with like 60 life and another resist. That would be nice. So we're actually just gonna go, because what I would take in Mercer's Lab, again, not like, wouldn't care about this build too much, but I would take Gratuitous Violence for Mercer's Lab for like farming later. Just gonna look at the items I got. So I very quickly like sort of scan the items in my brain, and you sort of like get a like list in your head of what you're looking for, right? But that's gonna be harder for a new player. So for boots, I would quickly see no movement speed, only 50 life, right? So I would still want movement speed, even though this build doesn't really need it. But if this had like 70 life, 30 fire rest, 25 cold, and then an open suffix, then I'd probably keep them even though they didn't have movement speed, because I could just leap some a lot more instead. How do I hold a currency and multi-use it? Hold shift. For the helmet, I would still like for like life and resist, and then open suffix. And then the weapon, like we talked about earlier, just percentage fizz, flat fizz, or fizz damage is what we're looking for. It has none of those things. Yeah, D&D skip this week. Now, we're just gonna throw this enchant on boots. Leech is nice, but it is only damage leech this life, which doesn't really do anything for us now, because we already have 0.4 from here. So it doesn't really give us anything we really care about. And open suffix would be for crafting resists, yeah. Thank you. How long until the new league? It is 7 days. Right, so let's go over our defenses a little bit right now. So we have 92, 81, 82. So we're very like good resist wise for resist cap. We have 2,100 life. This is great. I'm pretty comfortable going like even to like Act 10 Kitava with that. But especially if you're new to hardcore, I would recommend to try to get at least 3,000 life for Act 10 Kitava. That's like one of the things I would like definitely look out for. Even higher isn't bad. And over leveling, like if you're very new to hardcore, be a spell build and over level to like level 70, 72. That makes Kitava incredibly easy. Ruby fast carry Act 10 Kitava so hard. I've never ever used or thought about using a Ruby fast for Kitava. Why would you do that? Like you barely does fire damage except for like the red flame clouds that you shouldn't be standing in to begin with. Like that's usually that you just need to knock a hit by. Would never ever use a Ruby fast for Kitava. That's a waste of a fast spot. You're better off using a life fast, 100%. Never use a Ruby fast for Kitava. Hey, I died to that. Stop shaming me. I don't know. Maybe you need a little bullying there. Maybe that'll help. Don't get hit by that. It's very slow. Yeah, Granite, Jade, Life Fast, movement speed even. Movement speed is probably going to help you. We'll go over it when we get there, but don't stand in that. That's fairly easy to avoid. Will we do Growth Coal? I don't know. I don't have that crazy weapons. Quicksilver is a great defensive flask. You don't move in boss fights? Oh, you definitely should. Movement is like the #1 defense in this game. But like realistically, like if it helps you, then that's great. Honestly, like everyone like plays the game differently and stuff. But I would say like that is a fairly telegraphed move that you want to try like to avoid face tanking. And the problem is that like a Ruby Fast doesn't really help you much at all. I think, is it like, what is the damage reduction on a Ruby Fast now? Is it 10 or 20%? It's very low like damage reduction. Because before it gave us max rest, which was like a massive damage reduction. Whereas now it's 20% less. Like it doesn't give you max rest anymore. So unless maybe you're going into the Kitava fight with 30% fire rest. I don't know. then it helps you a lot. But if you're already resist capped, it's not as great. Ah, I'm out of mana. Thump, 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 thump. There. No, I don't think they've commented on Herald stacking much. I mean, we know it's getting nerfed. Don't worry, Herald is going away. There. Can almost guarantee it. Is this build in PoB? No, this is not a good build. This is just some random stuff I'm doing while explaining like base core mechanics. Like, especially with everything like this, like everything is changing now for Harvest. But no, I don't have a guide for this. Well, I probably do. I probably do have actually like pretty up-to-date guides for this. Just I haven't actually looked at them. Like since I did them. D&D Growth Call? No, 2.1 feels a little low until I get level 54 for the new weapon upgrade. Are you sustaining mana? Actually I have Spray White. I only need mana leech here. Very hard, Milkus. Incredibly hard. But like, you're very rarely... Like, most of Kitava's attacks are not gonna hit you. They're all very telegraphed. And like I said, like, if you're Fire Vest capped, then it doesn't really matter. Like, even if it was like old max rest, I still wouldn't do it. No, I haven't done critical yet. Codex, thank you for the 4 months, dude. Like, a Ruby Fast would give you a lot of defense if you were undercapped on Fire Rest. But like, a majority of that fight is like physical. And you shouldn't be standing in most of like the slow fire damaging things. Like, the arm that's moving might have like some damage converted, but you're not going to get hit by the arm. The big like red marks on the ground. Like, especially Act 10 Kitava, it's a very, very slow moving fight. That's why I said earlier that Act 5 Kitava is so much harder because of the slams. And they are hard to avoid. But without like, if you're literally undercapped on Fire Rest, then yes, it's going to help you a lot. I think I have a Bleed Bladestorm guy that basically covers what I'm doing right now, but a bit better. Like right now, like this isn't something like crazy planned out or something. More about like talking about like basic tips, a little bit about melee as an archetype and stuff like that. But mostly covering like basic tips to Path of Exile. Yeah, Life Flask is always going to be better than a Ruby Flask. Or a Granite. Yeah, you definitely want to avoid getting hit by the hand move. It will fuck you up. Let's see. Really want more Regals. It's like the main thing they would really want early on. To give some like examples of like axe crafting. Because once you get Regals, then you could use like 20, 40 ults. So, I mean, you do have to get lucky with that, but then it gets like pretty worth to do ult crafting once you have Regals. No, I have like a filter that shows almost everything. Shows almost everything. At the moment using Herald of Ash and Pride and the Blood and Sun. Flesh and Stone is pretty nice too. It's hard to fit everything you want. There's like too many good choices of auras, which is nice. Like it's a good thing to have a choice between different OPs. Like Flesh and Stone is incredibly strong because it blinds all the enemies around you, so they have very, very like low chance of hitting you. I haven't POB'd which one's the best right in. Any mod here? Do we know what's the... Isn't there the Bleed Bladestorm guide we can just link to people when people ask if there's a link to this build? Because that's actually decent. Not what I'm doing right now. It's like, it's just so pointless and annoying because most of these people are asking about this build to use it in Harvest for when I wouldn't recommend this at all. Which is like why it's like slightly tilting when people are asking if they have a link to this build. Because I bet you 90% of the people... 90% of the people are like, hey, I need this build to play for 6 more days of Delirium. For 3 more days of Delirium. Right? They're asking for it for Harvest. Glad? No, I think that one's old. There's one on YouTube recently. I barely ever do cast recipe, only if I really, really badly need it. No Diablos. I have a 3.10 Bladestorm guide. I just... Any mod have a link to it? Yeah, but I already have my own guide. I don't want to link to somebody else's when I have my own. Can you blame them though? Well, yeah, because it's important to make sure you have an up-to-date guide. If you're following a 3.10 guide for 3.11, you're going to get a lot of wrong information. No, we're not going to use Basalt recipe. Oh, there it is. Awesome. Yeah, so that's like an okay to link one, but that's only good if you're literally going to play it for the next 3 days. Like, Melee is getting a massive changeover, so any other guide is going to be very out of date. Like, any 3.10 guide is going to be very out of date for the next league. Yeah, it works, Jaxa. For this boss fight as well, honestly, like most of the boss fights is all about mobility. And if you aren't that safe with like if you aren't that comfortable moving around and dodging the boss attacks, Decoy Totem helps a lot. Because at least you get to like choose where the boss is gonna attack then. Nice, thank you. You don't know what it doesn't work on? Nothing. I don't think Decoy Totem doesn't work on anything right now. It even works on Awakener. Vortex and Cold Snap Occultist for League Start? Probably the same thing that you always get when you ask me what's good for League Start Neon Cut. Patch notes. You've been here for 2 years. That answer is never gonna change. It's always gonna be wait for patch notes. Oh, nice, Casca. Cryos, thank you for the 8 months, dude. That answer is never gonna change. But I hate reading patch notes. That is not my problem. The answer is still never gonna change. I will literally tell you exactly what is good to play as soon as the patch notes are out. I will read the patch notes for you. I will make a TLDR. But don't ask for build guides before patch notes are out. Gotta wait for that. Now, here is where actually having kills that resist wouldn't be too bad. So you need to watch your HP bar a little bit while moving through here. It can be a bit rippy with all the chaos damage and stuff. I just try to like go through it very quickly. It's obviously a lot of density in here, right? You can see how many mobs there are. There's an Arcanist Shrine there as well. They're always worth doing. If they're blue, rolling them for additional items dropped is like the main thing you want. Goes up to 8. And then you'll get a lot more. Like here, we got a lot of value out of it. Let's see. Well, holding a shield. No, I'm good. But yeah, like this can be like a fairly dangerous spot. Especially in private leagues with -40 resist. Because you'll have so little chaos stress then. see. And we're gonna go do the Val side area too. That's just hoping for 6 things. Generally, I think like the past 2 or 3 leagues I've had 6 things from Val side areas on day 1. Or day 2. Can't remember now, but it's very, very common. Pick up the boots as well, because I still don't have that great boots. Streamer energy, go. Well, getting it from this would be streamer energy. That's true. True player. Let's see. There. Shit, I think I had a Basel drop earlier that I didn't even bother picking up. I hate using Basel while leveling because of the charges. Like, you only get 1 charge unless you get 23% reduced. But now my my silver flask is basically pointless. Not completely, because Slaughter doesn't have 100% uptime, but it's fairly pointless. There. Now remember that these can now drop 6 things once they're past level 50. That's why it's so good to do it. So good to do Val side areas while leveling past level 50. And before level 50, they're still worth doing because you can get Val Molten Shell, you can get Val Double Strike, Val Ancestral War Chief. A lot of good things. Also on the Vulcan meta, it feels really smooth. There's no... The only upside to using Steam is that you can use the Steam wallet. So generally, the standalone client of PoE is always better than Steam. And like usually around 1 or 2 times a year, Steam will go down, and you'll have a lot of people bitching, going like, oh, how are you playing Path of the Exiles? I have it on Steam and I can't play it. Happens at least like twice a year. It's very amusing for me since I've never used it on Steam. There. So, now we're gonna do one of the scariest things. This is Dodri. I'm actually gonna go see if I have a Valorb. There is a Valorb recipe as well, which is useful to do in SSF. It is 7 Val Gems and 1 Sacrifice Fragment will sell for 1 Valorb. There's no downsides. Hans 2020. Let's see. Do I have Val Gems that I actually want to sell? I don't have 7, do I? Unless I sell Val Double Strikes. Which I should just be using, but also I could just do it. 4, 5, 6, 7. God damn it. That's so annoying. I had 1 more Val side area. Anyway, did I have a Valorb? No, I don't have a Valorb. Okay, we're just gonna go all the way without. I actually hate doing Dodori without, oh, that's almost good. If I cared more about movement speed, I would probably consider changing to those. It's like, dual rest, 30 ms. Kinda nice, but I do want like as much life as I can get. Right. It's Dodri. Because I have a Granite Flask. Something that's like very, very good to do is to only fight her with your flasks up. So like a quick example. And make sure you're moving a lot as well. And then you can hit the valve. Don't hit Gaben, just the valve. And then go back to town. Like, this is a very, very safe way. This is a play with me? No, this isn't everything explained. Play with me's are more about the build. This is more about the game. And a part of the problem with the skill we're using is you can see that the floor is really hard to see. You can see that I'm very, very confident as long as the granite is up. Ooh. And then when the granite is down, it gets a lot more scary, and she could potentially one-shot you. I think I have to stop taking questions from chat entirely, and then I can have mods and stuff help out. Or at least stop commenting on things that I like see. Like, it's just being repeated the same every 30 seconds. But, and we do have a specialized Q&A session as well, which I think is on Monday or Tuesday. That is how I died in Bowley. Yeah, no, she's very, very scary. Very scary boss. I think it's going to be really, really interesting in Harvest to see how many people are going to go Berserker, assuming there's like enough adequate buffs, or people will still go Gladiator, because Gladiator is so incredibly fast. Like, there's something even though like they've said they're buffing things like earthquake and slower skills, right? You still need it to be fast. Like you still need fast movement speed or attack speed to I wonder if Val earthquake builds will be sick now. I hope so. But like it still has to be like a fast clearing build if you want to compete like on the ladder, right? So it's going to be very interesting to see. So nice just leaving dust clouds. That thing's dying. So it's going to be interesting to see. And then we'll probably have some boss killers going Juggernaut as well. Now, a quick little tip here, now that we're in the key, is like I usually... So here's where it splits off. So if I go to the right, I get to the next area. And if I go to the left, I go to the skill point. So what I do is I put a TP in between, then I have to do 0 backtracking. And I don't waste any time like going back through an area that I've already cleared. Because now I get a waypoint in Green Gate, I go back to town, I go back down to my TP, down to Clarissa. Then I've like min-maxed all my time. And little things like that really, really add up when you're doing that through the entire leveling process. Whoop. You know, I think it'll be perfect if we cap this off in like once we get to Blood Aqueducts. Because what I'm thinking is it'll be around if I got slightly faster it would have been like perfectly 6 hours while explaining everything. And then you have what do you call it? Then I can do like between 4 and 6 hours of doing like the of finishing Act 9 and 10 and doing like the start of maps. I think that would be like 2. I think that's a solid length for the everything explained. If we get to BA, it's not an if, but when? What do you mean if? What? Not like the game is randomly gonna die before I get there. See you later, Alice. Good to see you. What is the software called he has over his PoE? The timer? W split. W split. Are you farming Tabula? No. Yeah, life split's slightly better. It has more stuff. Oh, and I can get the new axe now. Nice. This guy as well can be a bit bursty, especially on something like Blade Storm, because you can't see, like there's a lot of visual clutter. Good linear. Can you explain how to tell if an item is an upgrade without using POB since tooltip isn't accurate? No. POB is the best way. Holy shit. POB is the best way to find out. Well, no, a blast orb? Then I don't need to change anything else. That's a ring. Wow. Like, cool. I could push to 100 with that. Cool. Oh, okay. No, dude! Come on, man! Why? Oh, dude, that's so unlucky. Okay, so I identified this, and I was really excited, because I thought that was like an actual suffix roll accuracy. It is. It is a suffix roll accuracy, but I meant like, I thought the entire 239 was the suffix roll accuracy. Which is stupid, because as soon as I saw there was 3 stats, I should have realized. But this is pure roll and hybrid. So that's why it's only has 3, because there is actually 4, and you can never identify a rare with 3 stats on it. That's why I should have known. You can never identify a rare with only 3 stats. It always has to have 4 stats. And seeing as this is like one of them is hybrid, so like a lot of new players would have gone like, but that one does have 3 stats. But yeah, hybrid. So that's tilting. I mean, it's possibly still good. 90 to 166. What was the other one that we got? 1.4. 1.2. Yeah, I mean, as long as I craft attack speed, it should be fine. So I shouldn't have wasted the 6 ults on crafting this then. Well, no, actually, because this is still an upgrade over this. I need to make one of them red, red, green. I make both of them red, red, green. One of them needs to be red, red, red. Do I have anywhere else I can put one? Well, I don't need both the Herald Gems. So I can just remove Herald of Purity. There, so now we got 2 decent upgrades here. So much less attack speed, but it should still be fine. Be great for Harvest with the lead crafting? Maybe, How many chaos we have? We haven't done Delirium much too. I have 5C and we used some. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Got some upgrades. I wouldn't use 2C on this. I'd rather use the 6 ults because we're gonna need chaos for later, and like this is something that once we get to Blood Aqueduct and start finding siege axes, it is actually fairly easy to replace. Especially if you're playing a fist build like this, and it's going to be even easier for melee builds once we're using two-handers. It's going to be a lot easier to craft because the huge benefit of two-handers over one-handers is you only need one weapon, right? So it is so much harder getting two. Obviously. So just finding like a siege axe and crafting one's pretty easy. The problem is that you need two. That is annoying. Some say twice as hard. Let's see. Auras are off. Well, most of the time your tooltip will give an indication. It's not like that inaccurate. It's just not perfect. I already did. Remember that. Don't think you were here from the start. Generally, like the best base you can get is like the one I had that I just swapped out of. The 1.5 attack speed is what you want the most because that makes the most use out of like flat fist and all your buffs and stuff. Herald of Purity, anything. Hey, our first map. Damage on fully converted Glacial Cascade is nuts for Spell Slinger. Oh yeah, for sure. Glacial Cascade's always been crazy damage. Well, that sounds awesome. I love Spell Cascade. I think that's probably... I think Spell Cascade is the most fun thing they've added to the game. I think it's the most fun thing they've added to the game. That like, especially that doesn't feel mega busted. Thank you, Gilraid. Appreciate that a lot, dude. And John Weasley as well. Thank you for the 23 months too. I think it's like very, very hard for a game like this to add things that are that fun without them also being completely busted. Yeah, sorry, I mean Spellslinger. VDDD Spellslinger? Yeah, it's so fun. Like, there's so many fun things you can do with Spellslinger. I just think it was a great idea and they implemented it very well. Blade Voice and Poison. Blade Vortex Poison is like incredible single target from what I've seen. But generally always hard to get survival on assassin builds. When you're done with the stream today, message Scry and we'll do a news roundup. Yeah. So I was thinking I was gonna get the Blood Aqueduct for today while giving tips. And then because I think always doing like everything explained in like 2 sessions like this. Everything explained at 1 to 9. And then we do Act 9 to early maps. So we do like 4 to 6 hours on like the preparing for maps. I think that's like perfect. That's like a perfect amount of time on those sessions. I mean, it can be a bit faster with spell builds, especially if I'm going like a bit more racing mode. Or right now I'm like playing fairly slow, so. How is PoE on console? There's quite a lot of fires around the world since Path of Exile got launched on console. Consoles can't really handle like the amount of effects. So there's like a lot of house fires. Like worldwide house fire stats went up by 67,000% as soon as Path of Exile launched. 67,000. What went up? Housefire percentages after Path of Exile launched on console. PoE cost the Australian fires in January? I know. So now we're just running to the bosses. Most builds will feel like pretty great by now. Like some builds can struggle like 1 to 5 and stuff. Now I feel bad if somebody's like sitting there watching like my build is shit right now. But most builds will feel pretty great by Act 8. And yeah, we're gonna have a lot of like starter guides as well on YouTube. This is like poison or something. Crafted mines, that's it. Alright, Pugger. Let's see. Let alone 5G. Kill me. Will you be playing Cyclone on this build? No, I won't be playing this build. This is almost done. We're going to stop in Blood Aqueduct and then we're going to continue on the mapping. I can't remember. Vera, what days maps? Does your sense of humor has become a lot drier over the years? No, I think I've always had very dry, deadpan humor. Somebody, a German viewer once told me that, because it's usually, like, rank 1 on viewership is either Germany or America. And somebody told me the reason I have so many German viewers is because of my humor, and that German humor is no laughing matter. Everything Explained maps is Tuesday. Perfect. Six socket Colossus Maze. Yes, this will all be on YouTube. So we're just gonna get to Blood Aqueduct and then end it there, and then we're doing the rest on Tuesday. They'll either be like I'm doing another Everything Explained on Saturday for the American crowd. That'll be at 10 p.m. And one of them, whatever I prefer, will go to maps. They'll both end in like Blood Aqueduct. That is the current plan. If you haven't seen, remember that tomorrow, starting at, is it 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow? I think it's at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We are doing, 10 a.m. tomorrow, we are doing axe crafting at 10. And then we have a schedule of other things. Now, this schedule might not be followed completely. It's just an indication of what's going on that day. Like, if I don't feel like I'm done with axe crafting, I'm not going to like just skip ahead, but it'll give me a better indication for next time I do this. Also, now that you get to Harbor Bridge, now that you get to Harbor Bridge, you definitely want to like craft a Divine Life Flask. You want either bubbling or seething. Now, generally, my preference is having freeze removal on my instant life flask over time. Delirium single-handedly made this a bit of a huge issue because in Delirium there is an overtime freezing mechanic. That means that you ideally want it on an overtime, because before, normally the only thing I had to worry about was either a big chunky mob hitting me and freezing me or traps, right? So as long as I open or hit my instant fast hotkey after every chest, then I'm always fine. However, Delirium changed this with the big like whoosh, ice lands, because the ice that remains from that will continuously freeze you, which is problematic. Like, that is really annoying. So it's a lot of 6 stocks to find this early. There, so then I got a bubbling one. That's like the best way to do it, is to just use I would recommend just using one transmute on it and then getting bubbling. That's definitely the best way to do it instead of actually using currency. Let's see. Oh. I'll just do this for more damage. We have enough life for now. Now, generally, I'm pretty happy with like 2.4k life for doing the Twisted Sisters. However, I would probably quite like to like get more life while leveling in Blood Aqueduct. So getting like 3k life for Kitava would be great, and then you're very, very ready for maps. Like 3k life is great for like entering maps. And then it shouldn't take you like maybe an hour or two to get up to like 4.5k life once you are in maps. Because then you start finding like so many rares, and it's very easy. Yeah, for Veritania, you 100% need overtime, but that's like way later and not something you have to worry about now. As for Merc Club as well, I quite like leveling, unless it's something that's going to give you a massive speed increase, right? Which is actually the case for this character, because you get the bleed explosions. Then you want to try to like push yourself to do Merc Club a little bit earlier. But if you're trying to be particularly safe on hardcore, then it can be scary sometimes to like enter Blood Aqueduct and then go Merc Club. That does like kill like some racers and stuff. So you gotta be careful and make sure you're powerful enough to do Merc Lab. If you like already know that it's Mace, which obviously you can always check on PoE Lab. If you know that it's a Mace lab, then go for it, dude. That's like, it's so hard to die when he's a Mace. And I've never died to that, I think. C9, thank you for the 14-month resub, dude. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you guys for all the subs today, guys. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content. Pretty big day for me with getting verified on Twitter. I'm like extremely excited about that. Anything that makes it easier for me to run Path of Exile events. I'm like very excited. Congrats, thank you. How to identify good rare. So I've been talking about that a little bit every time I identify items, or sometimes when I identify items with what I'm looking for and stuff. And what I look at. So that is like partially covered. And then for example the rares I left behind there was one was a rapier and one was a bow, which I obviously don't need either of those. And I'm most likely, if I want to, I can fill out my inventory on rares for the boss. Like the boss at the end of the zone. And I'm not gonna like keep going back to town every time I have a full inventory. Right? I don't wanna like force myself to go back to town to empty. Well, the guides I update and stuff depends on what happens in the patch notes. A lot of things just aren't worth doing anymore. Gloves, I wouldn't mind a glove upgrade. Whoops, wrong item. Wouldn't mind a glove upgrade, to be honest. Now, one thing that is really, really scary with Leap Slam, regardless with your build, is if you land in the middle of the pack perfectly, what can happen, and I've died to this, is that the entire pack can hit you at the same time. And that is very hard to like protect against sometimes. So try to move when you land, like leap slam, move, hit, or instantly hit and stun them all. But it can be pretty scary. Oh. Oh, you're right. Everything that's full life gets done now. I guess it's a while ago since I died to that. Just trying to think of everything I should cover while leveling. So identify all of that. So none of these have like any life worth looking at and not enough resist. So I'm skipping and vendoring all of those. I mean, I could craft 30 life on that and then it's like a 70 life ring. That would be worth keeping for like after Kitava to see if I happen to only need cold rest. Yeah, endurance charge on melee stun is pretty great as well. But you can't have everything. You can't have fortify, blood magic, everything. I usually have fortify and leap slam. We could do endurance charge on melee stun too. I've done that quite a lot. It is very nice. I don't really care where we go next. I guess I can just fill in some life nodes for now. Actually, I would probably go up and grab Constitution and the Silent Life Wheel. In Link Start, after you finish farming Blood Aqueduct, do you start picking up rares and maps starting from tier 1, or do you push to other tiers before picking items up? No, like, I'm always picking up, like, if I need an upgrade, right? Say I need new gloves. My gloves aren't great. Like, if I had, like, 20 life gloves with 2 rest or something, then I would always be picking up gloves. So you start hitting like a I'm not sure what the right word for it is. Sort of a diminishing returns, right? Sure, like I could find a glove with 130 life and 60 strength and 2 other rests, but you're not going to. So at some point, especially while pushing for the ladder, it's like a soft cap and diminishing return in like when you're gonna get an upgrade. Like if you find boots with 30% MS, 80 life, 2 rests, and an open surface for crafting, probably not gonna pick up boots anymore. Like you could argue in hardcore you should pick up boots for your next character as well, but like you get the point, right? Like at some point you're not very likely that you're gonna get an amazing upgrade. And that's generally what I do. I get to like a certain plateau of a certain item, and then I stop picking up that. And then I focus on picking up like another slot until I have that. And it is very, very easy to upgrade like that. Bro, you look beat? Thank you. Appreciate that. That's like the main things I would say with like gear and how to gear and stuff. Opportunity cost? Yeah, because it, like, especially, like, with everything you do, right? Time is the most valuable thing you have. And, like, it completely depends, right? The main important thing that, and people forget this a lot, matter more than anything else, is you need to have fun with, logging out. You need to have fun with what you're doing. So, for example, right? Bertini is a great example. He plays super fucking slow. He doesn't care about anything, doesn't care about being efficient while leveling. But he enjoys the game, right? So a lot of my advice doesn't matter for him, right? It doesn't matter for him at all. Because you need to play at the pace that you want to play. That's what matters. But if you're trying to make currency or if you're trying to compete, then things like that start mattering a lot more. Kobe, thank you for the Twitch Prime. So like, there's nothing like necessarily wrong with going back 6 times in a map and filling up on rare items or even blue items, getting some transmutes out of the map if that's what you enjoy. But if you're then also complaining about being poor and stuff, then there's a problem around that, right? Because a lot of the tips I give to people is like, hey, here's how you can stop being poor, with like being more efficient and stuff. So, this boss is a bit annoying. It's got a few like things that can be incredibly rippy. Always gotta watch out for the solar beam, and then whenever the solar girl is out, then the blue girl would do that. And then you have, if you stand behind solar girl when she does her charge up attack, that makes it a lot safer. There, I had a granite up there when face tanking that combo, so I wasn't very worried about the damage. That, if you don't have a granite up, I'm pretty sure it's like 50% fizz, 50 lightning or something. Can do a lot of damage. Now, Aval Molten Shell does help a lot in this fight, but standing in the middle there at the end, when they're all like synced, that can like very, very easily one-shot you. It's a crazy amount of damage. Do you always focus on Solaris? Well, they just keep... Well, yeah, I always start focusing on Solaris, but it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Now, in Blood Aqueduct as well, you do have to be a little bit careful because there are Revenants here. So even though it is widely considered a... You know, I think it's a bit overrated as a safe spot to level. I think like Harbor Bridge is always better. The only benefiting factor of Blood Aqueduct is that it drops humility cards. It is honestly a pretty dangerous spot. Like, people always say that it's safe to level here. It's really not. I've several times died here on league starts. Not so much lately. I think only Metamorph was the last death I had there, and I haven't had one a while before then, but I've definitely had a lot of close calls. Mostly that is like the Revenants do a lot of damage, and then you also have the Stygians doing like tornado shot. So if you get a bad pack with like physical damage, even some blues, like there's a lot of things in here that can hurt. And that was with a granite up, so I probably would have died there without a granite. So yeah, Metamorph, super scary. Delirium, super scary. Be careful in Blood Aqueduct. If you really want a safe leveling experience and you don't really care about farming a Tabitha, but obviously farming a Tabitha is great. Now it might take you anywhere from 2 to 6 hours because there's a lot more RNG involved now with the lower drop rate. Harbor Bridge is a lot safer. Very hard to die there in my opinion. Being behind Solaris at the right time, the biggest part of what makes the fight look so easy. Yeah, I would say so. So, whenever she does like the spear attacks that she charges up, a lot of people die there because the spear like goes outwards, and like litters the entire arena in damaging debris basically, and that is very very rippy and very easy to panic with. But once you start noticing that she's charging up and you stand behind her, you're completely safe from both her charge attacks. So yeah, standing behind Solaris. Now, obviously, this can happen at the same time as the blue swirly thing. So it is genuinely quite a hard fight. Yeah, it's a lot slower to farm Tabitha last league. So 2 leagues ago, I would say it took me like an hour and 10 minutes to farm a Tabitha very, very consistently. Obviously, I farm really quick, right? But last league, yeah, no, it's like 2 to 6 hours now. Probably 2 to 4 hours. And I've farmed one still. And in general, it takes me around 2 hours. But as the slower players, it might take you as much as 8 hours. Because it is a lot lower now. 100%. You can substantially notice the drop rate's been changed. Like, that happens nearly every league. Where somebody will say, oh, do you think the drop rate of humility has been changed? I'm like, no. No. Yeah, last league, 100%. Because it's gone from like an hour and 10 minutes to like 4 hours maybe. So, yeah. It's like the most noticeable change it's ever had. Now, obviously, they do tweak drop rates a little bit between leagues. But yeah. So, I want to... Let's see. Calendar. So, I want to, like, at the end... So, I think this is where we're going to end the first Everything Explained. And then we're going to continue with, like, for example, like, Kitava and early maps. Because I know a lot of people struggle there and looking at items. And I'll try to focus even more on looking at items and what I look at as well. And talk a little bit about the Atlas. That might get changed, right? So, it's more going to be very generic tips, not like specifically to this Atlas, because we don't know what's happening. Maybe it won't get changed at all. But yeah, I'll tell you guys the schedule. So from tomorrow, 10 a.m., we're doing loads of crafting tutorials, axe crafting, jewelry crafting and tips, survival tricks / hardcore, and then mapping and map tricks. That's the agenda for tomorrow. That might get pushed back slightly depending on how long I go into each topic. There's going to be a lot of examples. So for example, for the axe crafting, things I've considered, I'm going to show you how to like craft axes for very early on, mid-tier, low tier, high tier, and then also like once you get to maps, endgame axes, and stuff like that. Then on Sunday, we're doing an Everything Explained for the NA crowd. That starts at 10 p.m. That's going to be a caster kind of thing. On Monday, 4 p.m., we're going to do a Q&A with chat. If anything wasn't covered in this, or you were like wondering about anything, we're going to cover that there. And then Tuesday, we are doing the Everything Explained Maps Plus. Wednesday and Thursday, I'm going to be working off stream on making guides for you guys. Yeah, this is all going on YouTube now. If you enjoy this on YouTube, what do people say? Like, there's so many like weird... I feel like YouTubers are strange. Like, I don't know. I get goosebumps when watching most YouTubers. Fucking subscribe if you like my content. Poggers, dude. Yeah, hit the bell. That's what they say. Smash it. It's like so weird, dude. It's like, I don't know. I don't know how to interact with people in a video. It's very strange to me. I way prefer like talking live to people. I don't know why, dude, but I feel like somebody told me like 80% of YouTubers were serial killers. I'd probably believe that stat. It's gonna be taken out of context, but hey, it's funny. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the content, and we're gonna keep doing more of this as well, and then we're gonna do things. We're gonna do a lot of content, and we're gonna do play with me's. So this isn't Everything Explained. Play with me's are more about the build. So as you probably heard during this, I didn't care about the build at all. The build doesn't matter. Don't follow this. It's not going to be relevant in Harvest. Well, it might be, but, you know, I don't want to guarantee that. So, Everything Explains more about generic tips. Play with me's all about the build. And on a cheap budget, specifically. So, thanks for watching. Let me turn off the audio. Where's the audio coming from? Ah! Thanks for watching. Fuck no, I have to find like the YouTube outro thing. Thanks for watching, and try to die less than I do.